Chapter 1, Beginning Binding Pickup System. In the evening, in front of the gate of the Demon Capital University, a super cool supercar attracted many college students who had left the school to find food. Chu Yue was sitting in the driver's seat, looking out the window and seeing the college students who looked over at him from time to time. He felt quite comfortable. Once upon a time, he never dreamed that he could drive a supercar worth tens of millions of dollars to the gate of the Demon Capital University to show off. Just yesterday, when he donated 10,000 yuan on Waterdrop, he managed to bind the system. Pick up the system. Whenever someone comes into contact with him, some floating transparent balls will appear that only he can see. As long as Chu Yue comes into contact with the floating transparent balls, he can pick up the items. Since binding to the system, he has picked up 100 million yuan in cash, a Lamborghini, a Porsche Panamera, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan by making contact with people. The most exaggerated thing is that he picked up 3 school district buildings. A total of 300 school district houses. Unexpectedly becoming rich, this joy naturally needs to be shared with family. He is now here at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology because his younger sister, Chu Yue, is attending university here. He came here suddenly today, just to surprise his sister. Chu Yue's family is not well off. After all, both parents are not highly educated, and it is not easy to support a large family with elderly parents and young children. Fortunately, Chu Yue and his younger sister are both very hardworking and have both been accepted into university. In particular, his younger sister, Chu Yue, is attending the 985 Shanghai University. Chu Yue has just graduated this year, but he went to a third-rate university, and in the talent-saturated city of Shanghai, it is difficult for him to find a good job. But now everything is going well. Sitting in the car, Chu Yue's thoughts are running wild, and before he knows it, more than 10 minutes have passed. He called Chu Yue when he drove here, saying that he was coming to see her at the front gate of their school. Now that more than 10 minutes have passed, Chu Yue should be arriving soon. When it comes to Chu Yue and his sister, they are truly role models for their peers in the village. Not only are they obedient and sensible, they also have good grades. In terms of appearance, they are both on the level of school beauties and school hunks. Chu Yue is lucky, because he is a boy after all and can't lose much. But Chu Yue is a girl after all, and most of the time, her suitors go after her because she is pretty. Although Chu Yue has made it clear that she will not fall in love during college, the suitors behind her have not diminished at all. Chu Yue was reading in the library when she received a call from Chu Yue. When she heard that her brother was coming to their university to see her, she put down her book and headed towards the school gate. It was only a 7 or 8 minute walk from the library to the school gate, but as she was walking towards the central square of the university, she was stopped by one of her suitors. Lu Jianhao, a junior majoring in finance, was the president of the student union and had met Chu Yue when the student union was recruiting new members. Since then, Lu Jianhao has been courting Chu Yue. However, Chu Yue also made it clear that she would not get involved in a relationship during university, and directly rejected him. But how would Lu Jianhao give up so easily? He surrounded Chu Yue every other day. He is a junior this year, and in another month he will go on an internship. Thinking that it will be difficult to see Chu Yue again in the future, he wants to take advantage of this time to step up his game. He planned a confession event, just to confess to Chu Yue in broad daylight and in full view of the public. Based on his knowledge of Chu Yue would not give him face in the presence of so many people. However, he obviously did not know Chu Yue well enough. Lu Jianhao, let me tell you again, I will not fall in love during college. Please don't play these tricks in the future. Chu Yue snatched the bouquet of flowers from Lu Jianhao's hands and threw it heavily on the ground. Lu Jianhao's face immediately turned dark after being rejected publicly by Chu Yue. As he watched Chu Yue walk towards the school gate without looking back, Lu Jianhao gritted his teeth. Bitch, what a bitch. Sometimes it's normal to hate someone because of love. What's more, Chu Yue rejected him in front of so many people, shattering his face as the student union president. Chu Yue didn't see Chu Yue for half a day, and he also got out of the car and was about to go into the school to see what was going on. But as soon as he got out of the car, he felt countless pairs of eyes fixated on him, which made him a little uncomfortable for a while. Damn! So handsome. This is the most handsome second-generation rich guy I've ever seen. Is that Lamborghini Huracan he's driving? I really envy the rich kids, they can drive multi-million supercars at such a young age. He really is handsome, I can't stop drooling. I wish I was his girlfriend, he's so handsome, I'd be willing to date him even if he had no money. Even I, a man, think he's handsome. I feel like it's unfair, why is he handsome and rich? After all, Chu Jiang had arrived in a Lamborghini worth nearly 10 million yuan, and he was so handsome that it was hard not to attract the attention of those around him. Hey, will you guys stop being infatuated? He's obviously waiting for someone. I'm just thinking. How could someone with his qualifications possibly look at me? Not far away, two girls from the same dormitory also gathered together to whisper, and from time to time they would glance over at Chu Jiang. At the same time, Chu Jiang saw Chu Yue walking towards the school gate. Over here. Chu Jiang waved his hand and shouted at Chu Yue, who was walking over. Hearing Chu Jiang's voice, Chu Yue, who was in a bad mood, instantly put on a smile when she saw her brother. The people around the crowd looked in the direction Chu Jiang was looking, and just happened to see Chu Yue walking over. Isn't that Chu Yue? The sophomore school flower of the business management department. My goddess. I heard that Chu Yue told all her suitors that she wouldn't get involved in a relationship in college. Do you think this rich second generation might be waiting for Chu Yue? No way. My goddess is not that kind of vain person. I don't know. I think the reason Chu Yue rejects everyone is that they have better options. If it were me, I wouldn't choose a college student who was still in the ivory tower either. While they were gossiping, Chu Yue had already walked out the door, walked straight up to Chu Jiang, and then very intimately took Chu Jiang's arm. Why did you have time to come see me today? Chu Yue's actions directly shattered the hearts of the otaku who worshipped her as a goddess. See, I was right. That rich second generation was waiting for Chu Yue. Goddess Chu Yue is actually holding the rich second generation's arm. It looks so intimate. I feel like I've just been dumped. My heart hurts. Why? Goddess Chu Yue said she wasn't going to date in college. For a while, Chu Jiang and Chu Yue were the focus of attention. Chapter 2. Brother, did you really win 300 million? Chu Yue hadn't seen Chu Jiang for a while, so her behavior was slightly more intimate. But they were siblings after all, so what was the problem? However, the onlookers didn't know the truth, and they all thought that the school beauty, Chu Yue, had found a Lamborghini-driving rich kid as a boyfriend. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. For a while, everyone at the entire Shanghai University was talking about this. After all, it is the internet age, and the news spread pretty quickly. The school post bar, forums, and some class groups were all buzzing with the news. Big news! Chu Yue, our school's pure sophomore beauty queen, just got into a rich kid's Lamborghini at the school gate. No way! Really? Goddess Chu Yue. Didn't she say she wasn't going to fall in love in college? Not falling in love is a lie, mainly because you don't have a Lamborghini. Even Goddess Chu Yue has fallen? Mom, I don't believe in love anymore. Just now, over at the central square, I saw Lu Jianhao still professing his love to Chu Yue, but Chu Yue rejected him harshly. I thought Chu Yue was really pure, but it turns out, what a slap in the face. I saw it too. President Lu's face was so dark, but now it seems that it's a good thing President Lu was rejected, otherwise. The pure school beauty Chu Yue goddess getting into a rich kid's supercar is definitely enough to satisfy the gossipy minds of college students. Lu Jianhao naturally learned about this matter at the first opportunity, and immediately cursed, "Bah, that bitch really knows how to act high and mighty." As for Chu Yue, she is now sitting in the passenger seat of Chu Jiang's Lamborghini and spacing out. Brother, what's going on? Where did you get this car? Although Chu Yue is a girl and not very familiar with cars, this is a supercar. She still knows that supercars are very expensive. Chu Jiang laughed while driving. Your brother is lucky, I won the lottery. I just bought the car, and I transferred 5 million yuan in cash to our parents. Now your brother is taking you shopping. Chu Jiang had thought of an excuse before, even if he won the lottery by buying a lottery ticket. And he had just watched the news, where it was reported that a young man in the city had won 300 million yuan and had already claimed the prize. After the news report came out, Chu Jiang looked at the young man's picture and really couldn't help but say that the figure really looked like his. As for what the young man looked like, since he was wearing a hood during the photo shoot, it was impossible to see. Upon hearing his brother say that he had won the lottery, Chu Yue also frowned, not quite believing what Chu Jiang had said. Winning the lottery? It sounds so strange. Is it true? Brother, how much did you win? Chu Jiang didn't say anything, and directly held up 3 fingers. 30 million. Chu Yue couldn't help but exclaim. It's 300 million. Chu Jiang didn't beat around the bush with Chu Yue, and directly said that he had won 300 million. Now, Chu Yue, who had finally adjusted his emotions, was completely unnerved. How much? How much? 300 million. Otherwise, how would your brother dare to buy this 10 million supercar? Chu Yue, who had already been tempered by society, told lies without blushing or breaking a sweat, one after another. Before he could react to the fact that his brother had won 300 million in the lottery, he heard Chu Yue say that this supercar was actually worth tens of millions. Chu Yue felt like he was going crazy. Brother, I can't be dreaming, can I? Chu Yue felt like he was dreaming. How can you win the lottery so easily? And a 300 million jackpot? But sitting in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini worth tens of millions of dollars, the feeling was so real. You brother, I'm rich now, and our family's future will get better and better. Chu Yue's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at the still shocked Chu Yue and said with a smile. Brother, you really won the 300 million jackpot? I'm not dreaming, am I? Chu Yue still couldn't quite believe it was true. It's true. You're not dreaming. Chu Yue looked at his sister fondly and smiled. Brother, even though we're rich now, this money is after all a windfall, so we still need to spend it sensibly. Chu Yue was still very calm. Although she knew it was a bit inappropriate to say this at this time, she still wanted to remind her brother for the sake of a better life in the future. Don't worry, you can still trust your brother. Chu Yue of course knew what Chu Yue meant, which was to remind him not to get carried away with his wealth and to keep a low profile. But then again, the real situation of Chu Yue was only known to himself. He didn't win the lottery, he had rigged the system. Since childhood, Chu Yue had loved his younger sister very much. People say that the eldest brother is like a father, and now that their parents were not in the city, he, as the eldest brother, naturally had to take care of his younger sister. Chu Yue took Chu Yue to the mall to go shopping first. He bought his sister a whole set of skincare products and clothes that he couldn't afford before. Brother, that's enough, look, I can't even carry it all. Chu Yue and Chu Yue had a lot of bags in their hands. Chu Yue saw that her brother still wanted to buy things for her and quickly refused, saying, Brother, all this is enough for me to use for a year. Okay, by the way, I just transferred 1 million yuan to you. You work hard at school, so you don't have to save this money. Eat more good food. Chu Yue looked at his sister and asked with some concern, Have you lost weight again recently? Yes, I have, but it's okay. Chu Yue pursed her lips, thinking about how she had to spend only 10 yuan on food every day because she didn't have enough money for living expenses. A feeling of heartache and grievance immediately welled up in her heart. Seeing the tears welling up in Chu Yue's eyes, Chu Yue also hurriedly said, It's all in the past, and our lives will get better and better in the future. Chu Yue nodded in agreement, yes, it will get better and better. After leaving the mall, they put the things they bought in the car. You must be hungry. I'll take you out to a big meal. Chu Yue hadn't eaten much at lunch, and after walking around for so long, she was indeed hungry. After all, this is the city of demons. As long as you have money, there is no shortage of delicious food. Chu Yue took Chu Yue to a restaurant that specializes in seafood. There were sea cucumbers, abalones, king crabs, Australian lobsters, all kinds of seafood that Chu Yue usually wanted to eat but couldn't afford. Brother, there are too many dishes. We won't be able to finish them all. It's okay, we can take the leftovers home. Chu Yue said, spoiling his younger brother. If you like, I can take you here every day. Gout set meals are not good if you eat too much, and you will get tired of them. Chu Yue said with a laugh. The meal cost 5,800 yuan. When Chu Yue paid the bill, Chu Yue glanced at it and felt particularly distressed. Brother, we spent so much on a meal. It's so extravagant. 5,800 yuan. That's enough for my living expenses for a year. Chu Yue whispered to Chu Yue as they walked out of the restaurant and down the street. It's okay to be a little extravagant once in a while. Besides, it's not expensive to eat all this seafood for only 5,800 yuan. Chu Yue knew that his sister was usually used to saving money, and that her thinking might not be able to accept spending money like this at first, so he quickly said something. Well, it's okay to be a little extravagant once in a while. But, brother, it's really extravagant to only eat the crab legs from such a big king crab. Chu Yue was still reminiscing about the king crab she just ate, wondering whether or not to say anything. The king crab congee was indeed delicious. It was almost 8 o'clock after dinner. Chu Yue didn't usually play with her phone, so she didn't know that gossip about her was spreading all over the university. Rumors spread like wildfire. Some said that Chu Yue was being supported by a rich second generation, while others said that Chu Yue had an abortion for a rich second generation. Anyway, people just made up whatever they wanted to say. Although Chu Yue usually didn't make enemies, there were still plenty of people who were jealous of her. After all, Chu Yue is beautiful, has good grades, and is known as a pure goddess by many boys. Sometimes the higher you are praised, the more embarrassing the fall. Although Chu Yue is usually low-key enough, she is naturally beautiful and destined to be envied. Before, Chu Yue didn't make any mistakes, and in the eyes of many boys, she was perfect. Those who envied her didn't dare to provoke her. But now, photos of Chu Yue affectionately holding the arm of a rich second generation at the school gate and Chu Yue sitting in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini have gone viral on the Postbar forum. The image of the pure goddess has collapsed, and the first to attack Chu Yue is not those who are jealous of her, but instead Lu Jianhao, who previously chased after her but was unable to get her. As the president of the student union, Lu Jianhao has enough influence on campus. He directly started a group on the campus Postbar, accusing Chu Yue of pretending to be innocent and setting up a fake persona. Everyone knew that Lu Jianhao was pursuing Chu Yue, and now that Lu Jianhao had started a group to accuse Chu Yue, those who were jealous of Chu Yue in the first place were sure to jump on the bandwagon and start agreeing with Lu Jianhao. On this side, Chu Yue still didn't know that she had been exposed online, and she was still basking in the happiness of being spoiled by her brother. Chu Jiang drove Chu Yue to the entrance of the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology, and told her to take care of herself, and if she had any difficulties in life, she should just tell him, and if she needed more money, she could just ask him for it. Chu Yue gave Chu Jiang a look. "Brother, you've given me too much money, how could I possibly not have enough?" After all, Chu Jiang had directly transferred her 1 million yuan. Not to mention the fact that she was just a college student, even if she was just starting out in society, she couldn't spend so much money in no time. Moreover, Chu Yue is the kind of girl who saves money and can get by on a meager income. With so much money, as long as she doesn't spend it recklessly, she'll have enough to last a long time. Okay, go back quickly, and get an early night. Your health is important. I know, brother, you go back quickly. The Lamborghini Huracan was parked in front of the school, so naturally it was seen by many people. Isn't that the Lamborghini Huracan from this afternoon? Goddess Chu Yue, I really didn't expect that Chu Yue would turn out to be such a woman. Alas, who says otherwise? But it's normal when you think about it. With her high appearance value, it's not hard to find a rich second generation, right? Here, Chu Yue was also seen by many people when she got out of the car. And someone took a photo of her and posted it online. For a while, the Postbar forum of Shanghai University exploded again. Chapter 3. Yeah, they say you're being kept. Look, this is Chu Yue, the innocent goddess you all used to admire. Bah! She's not worthy of her reputation. I've always said it. Chu Yue is just pretending to be pure, but she's actually a slut. I was blind. I was wrong about her. I dare not speak, but what if it's a misunderstanding? Chu Yue's lapdogs, even after all this, they're still trying to defend her. Chu Yue walked on campus, carrying a bunch of things in her arms and bags. However, she felt something was wrong along the way, because she noticed that those people who looked at her all had a hint of ridicule in their eyes. When Chu Yue returned to the dormitory, her 3 roommates hurriedly closed the door. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Why is your phone turned off? It ran out of battery. Chu Yue frowned, took out her own phone and said it was out of power. Yu, how can you still be so calm? Right now, the entire campus Postbar forum is spewing at you. The 4 people in Chu Yue's dormitory usually get along very well, so after Chu Yue's accident, they contacted her as soon as possible. However, unfortunately, Chu Yue's phone happened to be out of power. If someone normally heard that they were being spewed at, they would at least have a big emotional fluctuation. But Chu Yue didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Oh. Chu Yue just let out a single "oh," which made Chu Yue's 3 roommates a little confused. Yu, you're not angry. What they said was so mean. Su Jing usually had the best relationship with Chu Yue, and she understood that Chu Yue could never be the kind of person they were talking about. Even if she was, it was because she was forced to do it when she encountered some kind of difficulty. What did they say? Chu Yue asked while charging her phone and looking at Su Jing. They said that you're being kept, it's so despicable. Especially that Lu Jianhao, really despicable. I originally thought that he was quite good, but now it seems that he's really a hypocrite. Luckily, yeah, you've always rejected Lu Jianhao, he really is something. Chu Yue's roommates were enraged, getting angrier and angrier as they spoke. But Chu Yue, the person involved, was more calm. She took out the gifts she had bought for her roommates from her bag and handed them out one by one. Wow! It's SK2? Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, you didn't, no. Yaya's roommates looked at the gifts in their hands, a set of SK2 skincare products each. You know, this is the cheapest at 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. They knew exactly what was going on at Yaya's house. Usually they couldn't even afford to eat, so now what? You're thinking too much. That's my brother. Chu Yue saw that her 3 roommates were full of doubts, so she explained directly. Your brother? Yes, my real brother, born of the same mother. Huh? The 3 roommates were all stunned. Chu Yue had a real brother, and they had heard Chu Yue mention it before. But this doesn't make sense, does it? Chu Yue's real brother drives a Lamborghini? They said it was a supercar worth tens of millions of yuan. If Chu Yue's brother is a rich second generation, then why is Chu Yue's life so difficult? My brother has been lucky recently and has made some money. Chu Yue didn't say that Chu Jiang had won the lottery. After all, she didn't want to cause him any unnecessary trouble. Holy cow! So he has made some money, but the car your brother drives is a Lamborghini, which is said to cost tens of millions of yuan. Yeah, if you say so, your brother is a member of the entrepreneurial generation. Yeah, does your brother have a girlfriend? How about me? I'll introduce you to your brother, and I'll be your sister-in-law. After learning the details, Yaya's 3 roommates were also quite excited. First, Yaya was still the Yaya they knew. Second, it seemed they had discovered something extraordinary. Yaya's real brother was actually a very successful member of the entrepreneurial generation. And he's handsome too. No way. Yaya, I can't stand by and watch you get bullied. I have to tell everyone the truth. Su Jing is Yaya's best friend, and in the afternoon she had been arguing with many people on the post bar, but there were so many idiots that she had been cursed at too. Now that she knows the truth, she definitely has to stand up for Yaya. Sigh, it's no use, rumors only die with the wise, these people. Chu Yue actually didn't care much, because she knew that even if Su Jing went and told the truth, those people would never believe it. But Su Jing didn't care, she just wanted to help Chu Yue. Su Jing had already gone straight to the Mo Du University post bar while she was talking. She opened a new thread directly, with the title, "Everyone who spews lies should crawl to me." Then Su Jing directly added real name, and then told everyone that Chu Jian was Chu Yue's real brother. Not long after the post was sent, someone replied. A real brother? Who are you trying to fool? We know all about Chu Yue's family situation, and her real brother can afford a Lamborghini? Exactly, who would believe that? A real brother? Ha, I think it's a lover. Are you serious? But didn't you say Chu Yue's family situation was not good? A first-generation entrepreneur? Really? Starting a business is not that easy. And someone who can afford a Lamborghini must have at least a few 100 million yuan in assets, right? You can't get a few 100 million out of thin air, you have to work hard for a few years to earn it. If it's like you said, Chu Yue's life before couldn't have been so difficult, could it? It turned out that Chu Yue had predicted it, even though Su Jing had already made it very clear, but they just didn't believe it. Not only did they not believe it, but they also analyzed it in a very logical way. As for Chu Yue, she was also very helpless. She didn't want to deal with this matter, but she just checked her phone, and it seemed that the matter had caused quite a stir. Moreover, even their counselor had sent a message asking her what the situation was. After all, Chu Yue had previously been the top student in the department, and could be said to have a bright future. The department still attached great importance to Chu Yue, and when something like this happened, the counselor naturally took it very seriously. Chu Yue's phone ran out of battery earlier, so she didn't see the message from her counselor. Now that she has seen it, she also quickly sent a message back to her counselor to explain that Chu Jiang is her own brother. When Shi Qing was very depressed all afternoon. She is Chu Yue's counselor, and to be honest, she is only 3 years older than Chu Yue. So on the surface she is Chu Yue's counselor, but in private she treats Chu Yue like her own younger sister. When Shi Qing is new to being a counselor, and Chu Yue is the most outstanding of the first students she has mentored. When she learned about Chu Yue's situation, she was the first to contact Chu Yue. But Chu Yue's phone was turned off. Ha? You mean, that person is your real brother? Yes, his name is Chu Jiang, my real brother. Oh, but, no. My brother is starting his own business and has recently made a lot of money. Chu Yue knew what Wen Shiqing was wondering, so she also explained briefly. Well, I see. Oh, I was so scared. When Shirching also let out a sigh of relief. She had just come of age herself, and she knew very well what it meant for a girl to fall, both for herself and for her family. She had a high opinion of Chu Yue, and didn't want her to fall because of money, a vulgar thing. Now she knew that Chu Yue was still the same Chu Yue she knew, and that everyone had just misunderstood, and she let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, she couldn't help but frown. She really understood how terrible online violence could be. As the saying goes, the fear of people's words is formidable. If this matter is not clarified, Chu Yue will definitely be pointed at in school in the future, and she will have a hard time. Chu Yue originally did not want to explain this matter. For one thing, it was her own family's business and belonged to her privacy. For another, even if she explained it, those people might not necessarily believe it. But now the situation is getting worse and worse. After thinking about it, Chu Yue also decided to explain the matter herself. She went directly to the post bar and opened a thread with the title I am Chu Yue. I am Chu Yue, and I apologize for using public resources because of my situation. I have two things to say about this matter. First, the second-generation rich kid who you say drives a Lamborghini is my real brother, Chu Jiang. Second, I have never said that I am a pure goddess, nor do I pretend to be pure, as you say, to establish a persona. Chu Yue personally went down to explain and clarify, which also won her a lot of support. I told you that Goddess Chu Yue is not like that, you bunch of brain-dead people, I can't explain it to you. Goddess Chu Yue, I will always support you. Those who are innocent, Goddess Chu Yue, we don't need to pay any attention to these brain-dead people. There were those who supported Chu Yue, and naturally there were those who were brainless and malicious. Who can believe that? I don't believe it anyway. Exactly, brother? Ha, I really didn't expect Chu Yue to use this as an excuse. Bitch pretending to be innocent, get out of Shanghai University. Brainless haters have no brains at all. Many of them were jealous of Chu Yue in the first place, and now that they've finally found an opportunity, how could they not hate her because of her explanation? Chu Yue originally thought she could ignore it, but when she saw those brainless black people actually saying such outrageous things, her mentality just collapsed. Yeah, don't take it too seriously. These people are just like that, they can't stand to see others doing better than them. They just blackmail for the sake of it. Don't these people have a brain in their head? How did they get into university? People's hearts are treacherous. Today I finally understand this saying. Chu Yue's 3 roommates saw that Chu Yue's face was not very good, and they also hurriedly comforted her. Yeah, I think you should tell your brother about this. If he steps forward to resolve it, it will definitely be more effective than us explaining it ourselves. Su Jing looked at Chu Yue and directly suggested that she tell Chu Jiang about it. After all, if Chu Jiang could step forward to explain the situation, those trolls would have nothing to say. Sigh, there's nothing else I can do now. Chu Yue sighed. She didn't want to trouble her brother, but if she wanted to solve this matter, Chu Jiang would definitely have to personally step in. Chu Yue picked up her phone and directly called Chu Jiang. Brother, I have a small problem here. Chapter 4, Bullying My Sister, You're Looking for Death. Brother, I have a small problem here. Chu Yue briefly explained the situation, and Chu Jiang understood what was going on halfway through. Are you okay now? Chu Jiang asked with a low voice, a dark face, and suppressed anger. I'm fine, it's just, sigh. She knew her younger sister's personality well, and under normal circumstances, Chu Yue would not contact her. Now that Chu Yue has contacted me, it means that things are serious and she can't solve it on her own. Yeah, don't worry, I'll solve this matter. Chu Jiang was originally going to go to the bar to see if he could meet a few rich second generation and pick up some more rewards. Just as the car was halfway there, he received a call from Chu Yue, and without hesitation, he turned the car around at the next intersection. Family is your bottom line. Chu Jiang will never allow anyone to harm his family. No matter who the other person is, Chu Jiang will make him pay. Chu Jiang doesn't like to stir up trouble, but he is definitely not afraid of it. He drove the supercar straight to the entrance of the school in the demon capital. Sitting in the car, Chu Jiang first went to the post-bar forum of the demon capital university and browsed around, circling those who were specifically spewing venom at Chu Yue. Lu Jianhao was the most active and the culprit. Although Chu Jiang didn't know Lu Jianhao, he also learned a few things after browsing the post-bar. Of course, he also saw the posts sent by Chu Yue's roommate and Chu Yue, but the effect was minimal. With online violence, you can't reason with them. Brainless trolls simply don't care, they have no brains at all. Even people who have struggled and fought their way through society can hardly cope with online violence, let alone college students like Chu Yue. The best way to deal with this kind of online soft violence is to use violence to counter violence, and solve the problem of those who lead the online violence. One punch will open the door, so as to avoid 100 punches. Chu Yue, being a weak girl, definitely cannot solve this problem. Naturally, it is up to him, as her brother, to take action. Let's start with him. Chu Jiang was certain that Lu Jianhao was the one leading the trouble, and naturally he could not let him go easily. He had to act quickly and be ruthless. He had to make those people understand the consequences of spreading rumors. After thinking of what to do, Chu Jiang was also preparing to drive into the school. The security guard at the school gate had actually noticed Chu Jiang's Lamborghini Aventador long ago. He had come by in the afternoon, then again just now when he was dropping off Chu Yue, and now it was only half an hour since then, and he was back. Although he knew that someone who could afford such a luxury car was definitely no ordinary person, for safety reasons, the security guard at the school gate still stopped Chu Jiang. "Look, this is a school, and no outsiders are allowed in. Sir, please be lenient. My sister goes to university here. She just texted me that she has a stomachache. I'm worried and want to take her to the hospital." When Chu Jiang said this, the security guard was momentarily taken aback. "Sir, look, I drive this car, so I can't just go to the university and cause trouble, can I?" Chu Jiang added, and the security guard thought about it and agreed that it was true. The security guard didn't want to provoke a rich kid like Chu Jiang in the first place, and now that he heard Chu Jiang say that, he also let Chu Jiang go directly. "Thank you, sir." Seeing the security guard let him go, Chu Jiang also smiled and said thank you to the security guard. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove the Lamborghini into the campus of Shanghai University. Although it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, there were still quite a few students walking around the campus of Shanghai University. The Lamborghini Huracan was so eye-catching that many people couldn't help but look over. Chu Jiang now had to find Lu Jianhao, but after all, he was not a student of Shanghai University and was not familiar with the area. He parked the car on the roadside, thinking about how to find Lu Jianhao, when two girls who were night running came by. "Hey, beautiful, can I ask you something?" Chu Jiang was immediately prepared to ask someone for help. He had learned Lu Jianhao's name while browsing the post bar, and knew that he was the president of the student union at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology. If it were just an ordinary person, no one would know him. But since Lu Jianhao was the president of the student union, there were probably many people who knew him. The girls who were jogging at night stopped in their tracks and looked at Chu Jiang sitting in the driver's seat. They couldn't help blushing. It was mainly because Chu Jiang was very handsome, and he had just called her beautiful. If you have something to ask, just ask. Do you guys know Lu Jianhao? He's the president of your student union. Do you know which dormitory building he lives in? Lu Jianhao? I know, I saw him just now. He's over there by the basketball court, and he should still be there. What luck! Chu Jiang didn't expect that just asking a random passerby would lead to him directly asking where Lu Jianhao was. Thanks. Chu Jiang drove directly towards the basketball court. Lu Jianhao was not playing basketball at the basketball court. He was here to date a girl. Although he had been pursuing Chu Yue before, in fact, he liked more than just Chu Yue. Now that he had broken up with Chu Yue, naturally he could no longer pursue her. The first thing he did was turn his attention to pursuing another girl. Although that girl was not as pretty as Chu Yue, she was very flirtatious. Lu Jianhao asked her out for a walk, and she readily agreed. Sitting on a bench next to the basketball court, Lu Jianhao put his arm around the girl's shoulders. I was blind before to like that bitch Chu Yue. Compared to you, she is nothing. While Lu Jianhao was slandering Chu Yue, he was also feeling up the girl in his arms. Chu Jiang drove to the basketball court and smoked a cigarette in the car. After finishing the cigarette, he picked up his glass and got out of the car. The boys playing basketball all saw Chu Jiang get out of the car. To be honest, they all showed expressions of envy. A supercar. Not to mention the Lamborghini Huracan worth tens of millions of yuan. Who wouldn't like it if they were a boy? Envy aside, this kind of supercar is not affordable for just anyone. Chu Jiang held a glass in one hand and looked around. Seeing that the boys playing basketball were all looking at him, Chu Jiang was not daunted. Which one of you is Lu Jianhao? Chu Jiang walked up to them and shouted, looking directly at them. Hearing that the person Chu Jiang was looking for was Lu Jianhao, the boys playing basketball also looked at each other. They knew Lu Jianhao, the student union president. I just saw him over there on a date with Chen Shanshan. One of the more honest boys pointed his hand in the direction of Lu Jianhao. Chu Jiang looked in the direction he was pointing, and sure enough, he saw a man and a woman standing up and preparing to leave. Lu Jianhao had not noticed Chu Jiang driving over, but he naturally heard Chu Jiang's loud shout. He turned his head to look at Chu Jiang, and his heart also jumped. Looking for me? It looks like they're looking for trouble. Although Lu Jianhao usually seems very brave, in fact he is extremely timid and is basically the type of coward who bullies the weak. Seeing Chu Jiang's menacing appearance, he turned around and tried to run. However, Chu Jiang was not very far away from him, and he took 3 steps and stopped directly in front of Lu Jianhao. Chu Jiang glanced at the girl next to Lu Jianhao, and then immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Jianhao. Are you Lu Jianhao? I. You're the student council president? Well. You're the one who slandered my sister Chu Yue? Chu Jiang was sure he had to find the right person first, so he stared hard at Lu Jianhao and asked, holding back his anger. Chu Yue, I. Lu Jianhao could feel the pressure from Chu Jiang's body, and his words came out in a squeak, his voice very small. Then there's no mistake. It's you. Chu Jiang laughed, and the next second, he suddenly rose up and smashed the glass in his hand directly and fiercely onto Lu Jianhao's head. Ah! Chen Shanshan, who was next to Lu Jianhao, was so scared that she took a few steps back and screamed. The incident happened suddenly, and Lu Jianhao didn't even have time to react before Chu Jiang hit him. The glass shattered and broke, and blood gushed out from Lu Jianhao's head, and Chu Jiang's hands were also covered in blood. Some of it was his own, but more of it was Lu Jianhao's. Lu Jianhao fell to the ground, and Chu Jiang walked up to Chen Shanshan and glared at her, "Shut up." Chen Shanshan was still screaming, but when Chu Jiang snapped at her, she quickly shut up, covering her mouth with her hand, her whole body shaking. Lu Jianhao sat limp on the ground, and Chu Jiang walked up to him and kicked him hard in the stomach twice. "Dare to bully my sister, you're looking for death." Although there weren't many people on this side of the basketball court, when something so big happened, a lot of people gathered over in an instant. Seeing Lu Jianhao, who was covered in blood, many timid girls screamed. Isn't that Lu Jianhao? What's going on? I don't know, I just got here. Who is the man who hit Lu Jianhao? I'm not sure either, but the Lamborghini next to him was driven by him. I was close by and I heard the man say, "Dare to bully my sister, you're fucking looking for death." Holy shit. Big news. Student Council President Lu Jianhao was splashed with a glass of water on the basketball court. That person seems to be the rich kid who drove a Lamborghini to pick up Chu Yue in the afternoon. It seems that Lu Jianhao bullied someone's sister and then that person came looking for him. The school is not that big, and the news of Lu Jianhao being hit quickly spread. In Chu Yue's dormitory, Chu Yue always felt a little uneasy in her heart. She knew Chu Jiang's personality. If her brother knew that he had been bullied, he would definitely be very impulsive. Alas, I shouldn't have told my brother. Chu Yue frowned and muttered to herself. Shit. Su Jing, who was browsing the internet, suddenly shouted, startling Chu Yue and the others. What's wrong? You're so jumpy. Lu Jianhao, that piece of trash, was beaten up. I heard he was hit with a glass. Su Jing was still excited when she said this. After all, Lu Jianhao was the one who led the rumor against Chu Yue. Really? Is that good news? Who did it? I'll give him a thumbs up. That's awesome. That hypocrite, Lu Jianhao, really deserves it. Chu Yue's roommates are now fighting for Chu Yue's justice, and they clap excitedly when they hear that Lu Jianhao has been beaten up. Chu Yue, I have a feeling that the person who beat Lu Jianhao is your brother. I heard them say that the person came in a Lamborghini, and it seems that he also said, "Dare you bully my sister, you're looking for death." When Chu Yue heard Su Jing say this, her eyebrows twitched twice, and she quickly looked at the photo Su Jing had sent. Oh no! It really is my brother. Chu Yue was also stunned for a moment, and quickly left the dormitory and ran towards the basketball court. Chapter 5, Experience the Nightlife of the Rich Second Generation. Chu Yue understood her brother's temper. If she went late, someone might get killed. On the basketball court, Lu Jianhao didn't dare to move at all. He had wanted to resist, but after Chu Jiang had slammed his head twice on the ground with his hand, he had become obedient. At this hour, because of this incident, there were more and more people gathering to watch the fun. Chu Jiang wanted this effect. Since he had decided to use this method to get justice for his sister, he was not afraid of making a big deal out of it. The more people who came, the better, and it would be best to let those brainless trolls see what happened to those who bullied his sister. What's going on? I just got here. I heard that guy say that Lu Jianhao seems to have bullied his sister. Who's his sister? Who did Lu Jianhao bully? Bully someone's sister? I'm going, then it's deserved to be beaten up. Isn't he the rich kid who picked up Chu Yue in the Lamborghini this afternoon? How did Lu Jianhao bully his sister again? Is there a possibility that Chu Yue is his sister? When I was browsing the internet just now, I saw Chu Yue post an explanation saying that the person in the afternoon was her real brother, a real brother born of the same mother. After Chu Yue ran out of the dormitory, her 3 roommates followed. Chu Yue's dormitory was not far from the basketball court, and Chu Yue ran out of the dormitory building and arrived here in about 5 minutes by running. When she arrived here, she saw that there were so many people gathered here, and her face was full of anxiety. It was hard to squeeze in from the crowd. When she saw Lu Jianhao, who was covered in blood, sitting on the ground like a dog from a funeral, she let out a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Chu Jiang would, on impulse, really beat Lu Jianhao up badly, and that her brother would not be able to escape the law's punishment. Brother, are you okay? Chu Yue rushed directly to Chu Jiang's side and asked with concern. Brother is fine. Chu Jiang saw Chu Yue come over and his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a smile of affection. Go, apologize to my sister. Turning back, Chu Jiang gave Lu Jianhao a fierce glare, and a rebuke that almost scared the shit out of him. Where would Lu Jianhao dare to have any other thoughts now? He lowered his head, walked over to Chu Yue with a sad face and said very quietly, I'm sorry. Haven't you eaten? You're speaking so quietly, I can't hear you. Chu Jiang snapped, and Lu Jianhao almost knelt down. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lu Jianhao gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. What's wrong? Chu Jiang sneered and continued to ask. I shouldn't have spread rumors about Chu Yue without knowing anything about the situation. Lu Jianhao was not stupid. He now knew what mistake he had made and who he had offended. If I find out that you dare to spread rumors about my sister again, next time I won't just give you a good scolding, I'll get you killed. I, Chu Jiang, will do what I say I will do. Chu Jiang was not afraid of him retaliating against him, even if he were given 10 dogs' guts he would not dare. As for the onlookers, they were all dumbfounded. Is he really brother Chu Yue? How is this possible? Is brother Chu Yue a second-generation rich kid driving a Lamborghini? But last time I clearly saw Chu Yue not even wanting to eat the food. I told you, Goddess Chu Yue is definitely not the kind of vain woman. Good hit. Lu Jianhao really deserves to be beaten. He doesn't know anything, but he dares to slander our Goddess Chu Yue. So Goddess Chu Yue is actually a beautiful rich girl? My God, if anyone can marry her, they will become a winner in life. Chu Yue's brother is really manly. You're right, the genes in Goddess Chu Yue's family are really good, aren't they? Her brother is really handsome. After Chu Zhong's stunt, everyone's opinion of Chu Yue instantly reversed. As for Lu Jianhao, the student council president, he became an outcast, and everyone was calling for his head. But that wasn't the end of it. Chu Jiang looked at the onlookers and said directly, I am Chu Yue's real brother, my name is Chu Jiang. I came here today to seek justice for my sister. I also ask those who have slandered my sister to come forward and apologize. I have taken screenshots of the posts on the post bar that slandered my sister. Before noon tomorrow, if I don't see your apologies, then don't blame me for being rude to you. Don't say Chu Jiang is overbearing, after all, it's someone's younger sister who was humiliated. Just imagine, what if it was your own younger sister? Could you protect your sister as domineeringly as others? As soon as Chu Jiang finished speaking, many people around him directly came forward to apologize to Chu Yue. Chu Yue, I'm sorry, I'm so stupid, I shouldn't have parroted what everyone else said. Chu Yue, I apologize to you, I shouldn't have slandered you without knowing anything about you. Chu Yue, I'm sorry. Many people present directly apologized to Chu Yue in person. As for those who were not present, when they learned that Chu Jiang was really likely to get themselves into trouble, they were also scared and quickly posted apologies. For a while, most of the posts that slandered Chu Yue on the post bar of Shanghai University were deleted. Instead, there were countless apology posts. On this side of the basketball court, Chu Jiang glared at Chen Shanqian. You take him to the hospital, and I'll pay for the medical expenses. Chu Jiang was not an unreasonable person. Besides, he was the one who beat him up, so he was responsible for the solution. If you want to settle this privately, I'll give you 50,000 yuan, Chu Jiang said to the stunned Lu Jianhao. If you want to settle this publicly, we can go to the police station now. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Lu Jianhao said with a sad face, I want to settle this privately. First, he was in the wrong. Second, he had no idea what kind of background Chu Jiang had. After all, the other guy drove a Lamborghini, and he was just a college student, so how could he possibly afford to mess with him? Third, Chu Jiang had really gone overboard. He had only been dumped and kicked a couple of times. When he heard that Chu Jiang was actually going to pay him 50,000 yuan to settle the matter privately, what was there for him to hesitate about? If he hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful of the 50,000 yuan. Chu Jiang directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Lu Jianhao to settle the matter privately. After receiving the money, Lu Jianhao didn't want to stay here for another second. With Chun Qianqian's help, he limped away from the basketball court. The surrounding onlookers gradually dispersed. Yeah, your brother is so handsome. Yeah, you are so lucky. Your brother is practically a crazy protective brother. Yeah, the school post bar forum is full of apology posts for you. It's so cool that your brother had to solve this problem. When Chu Yue and her roommates returned to the dormitory, her 3 roommates were still full of admiration, looking at Chu Yue and talking about it. After all, none of them had expected Chu Jiang to solve the problem in this way. This is really damn cool. Sai, your brother is too kind. If it were me, I would have ripped Lu Jianhao's mouth off. Lu Jianhao is now completely humiliated. Just see how he'll get along in the student union in the future. But he's not really losing out. Although his head was chopped off, your brother gave him 50,000 yuan. When it came to Chu Jiang giving Lu Jianhao 50,000 yuan to settle the matter privately, Chu Yue still felt a little heartache. That's 50,000 yuan. You have to know that her living expenses for the previous year were only 5,000 yuan. But in a situation like this, it's naturally best to be able to pay to settle the matter privately. In case the matter escalated, she was afraid that her brother would have to bear legal responsibility. Chu Jiang had just dropped Chu Yue off at the bottom of the dormitory building before driving away from Moda University. Chapter 6, You picked up 50 million in cash. After leaving Moda University, Chu Jiang took out his phone to check the time, which was already past 10 p.m. At this point, Chu Jiang didn't really have any other thoughts, and he just wanted to find a place to get some sleep. Although the nightlife in Modu is rich, the Modu area is so large that there are always some places that will be quieter late at night. The university district is not in the city center, and the roads are relatively spacious. At this hour, there are not many cars on the road. Chu Jiang is driving the Lamborghini Huracan, his left hand resting on the window, his right hand on the steering wheel. Driving a supercar with one hand, at one time, he envied those rich second generation too. Chu Jiang is thinking about 1,000 things, when suddenly he sees 7 or 8 supercars speeding up behind him in the rearview mirror. To be honest, Chu Jiang is a little panicked. Although he had been driving the Lamborghini for the whole day, he was just getting by, and his driving skills were really just a so-so. There were so many rich second-generation drivers racing behind him, and he was right in the middle of the road, so he must have had some impact on the traffic behind him. While thinking this, Chu Jiang unconsciously stepped on the accelerator. The supercars behind him were about to catch up, but when they saw Chu Jiang step on the accelerator, their speed immediately soared to 150 miles per hour. Is that big bull in front of us not our car? No, what does he mean by stomping on the gas like that? Does he want to race us? I don't know. Interesting. Chase after it. Wang Song was driving a Porsche 918, and Qin Yun was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari. The people following them were all well-known and fun-loving masters on the Shanghai scene. They rarely encountered such a thing, and coupled with their mistaken belief that Chu Jiang was racing against them, they were all pumped up. They all stepped on the accelerator, and the quiet night was suddenly filled with the roar of supercars. Chu Jiang was also dumbfounded. He actually wanted to drive faster and find a spacious place ahead to stop and let the supercars behind him pass. But who knew that the road was long and there was no particularly suitable place to let them pass? Plus, he was driving fast, and so were the supercars behind him. If he stopped, there was a risk of a huge pileup. He didn't want to be in the headlines tomorrow because of something like that. If someone died, he would go to jail before he could enjoy his life. Chu Jiang didn't think much about it. Fortunately, the road was really well built and straight. After driving at high speed for almost 20 minutes, Chu Jiang finally found an opportunity to stop. The supercars behind saw Chu Jiang's big bull stop, and they all followed suit and slowed down and stopped. Chu Jiang, who was sitting in the car, froze for a moment. Huh? What's going on? Are they going to gang up on me? Shit. Chu Jiang was sure that he really didn't know these rich second-generation drivers in the supercars. Behind them, the leader was Wang Song's Porsche 918, and behind that was the red Ferrari LaFerrari. When these two cars stopped, the supercars behind them also stopped. Wang Song and Qin Yi got out of the car, and the owners of the other cars behind them also opened the doors and got out of their cars. When Chu Jiang saw that they had all got out of their cars, he didn't want to pretend to be stupid, so he also opened the door and got out of the car. Hey, bro, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly stop? Wang Song shouted at Chu Jiang. It was dark at night, and the headlights of the cars on the opposite side were on. Facing the lights, naturally Chu Jiang couldn't see Wang Song and the others clearly. But when Chu Jiang heard Wang Song ask if there was something wrong with his car, he was relieved. At least, these rich second-generation kids didn't seem hostile towards him. Ha? Song Xiao? When Chu Jiang walked up to Wang Song, he recognized Wang Song at first glance. Xin Yun? Xin Xiao? In addition to Wang Song, Chu Jiang also recognized Xin Yun among the many people present. Ha? You are? Wang Song and Xin Yun confirmed that they did not know Chu Jiang, and after looking at each other, they could not help but look at Chu Jiang and ask. Well, I'm sorry, I was just trying to find a spacious place to let you guys through, but who knew the road was built so straight? Chu Jiang scratched his head, looked at Wang Song and the others, and smiled. Ha? We thought you were trying to race with us. I told you, why did you suddenly stop, huh? By the way, are you a native of Shanghai? I haven't seen you before? Xin Yun asked casually as he looked at Chu Jiang. I'm not a native of Shanghai, my name is Chu Jiang, brother Qin, brother Song, it's nice to meet you all. Chu Jiang would not casually give up such a good opportunity to make friends with top second-generation rich people like Wang Song and Xin Yun. Brother Chu, you're very handsome. Wang Song reached out and shook Chu Jiang's hand, and casually teased Chu Jiang a bit. The misunderstanding was resolved here, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Chu Jiang took out a pack of huazi and handed everyone there a cigarette, taking the opportunity to get to know them as well. It didn't matter if they were close friends or not, the main thing was that Chu Jiang wanted to take the opportunity to collect more rewards. Looking at the dangling orbs, Chu Jiang picked them all up one by one. Ding, you have picked up a Lamborghini Poison. Ding, you have picked up a villa in the eastern suburbs. Ding, you have picked up a villa in the Tan Palace. Ding, you have picked up 20 million in cash. Ding, you have picked up 50 million in cash. Chu Jiang had been busy all day before and only picked up those rewards. Now he has met Xin Yun, Wang Song, and 7 or 8 of their friends, and the rewards he has picked up are worth several times as much as before. It seems that the more you get to know rich people, the higher the value of the rewards you can pick up. Chu Jiang couldn't help but murmur in his heart, and immediately decided that no matter what, he would get to know Wang Song and Xin Yun better today. Brother Song, brother Qin, I have long heard of your reputation and have always wanted to find an opportunity to get to know you. I never imagined that I would get to know you today in this way. As the saying goes, a smile is never beaten, and Chu Jiang lowered his posture so much that he instantly won the favor of Wang Song and Xin Yun. Late at night, a group of rich second-generation drivers in supercars stopped by the roadside to chat, and the occasional passing cars couldn't help but take a few more looks in this direction. Brother Chu, let's go to the bar to hang out later, do you want to come? After some conversation, Wang Song and Xin Yun still recognized Chu Jiang, and they even directly invited Chu Jiang to go to the bar with them. Wang Song personally invited Chu Jiang, so Chu Jiang could not refuse to give Wang Song face. Sure. I don't have anything to do right now. Chu Jiang readily agreed, and the group drove in a grand procession in 8 or 9 supercars towards the recently opened bar in the Demon City. Chapter 7, Picking Up a Drunk Woman. It was just after midnight when they arrived at the bar, which was also the bar's busiest time. Xin Yun had originally said that he would pay, but Chu Jiang took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and secretly settled the bill. When Xin Yun came to settle the bill, he was told by the receptionist that it had already been settled, and Xin Yun looked at Chu Jiang sharply. After a night of conversation, Xin Yun's impression of Chu Jiang was quite good. Brother Chu, you're very good. Next time I'll treat, and you can't sneak off and settle the bill again, or I'll be angry. Qin Hui put his arm around Chu Jiang's shoulders and chuckled. Chu Jiang had had a very fruitful evening. He had picked up 5 or 600 million in cash alone, a bunch of luxury cars, and 2 villas worth more than 300 million. The little bit of spending he had settled was nothing in the face of these rewards. Coming out of the bar, the group walked unsteadily. After drinking so much, they naturally couldn't drive. There were many hotels nearby, and Qin Yun had already made arrangements. Brother Chu, I own that Qin Mingyue, and I've already reserved a room. Why don't we just stay at my place tonight? Chu Jiang nodded in response when he heard what Qin Yun said. After all, after drinking so much, they definitely couldn't drive. And it's already past 3 a.m., and it's estimated that it will be dawn when they get home. After a whole night of partying, Chu Jiang is also very tired and just wants to go to sleep. Chu Jiang was just about to follow in the footsteps of Qin Yun and the others when he glanced over to the side. Ha! A drunk woman stumbled into Chu Jiang's arms. A girl, don't you know the world is dangerous? You drank so much, fortunately you met me, otherwise, heh. Chu Jiang looked at the drunk woman, whose eyes were barely open, and muttered to himself. It was late at night, and Chu Jiang couldn't just leave her here alone. Otherwise, if she met some bad guy. Chu Jiang crouched down and picked up the drunk woman. It's true that she was quite pretty, and her figure was quite wow. If Chu Jiang wasn't strong enough, and had drunk so much, he might not have been able to carry her. Chu Jiang caught up with Qin Yun and the others, carrying the drunk woman in his arms. Ha! Chu, what's going on? This woman drank too much and just fell into my arms. Chu Jiang briefly described what had happened, and Qin Yun and Wang Song couldn't help but smile when they saw the woman in Chu Jiang's arms. Chu, you're a lucky guy. This woman is pretty. Brother Song, don't laugh at me. The woman has drunk too much, I can't just leave her there. Brother Chu, I don't think we have enough room in my room. Qin Yi laughed, you're the one who picked her up, you have to take responsibility. Yes, that's true, Wang Song agreed. Ha! Chu Jiang frowned, well, let's just take her to the hotel first. It's late, let's not have any more accidents. The group arrived at the hotel Qin Hui opened. Qin Mingyue, a retro-style hotel. After all, it was invested by Qin Hui, and the hotel was no worse than those 5-star hotels in terms of luxury. Moreover, the ancient-style decorations made it look even more romantic. It was already 3:30 in the morning when they arrived at the hotel, and Wang Song and Qin Hui went straight to their room to sleep. Chu Jiang, her eyes full of murderous intent, and said with gritted teeth, Hey, I told you, if I knew you were going to say that, I shouldn't have let you last night. Chu Jiang was actually laughing with anger. He really was a good person who didn't get rewarded, but instead was called a bad person. Xin Xingwei sat on the bed, but Chu Jiang was not used to indulging her, even though she was a little bit better looking, which matched his own aesthetic. You're awake now, so if you're fine, please leave my room. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Xin Xingwei was stunned. No way, you're responsible for me. I didn't even touch you, so how am I responsible for you? Chu Jiang was so angry that he laughed out loud. I don't care, my parents don't want me anymore, I'm homeless now, and since you picked me up, you have to be responsible for me. As the saying goes, women are difficult to raise. Xin Xingwei's behavior of playing the rogue had confused Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang didn't say anything, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. Xin Xingwei also stared straight at Chu Jiang. I don't care, you have to be responsible for me. I find that you really are a rogue. Chu Jiang stood up and walked over to the bed. Xin Xingwei subconsciously dodged, but the next second, Chu Jiang directly lifted her chin with his hand. It's not impossible to be responsible for you. Chu Jiang's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xin Xingwei's breasts, teasingly saying. Xin Xingwei was also too scared to move, but she also said in a whimpering voice, I have a doctorate in management from Stanford University in the United States, I can be your assistant. Hearing Xin Xingwei say that she was a doctorate from Stanford University in the United States, Chu Jiang couldn't help but frown. How old are you? Just a doctorate. I have a doctorate. Ha? Chu Jiang frowned, I mean how old are you? I'm 24, what, have you never seen an academic before? Xin Xingwei did not show any weakness, looking at Chu Jiang with her head held high. I really haven't. Chu Jiang laughed, you're a female doctor, getting drunk and passed out in the middle of the night, you're something else. I was in a bad mood. I had just returned from the United States and then I learned that my parents had divorced and remarried. When Xin Xingwei said this, her eyes involuntarily filled with tears. My parents don't want me anymore. I have no home in the future. Chapter 8, Rich People Really Know How to Enjoy Life. Chu Jiang has always been afraid of women crying. You're a female doctor, what are you crying for? Chu Jiang's tone softened slightly as he looked at Xinxingwei, who was curled up like a little hedgehog. What's wrong with being a female doctor? I'm only 24. Xinxingwei's nose twitched a little when she heard Chu Jiang say this, and she looked up at him with her head held high. If you're a female doctor, you have to be strong. Chu Jiang had figured out what was going on. It turned out that after she had returned to China after completing her studies, she discovered that her parents had actually divorced and had even both remarried. This kind of family change was really hard for her to accept at the time. That was why she had gone to the bar last night to get drunk. If Chu Jiang hadn't been there last night, wouldn't it be even more tragic now? Although she is a doctor, she is still a girl, and she is only 24 years old, not even older than me. Chu Jiang muttered to himself, looking at Xinxingwei and asking, "Are you really a doctor from Stanford University?" Of course. This was Xinxingwei's last pride. She held her head high, her gaze firm. Then there's no need to blame me. I'm poor, I have no money. Chu Jiang said with a bitter smile, somewhat helpless. No, you have money. Xinxingwei's mouth curled up slightly. Richard Miller RM53-02 Blue Crystal Polo Tourbillon. This watch is limited to 10 pieces worldwide and sells for 20 million. I have to say, Xinxingwei's insight is terrifying. She just glanced at it a moment ago and directly recognized the Richard Miller on Chu Jiang's wrist. But also, after all, as a ticket for billionaires, Richard Miller has conquered many young billionaires with its wild and cool appearance. Ha, what if it's fake? Chu Jiang's mouth corners rose, and he said softly with a smile. It can't be fake, I believe in my appraisal abilities. You only glanced at it, how can you be sure it's real? You have to know, I'm a female doctor. Chu Jiang looked at Xinxingwei, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he said, What's your name? Xinxingwei. Nice name. Then I still don't know what your name is. Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang added after saying that, Chu Jiang, the Chu Jiang that opened the broken Tianmen. You have no future following me. Chu Jiang looked at Xinxingwei and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He himself relied on opening the game to collect rewards, and if she followed him, could. Chu Jiang thought this way, and the next second, he also slightly frowned. If you want to follow me, it's not impossible. Chu Jiang suddenly thought, he is different now. He has picked up so many assets, someone has to help him take care of them. He stared at Xinxingwei, and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Isn't this a ready-made talent? A doctorate in management from Stanford University in the United States, and she is still so young. Let her be my personal butler? This idea came to Chu Jiang's mind. When he read novels before, the subordinates of the protagonists were all talented people. After all, he is bound to the system, and in this world, that is definitely the setting of the protagonist. In the future, it would be unreasonable not to have a few talented people under your command. It just so happens that I am currently lacking a personal butler. Why don't you come and be my personal butler? Upon hearing Chu Jiang say this, Xinxingwei looked at Chu Jiang and said, You want me, a Stanford University PhD in management, to be your butler? What do you think? What, is that not okay? Chu Jiang laughed, I only let you be my butler because you have a doctorate from Stanford University, otherwise do you think you would have this opportunity? Chu Jiang's momentum surged out all at once. The pickup system is his foundation. After all, he is not just any ordinary person now. He has 7 or 800 million yuan in cash alone, not to mention a bunch of luxury mansions and cars. As long as a man has money in his hands, his foundation will naturally become strong. It's not that I won't let you be my butler. How much are you prepared to pay me per week? Weekly salary? Of course it's weekly salary. I'm in the US. Stop. This is China. Chu Jiang's mouth curled up into a smile as he said, How about this, let's try it out for 3 months. If you're qualified, we'll talk about it then. Xinxingwei looked at Chu Jiang, speechless. What? If you don't want to, that's fine. Go back to where you came from. You don't have to be my personal butler. Chu Jiang laughed, and sat on the sofa crossing his legs. Capitalists will shed tears when they see you. Xinxingwei looked at Chu Jiang and said with hatred, biting her lips. If you don't want to, just forget it. The initiative was in Chu Jiang's hands, and it was Xinxingwei who had attached herself to him in the first place. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Xin Xingwei was a little confused. However, she didn't hesitate and directly agreed, yes, I agree. Although Xin Xingwei had only just met Chu Jiang, she could tell from the little things that he was different from ordinary people. After all, how could someone who could wear a 20 million yuan Richard Mille on his wrist be an ordinary person? Xin Xingwei believed in her own judgment, and she would never be wrong. Besides, to be honest, Chu Jiang did save her last night. If what Chu Jiang said was true, and if something really indescribable had happened, she was afraid that she would no longer have the courage to live in this world. Well, can you put your clothes on first? Xin Xingwei said, blushing as she looked at Chu Jiang's bare upper body. Women are trouble. Chu Jiang said with a laugh, and proceeded to put his clothes on. Hurry up, let's go eat first, then I'll take you to my place, so you can get familiar with the work environment, and you have a lot to do later. Yes, master. Xin Xingwei got off the bed and looked at Chu Jiang with a flirtatious smile. It was really different to have a woman of Xin Xingwei's caliber calling you master. I didn't realize you were quite good at this. Chu Jiang stared at the graceful Xin Xingwei and couldn't help but smile. Xingwei won't let you down, master. Xin Xingwei pursed her lips, her eyes still brimming with tears, looking more or less charming. But Chu Jiang understood that a woman like Xin Xingwei was not that simple. Hurry up, I'm hungry. With that, Chu Jiang walked out of the room with his back straight. When he came out of the hotel, he didn't see Qin Hui or Wang Song. But that was to be expected. They had stayed up late last night, so they were probably still sleeping. These rich kids lead this kind of life. They sleep during the day and go out at night. Chu Jiang was just getting into this scene, but he didn't want to be like them. After all, if you wear yourself out young, when you get old, there's no time to regret it. He took Xin Xingwei to a nearby restaurant for lunch, and then took her to the parking lot near the bar. Lamborghini, $1 million, young master, you really are rich. Xin Xingwei's thoughts were confirmed when she saw Chu Jiang's car. It's rented. Chu Jiang casually said. Xin Xingwei froze for a moment, and muttered softly, who are you trying to fool? Chu Jiang picked up 2 villas worth more than 300 million yuan last night, one in the Tan Palace and the other in the eastern suburbs' number 1 courtyard. If someone doesn't live in their villa, there must be something wrong with their mind. Chu Jiang can't wait to go see his villa now. As the top luxury home in the Demon City, Tan Palace is well known to Chu Jiang, an outsider who has lived in the Demon City for so many years. The average price of a villa in Tangong is 300,000 yuan per square meter. Before, Chu Jiang would never have dared to dream that he could live here one day. But now, when Chu Jiang drove Xin Xingwei to the gates of Tangong Villa, not only was Chu Jiang a little stunned, but Xin Xingwei was also stunned. This is the Tangong Villa area? Ha? Is there a problem? Young master, you live here? Rented. Between the question and ordered by those plutocrats. Although there are many wealthy people in China, they are still slightly inferior to those plutocrats abroad. Of course, there are still many hidden bigwigs in China, and they will never brag about their strength on the stage. After all, there are some families in China that have been passed down for thousands of years, and the background behind them is quite terrifying. Just like this Yangfu Palace Club, no one knows who the big boss here is, but everyone knows that this is definitely a presence that cannot be provoked. When Chu Jiang came out of the parking lot and walked to the door of the Yangfu Palace, Wang Song and Qin Hui were already standing there waiting for Chu Jiang to come over. There were also 3 young men standing next to them. Needless to say, those who could appear here must all be second-generation rich kids. They weren't here last night, so they didn't know Chu Jiang. However, they are considered to be the followers of Wang Song and Qin Xin. Wang Song and Qin Xin are standing here waiting for Chu Jiang to come over, so they should not refuse to do this favor. Brother Song, brother Qin, it is a sin to make your brothers wait. Chu Jiang said a few polite words as he approached, as he understood the rules. Moreover, Wang Song and Qin Xin were naturally much older than Chu Jiang, so it was reasonable to call them brother. Chu, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Yang. His family sells jewelry, and Zhou Xingtang is the heir to the business. This is Fang Jun. His family imports luxury cars. As long as the money is there, they can even get you a Lamborghini, no problem. This is Xia Guanyu. His family also develops real estate. They develop 1/3 of the luxury properties in the city. If you want to invest in real estate in the future, you should get to know him better. After a while, Chu Jiang got to know the 3 of them. Chu Jiang shook hands with them and, after getting to know each other, saw a number of transparent small balls around them. Awesome. Chu Jiang appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was extremely excited. After picking up all the transparent small balls, Chu Jiang was quite satisfied. After all, he had just arrived and already picked up such a generous reward. Wang Song had said that it would be very lively here today. If he meets a few more rich second-generation entrepreneurs later, that would be really great. As Chu Jiang picked up the transparent balls, the system's voice prompts kept playing in his head. You have picked up 30 million in cash. You have picked up 40 million in cash. You have picked up a penthouse at Thompson Riviera. You picked up a Koenigsegg one. You picked up a pair of imperial jade bracelets. Chu Jiang had not yet had time to check how many good things he had picked up, but just the cash was almost 200 million. As for luxury cars and mansions, Chu Jiang really didn't care about them anymore. After all, he now had 300 school district houses in his hands alone. He also had 2 villas worth more than 300 million. There were countless luxury cars, and of course, Chu Jiang was very happy when he heard that he had picked up a Koenigsegg one. Well, a pair of imperial jade bracelets? But for my mother and sister, one for each. Chu Jiang couldn't help but think this when he heard that he had picked up a pair of imperial jade bracelets. Following Wang Song and the others into the Yangfu Palace, Chu Jiang finally got to see what a top-level private club was like. This place is almost a replica of the Forbidden City in the imperial capital. You have to know that even the Forbidden City in the imperial capital covers an area of 720,000 square meters, or about 1,080 acres. And here, the former imperial palace, although not as large as the Forbidden City, also covers an area of more than 600 acres. As for the buildings here, in fact, many of them are exact replicas of those in the Forbidden City. In order to make members feel more honored, all the staff at Yangfu Palace wear the costumes of ancient palace maids and eunuchs. My goodness, today is really an eye-opener. Chu Jiang couldn't help but be shocked. He had just come from his own Sandong villa, and he felt that he was considered a person who owned a top-level villa, so his horizons would naturally be broadened. But now, if it weren't for Wang Song and the others here, Chu Jiang's expression would have long since been unsteady. This Yangfu Palace is truly worthy of being the #1 private club in the demon capital. I'm afraid that no other private club can match this imperial palace, right? Chu Jiang said to Wang Song and Qin Yun. That's for sure. Wang Song nodded in agreement. This is a private club, and ordinary people simply cannot enter, Wang Song said with a laugh. If you want to come here to play, you must first become a member. And the entry threshold here is very high. To become a member, you must first pass a capital verification, and have a net worth of at least 1 billion yuan. Chu Jiang was shocked when he heard Wang Song say this. Although he is now very rich, with almost 1 billion yuan in cash alone, he still finds it a bit unbelievable when Wang Song says that you need a net worth of 1 billion yuan to become a member of a club. This is really the case of people's joys and sorrows not being connected. 1 billion yuan. Ordinary people could never earn this much money even if they worked hard all their lives. But here, the minimum worth of any member is this amount. What do you think, Brother Chu, are you shocked? Wang Song said with a laugh, but I don't come here very often. It's mainly this kid Qin Yun. Guess how much money he spends here throughout the year? How much? Chu Jiang subconsciously asked in return. Last year, it seems he spent 10 billion. 10 billion? That much? Hearing the minimum spending of 10 billion, even Chu Jiang, who had previously appeared calm, couldn't hold back at this moment. I prefer to play with jade stones, and there is a jade stone gambling field here, so the spending here is relatively high. Xinyan explained as he stood to the side, saying, when it comes to gambling with jade stones, there are both losses and gains. Although I spent 10 billion here last year, gambling with jade stones actually made me more than 200 million. Xinyan said this, and Chu Jiang understood. Speaking of gambling on stones, Xinyan said excitedly, today is so lively, mainly because a batch of rough stones from northern Myanmar have arrived. After many people got the news, they came here as soon as possible to join the fun. Chu Jiang knew about gambling on stones, but in real life he had never really played. One stroke of the sword makes you poor, one stroke makes you rich, and one stroke makes you wear mourning clothes. This saying refers to gambling on stones. Ordinary people gamble on stones in the hope of becoming rich overnight, while these second-generation rich people gamble on stones purely for the thrill of it. Moreover, if you're lucky, you can really make a lot of money. Just like Qin Feng, who spends 1 billion yuan a year buying stones and ends up making 200 million. Although Chu Jiang doesn't know anything about gambling on stones, since he's here, it doesn't hurt to have a look. The group walked directly towards the gambling stone field. It really is lively here. There were hundreds of stone gambling stalls in a square of almost 3,000 square meters. There were really a lot of people here to join the fun. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred people. Members can bring their families here to play. Today is so lively here, and many people have brought their families to have fun. Wang Song saw that Chu Jiang had doubts on his face, and naturally knew what he was thinking, so he quickly explained. I see. Chu Jiang nodded and murmured. What do you say, Brother Chu, do you want to have a go? Novices usually have pretty good luck, and maybe you'll get a cut. Xinyan said excitedly, looking at Chu Jiang. Brother Chu, don't listen to Xinyan's nonsense, it's not that easy to get a cut. Wang Song also laughed and reminded Chu Jiang. Chapter 10 Brother Chu, that's enough. I believe you. Wang Song doesn't like to play with jade. Mainly because he hasn't had much luck. He previously spent millions buying 2 pieces of stone here, and they both collapsed, literally going down the drain. He was so angry that he swore he would never play with this stuff again. However, Xinyan is very happy playing with jade. Xinyan has been playing for a long time, and he has figured out some tricks himself. And his pocket money was much more than Wang Song's, so a few hundred or 10 million was nothing to him. Chu Jiang had only heard of gambling with stones before, but had never had any real-life experience. To Chu Jiang, gambling with stones was a new experience, and since he was here, he might as well give it a try. The stones today had all come from northern Burma, and they really did attract a lot of wealthy people here. Chu Jiang followed Wang Song and the others around, looking at the large and small stones, and just feeling very novel. Don't play with smaller stones like these. They're not interesting. Even if you can get a green stone out of them, there's not much material, so they're not worth much. When it came to gambling on stones, Xinyan began to talk enthusiastically. This kind of old pit material is good, and the price is generally higher. Xinyan pointed at a piece of stone in front of him with a good appearance. Chu Jiang looked at the price of the stone and had to say that gambling on stones is really not affordable for the average person. The price of a half-meter high stone is a staggering 30 million yuan, and that's the starting price. Bidding is done here, and the highest bidder wins. 30 million for such a broken stone? I'd have to be crazy to buy it. Wang Song doesn't gamble on stones much, so he can't understand it either. Brother Song, don't say anything if you don't understand. Xinyan was unhappy and gave Wang Song a cold stare. This is old pit material. Judging from the appearance, 80 to 90% of it will produce green. How much is 30 million for a piece of material this big? Chu Jiang couldn't understand it either, so naturally he didn't say anything. But he also stood aside and observed carefully. The stalls here were all selling large pieces of material, and the price of any random piece of stone was in the millions. At this price, ordinary rich people really couldn't afford to play. Of course, there were so many wealthy people here today, and there were also many people with a net worth of over 1 billion. In no time at all, the area around this stall was filled with people. After all, Wang Song and Xinyan were top young rich people, and everyone they knew in the crowd came over to greet them. In turn, Wang Song and Xinyan introduced Chu Jiang to them. During the handshakes and introductions, Chu Jiang made a fortune. There were at least 50 or 60 small transparent balls floating around, and Chu Jiang collected them all without a sound into the system space. You have collected 10 million in cash. You have collected 30 million in cash. You have collected a penthouse at Thompson Riviera. You have collected a pair of golden pupils. Ha! Although Chu Jiang didn't look closely to see how many good things he had collected, there was still a system prompt. When he heard that he had picked up a pair of golden pupils, Chu Jiang was also stunned for a moment. Golden pupils? What the hell? Chu Jiang had picked up hundreds of transparent orbs since obtaining the system, either cash or luxury cars and mansions. Now, he was suddenly prompted that he had picked up golden pupils, and Chu Jiang couldn't help but freeze. He directly found the golden pupils he had just picked up from the system space, and after some understanding, Chu Jiang was directly shocked. Isn't this clairvoyance? Chu Jiang, who had read thousands of novels, understood at once. The so-called golden pupils are nothing but X-ray vision. Extract. This was the perfect occasion for the golden pupils with X-ray vision. According to the system's introduction to the golden pupils, Chu Jiang also learned how to use them. Just stare at an object for 3 seconds, and the golden pupils will turn on, allowing him to see through the appearance of the object to see what's inside. Hey, if it isn't our Qin Xiao. A harsh voice reached Chu Zhang's ears. He looked up and saw a flashy dressed man with 7 or 8 flunkies following him. Qin Xiao, your girlfriend has a really nice body. By the way, she's really tight. The man said arrogantly, looking at Qin Yun and laughing. Qin Yun's expression immediately became unnatural. Sun Yuan Tao, don't you fucking mess with me. Wang Song also stood up and scolded the person who came by name. Ha, Song, don't you fucking pretend to be stupid with me here. Who do you think you are? Sun Yuan Tao was very arrogant and didn't take Qin Xin and Wang Song seriously at all. The atmosphere became very tense for a while, and Chu Zhang couldn't help but frown. For this arrogant second-generation rich guy in front of him, Chu Zhang subconsciously hated him. If you have any personal grudges, you can settle them privately. This is Yang Fugong. Just as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a voice as clear as a silver bell came over. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, with the sound of this voice, everyone on both sides calmed down. Sun Yuantao, who had been arrogant, was directly discouraged, and Qin Hui and Wang Song and the others also calmed down. Chu Jiang was puzzled and looked in the direction the voice came from. A woman with a slender figure and wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam walked over. She was very pretty. She had a very refined temperament. Auntie Tao. Upon seeing the person, both Wang Song and Sun Yuantao immediately lost their momentum. When the woman walked over, everyone called out Auntie Tao in unison. Chu Jiang was here for the first time, so naturally he didn't know who this woman was. But someone who can scare Wang Song and the others so easily is definitely no ordinary person. Auntie Tao. When the woman walked up to Chu Jiang, he also called out softly. Ha! New here, haven't seen you before. Auntie Tao looked at Chu Jiang and asked with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, well, first time here. Chu Jiang didn't know who she was, so naturally he didn't feel any pressure speaking to her. Ha! Auntie Tao nodded, stared at Chu Jiang for another look, and then also walked between Qin Yun and Sun Yuantao. I don't care what personal grudges you have with each other, but this is Yangfu Palace. If you want to make trouble here, don't blame me for throwing you out. As soon as Auntie Tao finished speaking, Sun Yuantao hurriedly smiled and said, Auntie Tao, how dare I make trouble in Yangfu Palace? I'm glad you know. Sister Tao snorted, and she knew exactly what kind of person Sun Yuantao was. Qin Hui also lowered his head and came over to Sister Tao. Sister Tao, don't worry, we all understand your rules. Sister Tao nodded at Qin Hui and didn't say much more. It wasn't until Sister Tao and her people left that everyone let out a sigh of relief. Chu Jiang was fine with it. Although he felt that Sister Tao's aura was very strong, it wasn't so strong that it would scare these rich second-generation kids into silence, right? Brother Song, who is this? Sister Tao? Chu Jiang was also curious about Sister Tao's identity. After seeing her walk away, he also leaned close to Wang Song and whispered a question. Alas, Chu, you must not provoke this Sister Tao, otherwise, no one can protect you. Wang Song frowned and said solemnly. In the past, a young master from a noble family in the imperial capital came to Yangfu Palace to play. At that time, he verbally molested this person. Guess what happened? Wang Song looked at Chu Jiang and asked in return. What happened? Chu Jiang asked curiously. In the end, that young master from a noble family had his limbs broken and was thrown directly to Southeast Asia to become a beggar. Hiss. Chu Jiang couldn't help but let out a cold breath when he heard this. The young master from a noble family in the imperial capital? Doesn't his family care? Chu Jiang couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Ha, they would dare to do it. Wang Song couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Whether it's an important family member or the entire family, they still know what's important. Chu Jiang understood when Wang Song said this. And that's one of the 8 families in the imperial capital. Xin Yan said with a bitter smile, don't look at us people who are rich and powerful, there are some people who cannot be offended. Xin Yan was naturally right in saying this, and Chu Jiang nodded without saying anything. This is the whole human society, where the weak are prey to the strong. Only the strong deserve to stand and talk. Who is that Sun Yuantao? Chu Jiang glanced at Sun Yuantao, who was standing not far away, and asked in a low voice. Damn, that Sun Yuantao really is a piece of shit. His family is in the mineral business, with businesses all over the world, but he has a terrible character. Xin Yun said with a clenched jaw. Just now, Chu Jiang heard what Sun Yuantao said, and he also knew that Xin Yun had a grudge against him. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Sister Tao, they might have really fought. After this little incident, Sun Yuantao temporarily calmed down. However, as Qin Bin was about to bid 20 million for the stone he liked, Sun Yuantao came up directly and said to the stall owner, "I'll pay 30 million. What Qin Bin likes must be good." Sun Yuantao saw that Qin Bin had bid, so he directly increased the price by 10 million to cut in. Qin Bin frowned, looked at the disgusting Sun Yuantao, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. 35 million. I'll take it. 40 million. Qin Yun raised the price to 35 million, but Sun Yuantao didn't bat an eye and simply raised it to 40 million. For one thing, he had plenty of money and didn't care about the tens of millions. For another, he wanted to disgust Qin Yun. And third, Qin Yun had some skill at playing the jade market, and he knew it. Since Qin Yun was optimistic, he figured he couldn't lose. Of course, Qin Yun's reputation as the Shanghai emperor was not in vain. Seeing that Sun Yuantao had directly increased the price to 40 million, he immediately called 45 million. There was an uproar among everyone around. The stone that was bid at 20 million was called at 45 million. If it turns out to be green, it's okay, but if it collapses, it's really a big loss. Sun Yuantao hesitated when he heard Qin Yun directly bid 45 million. Seeing this, Qin Yun directly mocked, "If you don't have the money, don't pretend to be cool with me here, what a jerk." Qin Yun's words directly angered Sun Yuantao. Just tens of millions, just a little money. I'll pay 50 million. Sun Yuantao was indeed a man who was not short of money. Although 50 million was not a small sum, it was indeed not much for him. Of course, 50 million was also not much for Qin Xian. Hearing Sun Yuantao directly bid 50 million, he did not hesitate. Just as he was about to bid again, he was stopped by Chu Jiang. "Brother Qin, I think we should just forget about it. Since Sun likes it, let's just give it to him." Chu Jiang gave Qin a wink, and although Qin didn't understand what Chu meant, he hesitated for a moment. This young man does have good taste, huh? Sun Yuantao looked at Chu Jiang and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What, are you not going to take it, brother Qin?" Qin Yun couldn't help but frown at Sun Yuantao's villainous face, but Chu Jiang stepped forward and said, "We don't want it anymore, so the stone belongs to you, Mr. Sun." Qin Yun's face darkened. He couldn't understand Chu Jiang. He could afford to pay for it, but if he didn't want it now, wouldn't that encourage the other person's arrogance? "Chu, what are you doing?" "Just watch, brother Qin." Chu Jiang's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at Sun Yuantao and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Sun, on such a large piece of stone. If you don't want to open it here, then let us see what a 50 million stone can produce." Chu Jiang, who had just acquired the golden pupil, also used it to examine the stone directly. There is some green, but not much, and the jadeite is not of very good quality, and there is a long crack on it. A stone like this is not worth even 1 million, let alone 20 million. Chu Jiang couldn't help but mutter to himself. When he came back to his senses, Qin Yun had already bid 45 million. Fortunately, Sun Yuantao was angered by Qin Yun's words and directly bid 50 million. Otherwise, if Qin Yun really spent 45 million to buy it back, he would really lose both the wife and the soldiers. Seeing that Qin Yun still intended to bid, Chu Jiang also hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Sun Yuantao heard Chu Jiang say this and laughed. "Mr. Qin, your friend is quite interesting, huh?" Sun Yuantao's words were purely meant to offend Qin Yun, and Qin Yun couldn't help but frown when he heard them. "Boss, cut it for me. I want our young master Qin to appreciate it." Sun Yuantao wanted to offend Qin Yun. If the stone could produce green, doubling the price would not be a big deal. The half-meter-high stone was sent directly into the stone-splitting machine, and people gathered around it. The material is worth 50 million yuan, and the quality looks very good. If it turns out to be green, it will still be worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Why is Mr. Qin so discouraged? Who knows that young man beside him? I haven't seen him before. No, I haven't seen him. If this turns out to be green, hee. Qin Yun's face was also not looking good. He looked at Chu Jiang and couldn't help but frown. "Chu, what's the situation?" "Brother Qin, just wait and see, this material will collapse." Chu Jiang didn't beat around the bush and directly told Qin Yun that the stone would definitely collapse if it was cut. This old pit material looks very good in terms of quality, and it should be able to produce green. To be honest, the probability of it collapsing is really not high. Qin Yun's tone was also a bit awkward. To be honest, he was still a bit angry with Chu Jiang for stopping him from bidding. Shingu, how about this? Let's make a bet. If this stone rises in value, I will pay you back whatever amount it sells for. If it collapses, how about you give me one of the stones in this stone market? Chu Jiang said this, and Xin Yin couldn't help but be moved a little. Wang Song and the other rich second generation couldn't help but stare at Chu Jiang for a few moments. They couldn't understand it. Where did Chu Jiang get the confidence to say that this stone material would definitely collapse? However, it must be said that Chu Jiang is very good at getting along with people. For Qin Hui, this bet has absolutely no downside. If the stone material rises in value, he can make a fortune. Even if it collapses, he won't lose. After all, if you really have to spend 50 to 60 million yuan on a piece of crumbling material, that would really be a big loss. Brother Chu, that's enough, I believe you. Xin Yun had been somewhat blaming Chu Jiang, but when he heard Chu Jiang say that, he was also relieved. Looking at Chu Jiang with no small amount of emotion, he said, if this stone really collapses, Brother Chu, for all the stones in the entire stone gambling field, which one do you like? I'll pay for it. P.S. Newcomer's new book, 5,000-word chapter. Power generation for love. I beg all readers to generously reward a free gift. Your little effort will enable me to eat a meat sandwich. Here, I kneel and thank all the readers. Chapter 11, damn it. This is Imperial Green Glass. Chu Jiang had also deliberately increased the volume when he said that the stone had collapsed, making sure that Sun Yuantao, who was not far away, could hear it. Sun Yuantao, however, did not think so. I bought the rough stone for 50 million, and you say it collapsed? Who do you think you are? Sun Yuantao laughed, his expression arrogant. The stone-splitting machine finally stopped working here, and the stone-splitting master opened the hatch of the machine. When the rough stone was pushed out, Sun Yuantao was still very pleased with himself. Xin Shao, you'll be sorry. Ha ha. Xin Shao listened to him mock him, and his face also became serious, but he did not respond to him directly. Everyone's attention was fixed on this 50 million yuan rough stone. If a green jade could be produced from such a large rough stone, its value would definitely be over 100 million yuan. I'll do it. Sun Yuantao was also very excited and walked over to the rough stone, pushing the cut stone aside with his hand. In an instant, the excitement on Sun Yuantao's face disappeared. It's collapsed? Sun Yuantao was dumbfounded. The rough stone he bought for 50 million had just collapsed? Shit, if this piece doesn't produce any green, it's really collapsed. Is this the 50 million rough stone? Shoo. This rough stone was worth 20 million yuan in the first place. Sun Yuantao forced the price up to 50 million, and now he has to take responsibility if it breaks. Phew. Shini let out a long breath as well. He had been a little nervous when he hadn't seen the cut surface of the rough stone. The main thing was that if it really did increase in value, Sun Yuantao, that son of a bitch, would definitely make fun of him for it in the future. But now, the 50 million raw stone he bought has collapsed with one cut. This cut has at least cost 45 million. The 50 million raw stone he bought is now worth at most 5 million. No more. Sun Shao, look, how about this? Your stone has also collapsed. I'll pay you 1 million, will you sell it to me? Xin Yun walked up to him and disgusted Sun Yuantao. What are you thinking about? I can continue cutting. Sun Yuantao's face froze when he heard Xin Yun say this. That I wish you good luck, but if you collapse again with one cut, I don't think anyone will want it for even 500,000. Xin Yun laughed heartily, looking at Sun Yuantao's loss of so much money, his mood instantly improved. As for Sun Yuantao, he turned his head and roared at the stone-clearing master, keep cutting. Master Xiesher originally wanted to persuade Sun Yuantao a few words, but seeing his attitude, he didn't say anything and directly put the remaining stone back into the stone-splitting machine. More than 10 minutes passed. When the stone-splitting machine opened the hatch again, Sun Yuantao was still a little hopeful. He couldn't believe that the rough stone he had spent 50 million to buy had just been cut to pieces like that. It would be hard for anyone to accept. I'll do it. Sun Yuantao pushed the stone-cutting master aside and pushed the stone slice away directly. It's green. Sun Yuantao saw a hint of green, and his heart couldn't help but beat a little. But the next second, the words of the people around him made him directly dumbfounded. My goodness, it really is green, but the quality of this jadeite is really poor, isn't it? There's such a big crack in the middle, it's useless. I was estimating that it would be worth 3 to 5 million, but now it seems that at most it would be worth 1 million. Useless, jade of this quality won't fetch a high price. Put. When Qin Yun saw the cut surface of the rough, he burst out laughing directly in Sun Yuantao's face. Sun Xiao, you see, this is the consequence of not listening to people's advice. This rough stone of yours is directly useless. Just now, I was still willing to give you 1 million, but now I can only give you 500,000 at most. Qin Yun's words made Sun Yuantao extremely uncomfortable. He could have made fun of Qin Yun, but instead, he spent 50 million and let Qin Yun make fun of him. Humph, it's only 50 million. I have plenty of money and don't care. Although Sun Yuantao said this, the thought of losing 50 million yuan made him feel uncomfortable. That's right, 50 million yuan is nothing, naturally it's not worthy of your attention. Qin Yun's words became more and more enthusiastic. At a time like this, if he didn't mock a little, how could he live up to the 50 million yuan that Sun Yuantao had spent? Brother Chu, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't stopped me from bidding, I was about to bid 60 million yuan. Qin Bin deliberately spoke loudly, deliberately letting Sun Yuantao hear him. Brother Chu, as I said earlier, all the rough stones here, if you like any of them, I'll give them to you for free. Qin Bin was in a good mood and said it very generously. Brother Qin, I won't be polite then. Between brothers, what are you being polite for? To be honest, Chu Jiang really did save him just now. If Chu Jiang hadn't stopped him, he would definitely have continued arguing with Sun Yuantao. Although tens of millions of dollars is not much to him, in this situation, the main thing is the shame. Spending tens of millions of dollars on a pile of broken stones will make people laugh at you for a whole year. Let's get that one. It looks pretty good. Chu Jiang pointed at it with his finger, and following the direction Chu Jiang pointed, everyone saw the rough stone that had been thrown in the corner. It was the size of a basketball and looked very inconspicuous. Why don't you just choose another one, Brother Chu? No, I'll take it. Chu Jiang shook his head and said directly, Boss, you open it for me. The rough stone that Chu Jiang chose was not at all attractive. The quality and color were not good, and it was not large in size. Even if it could produce green, it would not be worth much. Qin Yun intended to let Chu Jiang change to a larger one, but Chu Jiang was very determined, so he let Chu Jiang go. What good thing can a stone worth only 10,000 yuan produce? Ha ha. Sun Yuantao also said in a strange voice from the side. He originally thought that Chu Jiang was quite pleasing to the eye, but when he thought about the fact that Chu Jiang stopped Qin Yun from bidding and instead let him lose 50 million for nothing, Sun Yuantao directly took Chu Jiang to heart. Sun Xiao, why don't you and I bet on it too? Chu Jiang said to Sun Yuantao, if my stone can be green and valuable, how much money will you give me if it is valuable? Of course, the jadeite must still be mine. What if it's not valuable? Sun Yuantao asked with a sneer. If it's not valuable, the 50 million that Sun Xiao just spent will be mine. Chu Jiang said this, and Sun Yuantao was stunned. He didn't know Chu Jiang, so he wasn't sure about Chu Jiang's background. But Chu Jiang was after all in the same gang as Qin Yun and Wang Song, so he must be at least a top second-generation rich kid. Qin Yun also became anxious when he heard Chu Jiang say this, Brother Chu, you. Qin Yun wanted to persuade Chu Jiang not to gamble with Sun Yuantao. After all, his rough stone was no different from scrap, and even if it could really produce green, it was estimated to be worth only 100 or 200,000, which was not worth anything at all. If he loses, he really has to reimburse Sun Yuantao the 50 million. But before Qin Bin could finish speaking, Sun Yuantao simply agreed, if you're going to give me money, there's no reason for me not to agree. I'll bet with you. The stone clearing machine was already starting to operate, and Qin Bin was frowning, not understanding. Brother Qin, don't worry, I'm a person who, despite having no other merits, always wins at gambling. Chu Jiang was very confident. Because he is rigged. He had already used his golden pupils to examine the rough stone, and the jadeite was of quite pure quality, and the jadeite accounted for a large proportion. Although he didn't have much research on jadeite, such a pure green color was definitely not a subproduct. Qin Yun heard Chu Jiang say so, and the bet was set, so he didn't say anything else. Sigh. Qin Yun sighed and stood aside waiting. He really didn't think highly of the rough stone that Chu Jiang had chosen. Not only did Qin Hui not think highly of it, but neither did the people around him. What? Is he crazy? I can understand the bet with Qin Hui, but what's the point of this bet with Sun Yuantao? Isn't this just giving away money? Boy, you can do whatever you want with money. What good material can come from this kind of stone? This person is crazy, isn't he? Sun Yuantao never dreamed that there would be such a good thing. What a good person. Everyone was pessimistic and felt that Chu Jiang was completely giving Sun Yuantao money for nothing. Sun Xiao, we have a deal, don't try to weasel out of it if you lose. As soon as the stone dissecting machine stopped running, Chu Jiang looked at Sun Yuantao and said with a smile. Don't worry, what kind of person am I, Sun Yuantao, that I would try to weasel out of it with you? Sun Yuantao took it all in stride, standing to the side and laughing derisively. There are so many people here listening, if Sun Yuantao really wants to be a cheater, he can stop hanging around the Magic City circles in the future. The hatch of the stone-cutting machine opened, and when Chu Jiang slowly opened the cut stone, everyone present involuntarily gasped. Sigh. Holy shit! Is this a glass-like imperial green? Does it account for such a large proportion of the volume? Doesn't that mean that 2/3 of the rough is of this quality? He's made it. He's really made it. This young man is amazing. No wonder he dared to bet with Sun Yuantao like this. A piece of glass like imperial jade this big, wouldn't its value be worth hundreds of millions of yuan? Xin Bin was dumbfounded. He stared at Chu Jiang, then at the rough in Chu Jiang's hands. He felt like he was dreaming. Sun Yuantao was dumbfounded too. How could he have imagined that this rough stone casually thrown in the corner could actually be so valuable? If 2/3 of it is glass-like imperial green, its value could easily reach hundreds of millions of dollars. You tricked me. Sun Yuantao directly confronted Chu Jiang with a question. Sun Xiao, let's not talk about anything else for now. If you lose, you lose. Chu Jiang laughed. I tricked you, so what are you going to do about it? The news that a glass-type imperial green jade had been sold spread like wildfire, and the rich people at the nearby stalls all gathered to watch the fun. Someone immediately offered Chu Jiang a price. I'll pay 50 million, I'll take the rough. 50 million? Are you afraid you haven't woken up yet? Young man, I'll pay 80 million, sell it to me. I'll pay 100 million. I'll pay 130 million. 150 million. I'll pay 200 million. Zhou Yang directly shouted out the astronomical price of 200 million. The wealthy people who had made previous bids shook their heads when they heard someone offer 200 million. The item was definitely a good one, but 200 million was really too high. After deducting the various costs of craftsmanship, it would barely break even, but it definitely wouldn't make any money. Zhou Yang's family was in the high-end jewelry business, and Zhou Xingtan was from that family. Chu Jiang had no intention of selling it, and he didn't need the money. This kind of good thing is of course best kept as a personal collection. Young Zhou, I'm going to keep this for my own collection. Chu Jiang looked at Zhou Yang and said apologetically. It's fine, I understand. But Chu, if you trust Zhou Xingtan, I hope you can let us process it. I don't want a processing fee, I just want to display it in our store for a week. Zhou Yang is, after all, a top domestic second-generation rich man, and he naturally understands Chu Jiang's thoughts. 200 million is a lot, but it's nothing for them. Although he is not sure about Chu Jiang's identity and background, he thinks that since Chu Jiang can call Wang Tsong and Qin Yun his brothers, he must not lack this amount of money. Such a large glass like imperial green is really rare. For these rich people like them, they definitely want to collect and play with it themselves. That's possible. Chu Jiang laughed, not saying anything. Sun Yuantao was stunned. He still couldn't believe that someone could be so lucky. A 10,000 yuan piece of junk could produce a glass like imperial green jade, and it was so big. 200 million yuan. Sun Xiao, I'm sorry to bother you, but how are you going to pay for the 200 million yuan? Chu Jiang walked up to Sun Yuantao and asked politely. But the more polite Chu Jiang was, the more it seemed to Sun Yuantao that Chu Jiang was trying to stab him in the heart. He had just lost 50 million, which made him very unhappy, and now because of a bet, he would have to lose another 200 million. 200 million. That's 450 million. Sun Yuantao didn't say anything, his face darkened. Sun Xiao, you're not going to renege on your word, are you? Xin Bin also came up, and in this situation, naturally he would not forget to add his own words. 200 million is nothing, it's not much. Sun Yuantao said that it wasn't much, but in his heart, he was actually bleeding. That was 200 million. How could it not be much? This is a check for 200 million. Today is my unlucky day, I accept it. Sun Yuantao said with gritted teeth while writing a check. Chu Jiang smiled and took the check from Sun Yuantao, saying, I've caused you to spend a lot of money. Oh dear, when will I break this curse of always winning at gambling? Chu Jiang stretched and looked quite pleased with himself. Humph. See you later. Let's go. Under the circumstances, Sun Yuantao could only admit defeat. After saying a few harsh words, he left with his lackeys in disgrace. Chu Jiang tapped the check with his hand, looked at the back of Sun Yuantao's head and asked loudly, Sun Shao, this check is real, right? You can get the money. Sun Yuantao hadn't gone too far. Chu Jiang's voice was so loud, he wasn't deaf, so naturally he could hear it. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Sun Yuantao stumbled a bit, paused slightly, didn't respond, and just left. Brother Chu, don't worry, if we can't get the money from this check, we'll just go to his house and demand it. Wang Song chimed in. Holy shit, Brother Chu, you're a god. I'm stunned. It's a glass-type imperial green. Xin Yun was very excited. The point is that we got 200 million from that son of a bitch Sun Yuantao. This is really a comfortable wave. Good luck, good luck. Chu Jiang grinned from ear to ear. He hadn't expected the glass-like imperial green to be worth such a sky-high price of 200 million, not to mention the fact that he had won 200 million from Sun Yuantao in a gambling game with empty hands. Under the circumstances, he was naturally very excited. Chu, did you just say that you win every bet? In his excitement, Xin Bin also suddenly remembered what Chu Jiang had said about him winning every bet. More or less, I've never lost. Well, Chu, a year ago I lost 300 million at MGM Cotai, and I'm planning to go back there in a few days. Hey, how about it? Are you interested in accompanying me to MGM? Don't worry, I'll pay for everything. Xin Bin looked at Chu Jiang as if he were seeing the god of wealth, and his eyes were burning with enthusiasm. Going to MGM, okay? Chu Jiang didn't hesitate much before agreeing. He had never been to MGM before. In the past, it was because he was poor and didn't have the money to go out and play. Now that he has money, in addition to enjoying life, he is also planning to find some time to go out and have a good time and have some fun. After all, the world is so big, who wouldn't want to go out and have a look? P.S. Newcomer to the new book, Seeking Collection, Seeking Free Rewards. The author doesn't make much money writing books, and is currently generating electricity for love. I hope that the lovely readers will, in light of the fact that I type every day until 3 a.m., click once for the free video urging for more chapters and once more for the free video continuing the rewards. The humble author would like to thank you from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 12, The 19-year-old innocent college girl Li Zihui. Sun Yuantao angrily left, vowing revenge. As for Chu Jiang, he didn't care. Hey, this is a double blessing. Xin Yun smiled. Chu, I was supposed to treat you to dinner today, but you. Xin Yun looked at Chu Jiang and didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was self-evident. Wang Song and the others also looked at Chu Jiang, so how could Chu Jiang not know what it meant? He had come here and easily made 200 million, and he also got such a large piece of glass-grown emerald rough for free. It would be unreasonable for him not to treat them to a meal. Ha, I'll treat. Of course Chu Jiang had to treat. While others saw him get Sun Yuantao's 200 million for free, who would have known that he had picked up over 10 billion in cash alone today? There were also countless luxury cars and mansions. The main thing is that he seemed to have unlocked a new feature of the pickup system, because he picked up Golden Pupil. Compared to directly picking up cash, luxury cars, mansions, and the like, Golden Pupil is more like a skill. This is very important information. If he can pick up more skills, it will definitely be good news for him. He knows the saying, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Just like he now has the detection ability of the Golden Pupil, even if he can't pick up any more rewards in the future, with his Golden Pupil detection ability, he won't have to worry about making money. As the top private club in the demon capital, Yangfugang naturally has a hotel business. And the chefs here at Yangfugang are all descendants of imperial chefs, so as long as you have money, even if you want to eat a Manchu Han imperial feast, it's not a problem. Chu Jiang and the other 5 people in his group ordered 18 dishes and drank 4 bottles of Maotai, spending a total of 260,000 yuan. If this had happened before, Chu Jiang would have only read about rich second-generation children spending hundreds of thousands of yuan on a single meal in the news. At that time, he was still wondering, if they were spending hundreds of thousands of yuan on a single meal, were they eating gold? Now, it was his turn. But sometimes, if you're not in the middle of it, you don't know the joy. I have to say. The meal that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars was really different. If at first Wang Song and Xin Yun felt some distance from Chu Jiang, after today's scene at the stone gambling venue, everyone regarded Chu Jiang as a brother. Moreover, Chu Zhang's personality also got along well with them. Needless to say, he was generous, and his righteousness really made Wang Tsong and Qin Yun treat Chu Jiang as a true friend. Chu Jiang never imagined that he would fit in so easily with Wang Tsong and the others. After all, it is not easy to become friends with these top young rich people. First of all, you have to be on the same level, otherwise why would they consider you a friend? After eating and drinking, Qin Yun shouted that he wanted to treat everyone to a visit to the health spa. Qin Yun didn't want to go at first, but he couldn't resist Qin Yun's enthusiasm. "Brother Chu, if you don't go, you're not giving me face." Qin Hui put his hand on Chu Zhang's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "You're not still a pure young virgin, are you?" "No, I'm just a little sleepy," Chu Jiang hurriedly explained. "Let's go, let's get a massage first. I'll tell you, the girls here are all of good quality. You can have whatever you want, even if it's a celebrity in the entertainment industry, as long as the price is right." Qin Yun would not allow Chu Jiang to explain, and directly dragged Chu Jiang towards the Yangfu Palace Health Club. "He is determined to lead me astray." Chu Jiang let out a bitter laugh, and could not help but think this in his heart. The alcohol was taking effect, and Chu Jiang felt dizzy as a whole, following Qin Yun and the others to the health club. Why do they say that the Yangfu Palace is the #1 private club in the Devil Metropolis? Here, as long as you have money, you can enjoy treatment like an emperor. No, it should be better than an emperor. Since he had already followed them here, Chu Jiang was not that resistant. It has to be said that even the waitresses here are very attractive. Chu Jiang had just drunk a bottle of Maotai alone, and now the alcohol was taking effect, and he felt dizzy. While he was confused, he seemed to hear Qin Hui tell the head waiter who was serving them, "Get my brother a virgin." Chu Jiang instinctively wanted to refuse, but he was so drunk that he was led directly by Qin Yun and the rest of them into the private room. The lighting in the private room was a bit dim, and Chu Jiang was lying on the bed, breathing comfortably. "It feels so good." After all, Chu Jiang had drunk too much, and now, lying on the bed, he fell asleep without knowing it. It was just after 9 o'clock the next morning when Chu Jiang opened his eyes and saw the girl lying in his arms. He was completely stunned. What's going on? He had almost blacked out last night and could only remember Qin Hui insisting on taking him to a massage parlor. Right, last night, Qin Hui seemed to have said something about finding a virgin for my brother. Chu Jiang really doesn't remember anything that happened afterwards. The girl in his arms looked very green, but she had delicate features and snow-white, fine skin. Needless to say, her appearance would make her the school beauty in any university. Chu Jiang stared at the girl's face and took a closer look. There were 2 tear stains on her flawless cheeks. What happened last night? How come I don't remember a thing? Chu Jiang couldn't help but smile wryly, and he muttered to himself, "Looks like I need to drink less in the future. If I say the wrong thing after a blackout, then I'm in trouble." Chu Jiang tried to pull his arm back, and perhaps sensing Chu Jiang's movement, the girl slowly opened her eyes. The girl had big eyes with double eyelids, and you could faintly see the glimmer of wet tears. She saw Chu Jiang staring at her, and her face instantly turned rosy. "Chu Xiao." Her voice sounded a little hoarse, mainly because something indescribable had happened last night. "What's your name?" Since it had already happened, Chu Jiang was indifferent. He sat up, leaned back against the bed and took out a cigarette. The girl saw this and quickly lit it for Chu Jiang. "Li Zihue." Li Zihue answered softly, pursing her lips. "Zihue thinks of me," picking up her skirt and wading through the river. Taken from the Book of Songs, Zheng Wind. It seems that the older members of your family are also cultured. When Chu Jiang went to university, he did read quite a lot of ancient books. The Book of Songs is a classic, and naturally he had read it many times. Girls take the Book of Songs, and boys take the Chu Ci. The name Zihue sounds gentle and virtuous, and it is indeed a good name for a girl. Moreover, Chu Jiang couldn't help but frown when he saw that she was obedient and sensible. "You don't look very old. Are you a university student?" "Well, I'm 19 years old and a freshman." Li Zihue nodded and replied softly. Hearing that she was only 19 years old, Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. "This is not the place for you to be." Chu Jiang frowned and took a deep drag on his cigarette. "I know." Li Zihue pursed her lips and lowered her head. "Mr. Chu, you don't understand. People have to live. Money is at your fingertips as a rich young master, but for me, besides coming here, what other options do I have? The hemp rope breaks at the fine points, and misfortune always befalls the miserable. Chu Jiang could empathize with Li Zihui's feelings. Are you having financial difficulties? I lost my father when I was young and have been living with my mother ever since. A year ago, my mother was diagnosed with kidney failure. Apart from dialysis, the best solution is a kidney transplant. Li Zihui didn't want to say much at first. Although she felt that Chu Jiang was a nice guy, he was a rich young master who was above it all. Even if he felt pity for her, why would he help her for no reason? But since Chu Jiang had asked, she told him everything. Was last night the first time? Well. Chu Jiang saw Li Zihui nod and unconsciously had a headache. Don't come here again in the future, I'll help you with your mother's situation. Chu Jiang got up from the bed and glanced at the bed sheet. A deep red color was very eye-catching. Chu Jiang could have ignored this, after all, last night was consensual sex, everyone got what they wanted. But as a man, after learning that he was Li Zihui's first man, he couldn't help but feel a trace of compassion. Just as Li Zihui had said. Money was not a big deal for them. But for an ordinary person like Li Zihui, where could she make money so easily? Li Zihui was also stunned when she heard Chu Jiang say this. She had never thought that Chu Jiang would help her so much, after all, she was just a stranger to Chu Jiang. Don't be surprised, you deserve it. Chu Jiang got dressed and looked at Li Zihui, who was full of confusion, and said, but there are still some conditions. When Chu Jiang said this, Li Zihui nodded obediently. She was no longer an innocent young girl, and she understood what Chu Jiang meant when he said, when I need you, you have to be there. Okay, add me on WeChat and send me your account, and also send me your mother's hospital information. Okay. Li Zihui nodded heavily and added Chu Jiang's WeChat. Go back, and don't come here again. It wasn't that Chu Jiang was overflowing with love, but mainly because this place really wasn't a place that a 19-year-old girl like her should be. Chu Jian looked at the hospital admission information sent by Li Zihui, and without hesitation, he directly transferred 2 million to Li Zihui's account. The money has been transferred to you, and it should be enough for now. Li Zihui's eyes welled up with tears when she heard Chu Jiang say this. Chu Xiao, from now on, I will be your woman. No matter what you want me to do, I will not refuse. To Chu Jiang, she may be insignificant. But to her, Chu Jiang is heaven. You don't have to do this. I already said, you deserve it. Chu Jiang didn't care at all. 2 million is nothing. To his current wealth, it is just a drop in the bucket. He led Li Zihui out of the room and walked to the lobby, where Qin Yun and Wang Song were sitting and eating breakfast. Brother Chu, this way. Qin Yun saw Chu Jiang and Li Zihui come out and also waved to greet them. Chu Jiang looked over at Qin Yun and couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Li Zihui followed Chu Jiang's side, and due to the shock from last night, she still walked a bit awkwardly. She kept her head down, her face flushed, afraid to look anyone in the eye. Chu Jiang, however, gently put his arm around Li Zihui's waist, causing Li Zihui's body to tense up quickly. I don't need to introduce these two to you. Wang Song, Qin Sun, from now on you can just call me Brother Song and Brother Qin. Chu Jiang put his arm around Li Zihui and briefly introduced her to Wang Song and Qin Sun. Li Zihui of course knew about Wang Song and Qin Yun, but she was a little shocked. When she arrived last night, she only knew that the person she had to serve was Chu Xiao, who was of noble status. But she really didn't know that Chu Jiang was actually on a first-name basis with Wang Song and Qin Yun. As the top second generation of domestic wealth, Wang Song and Qin Yun are still very well known in the country. Chu Xiao is friends with Wang Song and they are friends, so Chu Xiao. Li Zihui couldn't help but think this in her heart. She knew that someone like her, even if she was loved by Chu Jiang, would definitely not become his other half. But she also understood that if she could become Chu Jiang's woman, even if she would never be exposed in the public eye, she would probably have no problem living a life of luxury for the rest of her life. Moreover, she had no choice now. Furthermore, becoming Chu Jiang's woman was not a hardship, but rather an opportunity for her to become a phoenix. Qin Bin and Wang Song couldn't help but take another look at Li Zihui. Although they didn't say much, as men, they couldn't help but smile when they saw the way Li Zihui had just walked. After breakfast, Chu Jiang drove Li Zihui to the hospital where her mother was hospitalized. You still have to go to university. Your mother has worked hard to support your education. Chu Jiang said to her with a serious tone after learning that Li Zihui was attending Fudan University in Shanghai. Don't worry about money, you can spend as much as you like, just let me know if it's not enough. Chu Xiao, don't spend money recklessly. Li Zihui muttered. It's not a question of recklessly spending money. Some money should be spent. Buy yourself some clothes and bags when you have time. If there's not enough money, I'll give you more. Chu Jiang is not the kind of irresponsible man. Since Li Zihue is now his woman, her affairs are naturally his own. In the future, I may take you to some parties, so don't lose face for me. Upon hearing Chu Jiang say this, Li Zihue, who had been about to say something, pursed her lips and nodded lightly. Yes, I understand. Go take care of your mother. In a couple of days, if I have time, I'll come back and see Auntie. Chu Jiang smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and said tenderly. Okay. Li Zihue got out of the car and watched Chu Jiang drive away in the Lamborghini. When she saw the car go far away, she sighed and turned towards the hospital department. For her, meeting Chu Jiang was definitely the luckiest thing. Compared to the rich second generation she had learned about in private, Chu Jiang was, firstly, young enough to look at, and secondly, he was also very good looking. Thirdly, Chu Jiang was really good to her. When she first decided to go to Yangfu Palace, she had already lost hope in life. But now, the light of hope has rekindled in her eyes. P.S. Newcomer new book, begging for collection, free rewards. Writing a book on tomato is generating electricity for love, and there is no manuscript fee. Dear readers, all you have to do is move your little hand, click to urge for more, and watch the video to urge for more, and you can bring the humble author the dawn of hope. Chapter 13, Beautiful Girl with Long Legs in Maid's Uniform. Chu Jiang had been out playing all night, and when he returned to the villa, he was stunned. Hello, young master. Welcome home. Chu Jiang looked around and saw nothing but young girls with long legs in maids' uniforms. He didn't count how many there were, but at a glance, there were at least 20 or 30. Xin Xingwei had also changed into a professional butler's uniform and looked very presentable. Young master, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Xin Xingwei walked up to Chu Jiang, her mouth slightly upturned, and asked with a slight bow. Are you still satisfied? Could Chu Jiang say he wasn't satisfied? After all, it was he himself who had told Xin Xingwei to find more nannies and maids. What's with their maid outfits? Chu Jiang frowned, gave a wry smile, and said softly. Work uniforms. Uniform clothing for easy management. Xin Xingwei responded. Young master, we have hired a total of 30 nannies and servants, with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. They all have a bachelor's degree or above. Xin Xingwei continued to report to Chu Jiang, saying, 8 chefs from the 8 major cuisines, 2 Western chefs, with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. 3 drivers, with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, and a security guard team of 12 people, with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. Chu Jiang sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He knew that Xin Xingwei was highly efficient, but he didn't expect her efficiency to be this high. With so many people, he can't even fit them all in the villa. Luckily, among the large number of rewards picked up yesterday at the Yangfu Palace, there was also a set of Sandong Villa, and it was twice as large as this one. Young master, the monthly salary for the nanny and servants is 600,000, the monthly salary for the 10 chefs is 500,000, and the monthly salary for the security guards and drivers is 750,000. Without including my personal butler, the total monthly salary for these people in the family is 1.85 million. As Chu Jiang listened to Xin Xingwei's report, he couldn't help crossing his legs. How about this? I'll give you a monthly salary of 150,000 yuan, rounding it up to 2 million yuan a month. Xin Xingwei froze for a moment, looking at Chu Jiang as he smoked, and said, Young master, do I really only worth 150,000 yuan a month? Chu Jiang didn't expect Xin Xingwei to say that. He thought that if he offered her a monthly salary of 150,000 yuan, she would at least be grateful. Basic salary, not including bonuses. That's not much. Xin Xingwei murmured softly, but she didn't say anything more. A monthly salary of 150,000 yuan, over the course of a year, would only be 1.8 million yuan, and even if bonuses were added, it would be a maximum of 2 million yuan. An annual salary of over 2 million yuan is naturally a lot for the average person. But for Xin Xingwei, she more or less looked down on it. Not to mention anything else, after all, she is a PhD from Stanford University, and she could be an executive in any company in China. With her abilities, her annual salary would start at least 3 million. Of course, at Xin Xingwei's level, money is not the only pursuit for her. The reason she agreed to be Chu Jiang's personal butler is also because she saw Chu Jiang as a person. There are so many people in the family that they can't even live in the house. Chu Jiang looked at Xin Xingwei and said, In the future, the nannies and maids will live here, and I will live in Villa 8 next door. Ha! Xin Xingwei was stunned when she heard Chu Jiang say this. Villa 8 next door? She looked at Chu Jiang with some confusion. What's wrong? Villa 8 next door is also mine. Chu Jiang laughed and said, Villa 8 is a bit bigger, but I don't like it because it's too big. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Xin Xingwei couldn't help rolling her eyes. Listen, are these words spoken by a human? Don't like the villa because it's too big? If you don't like it, don't buy it. But then again, villa number 8 next door is indeed much larger than this one. Xin Xingwei found that she simply could not understand Chu Jiang. This is the Tan Gong area. Any villa here costs hundreds of millions of yuan. Their villa costs 360 million yuan, and villa number 8 next door is much larger than this one, so it must cost 700 to 800 million yuan? Before, Xin Xingwei thought that Chu Jiang must have at least a few billion, but now, after hearing Chu Jiang say that the villa next door, number 8, also belonged to him, she once again assessed Chu Jiang's strength. At least you need a net worth of 10 billion to be able to do something like this, right? However, the more powerful Chu Jiang becomes, the more Xin Xingwei feels that she made the right choice. Who says that it's a shame for a Stanford PhD to be a butler? It depends on who the butler is for. As for Chu Jiang, he is very happy now. At first, he might have been a bit restrained when spending money, but after going to Yangfu Palace for a round yesterday, his mindset also changed unconsciously. How many years of youth are there? If you can enjoy life, you must enjoy it. What's 2 million? For ordinary people, that's a lot of money. But for Chu Jiang now, 2 million is really negligible. Spending a few million each month can greatly improve the quality of your life, so naturally Chu Jiang didn't care. Sitting on the sofa, looking at those young girls in maid outfits, showing off their long legs, Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel happy. This is going to make me challenge the weak points of men. After all, Chu Jiang was a man of strong passions. Facing so many young girls with long legs in maid outfits all day long was a challenge to men's weak points. But then again, Xin Xingwei really knows what she's doing. Chu Jiang just asked her to recruit some nannies and servants, and without saying anything else, told her to arrange it herself. Needless to say, the quality of these nannies and servants recruited by Xin Xingwei is really high. Just in terms of education, they all have bachelor's degrees or above. Of course, the monthly salary is not comparable to that of an ordinary nanny. With a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, even in the Magic City, without some hard power, it is really hard to get such a high salary. Chu Jiang doesn't care about spending money either, after all, he has picked up over $1 billion in cash alone. People without money are the ones who worry about how to cut costs and increase income, but rich people, especially those with billions of dollars, are always thinking about how to spend their money. When there is a certain amount of money, it is impossible to spend it all. Just take the money in Chu Jiang's account, every day the interest alone is more than 100,000 yuan. If Chu Jiang doesn't spend money recklessly, there will be more than 3 million yuan in interest in his account every month. Of course, this is just a small amount of money to Chu Jiang now. If he goes out and meets a few rich second-generation children, he can casually pick up some cash that is worth more than this amount of money. Life is really a bit boring. Chu Jiang sat on the sofa smoking a cigarette, while the maid with long legs in a maid's uniform brought him a pot of tea. Young master, please have some tea. The maid half-squatted, holding the teacup in both hands and presenting it to Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang glanced at her, especially at her breasts. Since they were wearing maid outfits, their upper bodies were all black low-V outfits, and the faintly exposed cleavage. Chu Jiang glanced at it, then straightened up, coughed lightly, and said, "What's your name?" "To answer your question, young master, my name is Lin Shower. You can call me Shower." Shower, okay, I got it, you go ahead." Chu Jiang nodded, took the teacup and sipped the green tea. What a good tea. This tea was personally purchased by Xin Xingwei. It was the best Westlake Longjing that had just been harvested this year. It cost 500,000 yuan per caddy, which is 1,000 yuan per gram, 3 times the price of gold. Besides, even if you have money, you can't just buy the best Westlake Longjing. The quality is high, but the output is low. Even though it costs 500,000 yuan per caddy, it is still in short supply on the market. If Xin Xingwei wasn't so lucky, she wouldn't have been able to buy such good tea. This is life. Although it is a bit boring, the enjoyment is real. Drinking tea and eating freshly cut fresh fruit, and the key is that there are so many long-legged young girls in maid outfits waiting on you. Such a life is definitely what all men dream of. The maids and servants at the house also took a great interest in Chu Jiang, and naturally they couldn't help but talk about him in private when they saw him. Our young master is so young. And he's so handsome. I feel that he's much more handsome than those young and fresh meat in the entertainment industry. Our young master seems so kind. He speaks so gently. Do you guys think our young master has a girlfriend? With our young master's qualifications, he shouldn't lack for girlfriends, right? That said, if any of you can attract the young master and succeed in climbing the social ladder, don't forget us. It's hard. Don't forget Butler Shin. I don't think the relationship between Butler Shin and the young master is as simple as it seems. Women are naturally gossips. Not to mention a young and handsome second-generation rich guy like Chu Jiang. Xingwei, come with me to the next door? Chu Jiang has nothing to do right now, and since he plans to live in Villa 8 next door in the future, naturally he wants to take a look around first. Yes, master. Xingwei puts down the work she was doing and goes directly to Chu Jiang's side to serve him. Although it is the villa next door, the distance between the villas in Tangong is still very far. Chu Jiang and the two of them walked over, and it took them more than 10 minutes to walk. Entering the villa, it has to be said that this Villa 8 is much larger than Chu Jiang's Villa 9. The huge private garden is planted with all kinds of precious plants. Young master, you are really rich. Xingwei couldn't help but look at Chu Jiang and softly exclaim. A villa this big is worth at least 800 to 900 million yuan. This is Tangong. To have a villa here is considered enviable wealth, let alone having 2 villas here. Ha! That's considered rich. I also have 2 villas in the east suburbs number 1 residence. I also have several large flats in Thompson Riviera. Oh yes, I also seem to have 3 school district buildings in Guanshan Hanlin, which is almost 300 school district flats. Chu Jiang was in a good mood, so he spoke more with Xingwei. After all, she is now his personal butler, so she is not considered an outsider. A personal butler, apart from taking care of his daily life, also has to help him manage these assets. Everyone makes the most of their talents and everything is put to good use. After all, Xingwei is a PhD in management from Stanford University, so it would be a waste to just let her be a housekeeper and manage the trivial matters of the villa. This was the first time Xingwei had heard Chu Jiang talk about his assets, and she was directly dumbfounded. There are 2 more villas in the eastern suburbs number 1 residence? There are several large flats in Thompson Riviera? And 300 school district housing units? This is the Magic City, the most economically developed city in the country, where housing prices are sky high. Ordinary people work themselves to death here and still can't afford a home, and the pressure of life is immense. But Chu Jiang has easily acquired what others pursue their entire lives. Xingwei, your young master and I are both lazy, and these properties are all idle. Why don't you find some time to help me take care of them? The villa in the eastern suburbs number 1 residence and the large flat in Thompson Riviera are fine, they can be left there as asset allocation. As for the 300 school district apartments, it would be a bit of a waste not to rent them out. Chu Jiang doesn't have the time to take care of these houses right now. Although collecting rent is great, what's better is to meet the second generation of rich and pick up those rewards. You do this, you rent out the 300 school district apartments first. You are fully in charge of this matter, and you will get 10% of the rent. Chu Jiang saw that Xingwei didn't respond and directly threw a bombshell at her. Ah! Xingwei only then recovered from her shock. Young master, you really shocked me. The properties Chu Jiang just mentioned together add up to at least several billion, right? Especially the 300 school district housing units, which sound even more shocking to her. Ha, what I said is just the tip of the iceberg. To be specific, to be honest, I'm not really sure myself. Chu Jiang wasn't being pretentious when he said this, and what he said was indeed the truth. But if he wasn't being pretentious, then it was even more terrifying. So, young master, you really want to give me 10% of the rent? That's 300 school district apartments, and she has looked into the school district apartments of Guanshan Hanlin. They are high-end school district apartments, with an average price of 100,000 yuan per square meter. In terms of rent, the monthly rent for any one of those apartments is at least 20,000 yuan. 300 apartments. If we calculate based on 20,000 yuan per month per unit, the rent alone will be 6 million yuan a month. That's 72 million yuan a year. 1/10 of the rent is at least 7 million yuan. This is much more than the salary Chu Jiang gave her. A word spoken is hard to take back. Your young master is a man of his word, can he go back on his word? Chu Jiang said with a laugh. He had considered this matter while having tea earlier. It was obviously unrealistic to expect him to arrange this matter himself. After all, the rent was only 70 million yuan a year. He was busy with a million things every day, so where would he find the time to manage these properties? If Xinxingwei were to manage these properties and receive 1/10 of the rent as a reward, she would not only see his strength, but also work even harder for him. Okay, young master, I understand. I'll take care of it. Chu Jiang nodded. Oh, and one more thing, I've been a bit bored lately, and I want to do something. You're a Stanford PhD, so what do you think is a good idea in the current environment? Hearing Chu Jiang ask, Xinxingwei couldn't help but frown, looking at Chu Jiang with confusion. Young master, don't you like eating, drinking, and having fun? Why would you want to start a business? Xinxingwei was right. After all, with Chu Jiang's current wealth, even if he lived his whole life eating, drinking, and having fun, and never cared about the world, he would still be fine. In Xinxingwei's opinion, Chu Jiang had so much money that even if he lived a life of luxury, he would never run out of money. Young master, I'm a young man. It wouldn't be good to just lie down and relax now, would it? Chu Jiang grinned. Your young master is not someone who doesn't strive for progress. Chapter 14, the 130 million Koenigsegg one amazed everyone. It had to be said, this villa number 8 was much more luxurious and extravagant than villa number 9. After all, there were not many people in the entire country who could afford this super luxury villa worth 900 million yuan. The silk carpet at the entrance alone was extraordinary, and Xinxingwei recognized the value of the carpet at a glance. Persian silk carpet, 60,000 yuan per square meter. This silk carpet is at least 10 square meters in size. Xinxingwei muttered softly, unable to help but sigh that the rich are truly extravagant. It's only 600,000 meters of gold, which is nothing compared to the value of this villa. Chu Jiang also noticed Xinxingwei's shock and couldn't help but laugh and say, You tell them all to come over here, I'll be living here from now on, and they can stay there for now. Okay, I'll tell them to come over. Xinxingwei nodded and casually turned her back to make a phone call to make arrangements. The nannies and servants in the villa were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that their young master had another single-family villa on this side of Tangong, which was the much larger villa number 8 not far away. Young master, he's so rich, isn't he? I want to know which big family young master is from. This is too much. If I can get into young master's good graces, I'd be willing to be his third even if it means being a servant. You're really dreaming. How could the young master look at us? The group walked in a line towards villa number 8. As they walked along the road, the long-legged girls in maid outfits couldn't help but chat amongst themselves. Chu Jiang, on this side, directly retrieved all the luxury cars he had picked up. With a thought from him, the underground garage was directly filled with luxury cars. His underground garage was particularly large, with 50 parking spaces alone. He has picked up quite a few luxury cars in the past 2 days, and with so many luxury cars, naturally he also wants to take turns driving them. They haven't even reached the underground garage yet, and this is the first time Xinxingwei has been here, so naturally she doesn't know what the underground garage is like. It only takes a thought for Chu Jiang to extract the luxury cars. I haven't lived in this villa since I bought it, and I bought this villa just so that I could find a garage to protect my luxury cars from the wind and rain. Xingwei, let's go, the young master will show you around the underground garage. Chu Jiang's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at Xinxingwei and said softly with a smile. Although Xinxingwei had already seen the tip of the iceberg of her young master, when she heard Chu Jiang say that he bought the villa just to park his luxury cars, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth twice. If Chu Jiang wasn't her boss, Xinxingwei would have already started cursing. Listen, are these words spoken by a human? Following Chu Jiang to the underground parking garage, Xinxingwei was mentally prepared, but when she saw the neatly parked luxury cars, she was stunned. This is a Porsche 918 Spider. It cost more than 13 million yuan when it was bought, and the market price is at least 20 million yuan now. This one is awesome. Xingwei, do you know this one? Chu Jiang asked, pointing at the super cool supercar in front of him. The Koenigsegg one? Awesome, yes, it's the Koenigsegg one. This car is now worth almost 130 million yuan. Chu Jiang looked at these cars, and his eyes couldn't help but burn with excitement. The worst of them are all supercars worth tens of millions of dollars. Any of these here are the dream of every man. Is that Lamborghini poison? Xinxingwei's gaze fixed on a black Lamborghini, and she looked thoughtfully at Chu Jiang and asked. That one? No, that one isn't, but the green one next to it, that one is a Lamborghini poison. Chu Jiang looked in the direction of Xinxingwei's gaze, and then laughed and said. In addition to the supercars, there were also 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in the underground garage. If you need a car, you can use the 5 Cullinan. They're just sitting there anyway. Chu Jiang's meaning was that the Cullinan were too low-end, and since he didn't need them, you could use them as you pleased. This sounded a bit pretentious. After all, they were Cullinan. A luxury car that costs at least 7 or 8 million yuan? But when you think about it, with all these luxury cars in the garage, any one of them is more expensive than a Cullinan. Xingwei, if you want to use the car, you can use any of these cars here. Chu Jiang added, after all, you are different. You are my personal butler, and what you represent in the outside world is my image. You can't lose face for me. Xingwei pursed her lips, a little hesitant to speak. She really couldn't see through Chu Jiang, but she also understood in her heart that she had made the right choice. Following Chu Jiang was definitely much better than going to work as a senior executive at some multinational corporation. After all, even the CEOs of those multinational companies don't have the capital to poison themselves with Lamborghinis, do they? After coming up from the underground garage, Chu Jiang was bored and just sat on the sofa waiting for lunch. Xingwei hired chefs from the 8 major cuisines and 2 Western chefs, so no matter what Chu Jiang wanted, he could just order it. After lunch, Chu Jiang went straight to the bedroom and went to sleep. He hadn't had a good night's sleep the past 2 nights, so he took advantage of the time he had this noon to get a good night's sleep. It was already dark when he woke up from his nap. Coming out of the bedroom, Chu Jiang couldn't help but lean on his back. It feels so good. I've been exhausted the past 2 days. Xingwei stood next to Chu Jiang and couldn't help but pout when she heard him say that. She didn't know where Chu Jiang had gone last night, but when he came back this morning, not only did he smell like alcohol, but there was also a faint fragrance mixed in with it. That faint fragrance was definitely the perfume that only girls would use. As for the night before, it wasn't because he had been partying at the bar until 2 or 3 in the morning. How can your body handle it if you party every night at such a young age? Xingwei muttered to herself, but she didn't dare say it out loud. Xingwei, I'll leave the 300 school district housing units to you. Come to my study in a while, and I'll give you all the property ownership certificates. Yes, young master. Xingwei nodded in response. By the way, I really want to find something to do recently. See if there's any small business that's suitable. The investment doesn't have to be huge, just a few 100 million will do. Chu Jiang had mentioned this to her in the morning. She had originally thought that Chu Jiang was joking with her and she hadn't paid it any mind. But now that Chu Jiang had mentioned it again, she had taken it to heart. Young master, are you sure that investing a few 100 million is not a lot? Xingwei wasn't arguing with Chu Jiang, but mainly, an investment of several 100 million yuan was really not a small investment. What else? Chu Jiang said with a laugh, you just watch and arrange it, make a few plans, and I'll see if it works. Chu Jiang had said so, and Xingwei understood that Chu Jiang was not joking with her. Yes, master, I understand. As a personal butler, you must have the awareness of a personal butler. Since Chu Jiang has given the order, she will just do as she is told. Chu Jiang walked into the study and directly took out all the property ownership certificates for the 300 school district housing units. Looking at the property ownership certificates piled up like a small mountain, Chu Jiang's mood unconsciously became excited. Chu Jiang casually looked through these property ownership certificates, and the smallest room type was 100 square meters, and the larger ones were 200 square meters. The market value of 300 school district housing units was at least 4 billion yuan. Chu Jiang stacked the property ownership certificates and also called Xingwei in. As soon as Xingwei entered the study, she saw the property ownership certificates stacked into 3 piles. Xingwei, I'll leave this to you. Please, young master, don't worry, I'll complete the task. Xingwei naturally took a great interest in this matter. After all, if she took care of these properties, she would get 1/10 of the rent. She had done some simple calculations before, and even if it was only 1/10 of the rent, she would get at least 7 million a year. This is much higher than the salary Chu Jiang offered her. Well, you go ahead and get busy, I'll play a bit of a game. Chu Jiang had slept all afternoon and was now feeling quite energetic. Unlike other rich second-generation children who like to go to the red light district, Chu Jiang didn't like the glamorous lifestyle. Besides, he had drunk quite a bit the past 2 nights, and his body couldn't handle it. But just as he had opened the League of Legends app on his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Wang Song calling. Hey, Song, what's up? Hey, Chu, what are you doing tonight? Not much, just about to play a game. Chu Jiang laughed and said. What game? We're having an offline gathering at the Shanghai Hypercar Club tonight. Do you want to come? I'll introduce you to some friends. Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine. I don't have anything to do either. Brother Tsong, give me your location, I'll be right there. Chu Jiang hadn't planned on going out tonight, but when he heard that Wang Tsong wanted to introduce him to some friends, he didn't hesitate to say yes. After all, what's more important than picking up rewards while playing games? And since it was an offline exchange meeting of the Hypercar Club, the people there would definitely be rich second-generation entrepreneurs in Shanghai, and making friends and getting to know them would be very helpful for his future development. Although Chu Jiang is a cheater, those ordinary second-generation rich people may not necessarily be of much help to him. But as the saying goes, many friends, many roads. And even a mosquito is meat, getting to know them and picking up some rewards from them, little by little, the rewards are still very rich. After hanging up on Wang Song, Chu Jiang also changed his clothes and got ready to go out. I'm going out for a bit, so take care of things at home. Chu Jiang gave Xing Xingwei some instructions, then also drove off in the Koenigsegg one. Chu Jiang had so many luxury cars that even if he changed one every day, he could still change them for a month or two. His Lamborghini was also quite good, after all, it was a multi-million-dollar supercar, and the person who could buy it couldn't be considered an ordinary rich kid. But after spending a few days with top rich kids like Wang Tsong and Qin Yun, he felt that if he still drove the Lamborghini, it would seem a bit unrefined. And it was important to show off his wealth from time to time when making friends with people like Wang Tsong. It had to be said, the Koenigsegg one, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, was extraordinary. The rate of people turning around when driving this car on the road was off the charts. Shit. That car in front of us. Huh? It's just a supercar, isn't it? Why are you so excited? You idiot, what do you know? That's the Koenigsegg one. Only 6 were made, and it's worth 130 million. Of course, you can't just buy it with money, you know? The young man in the BMW M2 is very excited. He never expected to have such good luck today, running into such a supercar worth hundreds of millions on the road. What about the Porsche 918 or the Lamborghini Huracan? In front of a car of this caliber, they all pale in comparison. Huh? You said it costs 130 million? The woman in the passenger seat could hardly believe her ears. She didn't know much about cars and was basically limited to BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and Audis. When she heard her man say that the car cost more than 100 million, she was dumbfounded. After all, it is the Koenigsegg one, of which there are only 6 in the world, and there may only be one in the whole of China. To be honest, the only people who can recognize this car are supercar enthusiasts. In fact, most people just feel that this supercar is different from other supercars and that it is really cool. As for what kind of car it is, 99% of the people in China would not be able to recognize it. However, this does not include the rich second generation who gathered at the Hypercar Club today. After all, ordinary people can only see the cars on various websites, but these rich second generation people actually deal with hypercars every day. According to the location given by Wang Tsong, Chu Jiang arrived here in half an hour. The Shanghai Supercar Club, SSCC, was established in 2008. It is a hypercar club spontaneously organized by hypercar owners in Shanghai, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai, and other regions in southern China. Currently, there are about 300 members. Although the entry threshold is not as high as that of the Yangfu Palace members, it also requires a net worth of at least 100 million yuan. Chu Jiang needs no introduction, and he definitely meets the entry criteria. Today is an offline exchange meeting of the Supercar Club, so as long as the second-generation rich kids in the city are free, they have all come over. There are also different levels of second-generation rich kids. Those like Wang Tsong and Qin Yun are naturally top second-generation rich kids. The second level of second-generation rich kids also have family assets of at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of yuan. The next level requires family assets of at least tens of billions of yuan. Of course, just because a family is wealthy doesn't mean that its second generation is rich, but at the very least they are more glamorous than the average person. There were luxury cars everywhere, with tens of millions of yuan supercars visible everywhere. There were even millions of supercars, as many as hundreds of them. Sun Xiao, I heard you recently got a McLaren Senna? Ha, I just bought it, it wasn't expensive, but it was a bit hard to get, it cost me over 30 million yuan. Sun Yuantao is also a member of the Supercar Club, and because his family is wealthy, they are willing to spend money on him. Therefore, he has the most limited edition supercars in the entire supercar club. Xin Yun also has quite a few cars, but in terms of luxury, they are still slightly lacking. Sun Yuantao drove his new Senna over today, and instantly conquered many people, who gathered around him to flatter him. Look at him, what a show-off! It's just a McLaren Senna, what's the big deal? Xin Xian couldn't help but mutter when he saw Sun Yuantao flaunting his new McLaren Senna. I say, let's not get into it with him. Brother Chu should be here soon, let's go and pick him up. Wang Song said with a laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw commotion not far away. As Chu Jiang arrived in the Koenigsegg one, all the rich second-generation kids present turned to look. Holy shit! Am I seeing things? Is that a Koenigsegg one? Who is this guy? He even got this car? New car, I've never seen it before. I thought the McLaren Senna was awesome, but compared to this car, the Senna is not even in the same league. Chapter 15, Have you heard of the China Rendezvous? Everyone looked over at the Koenigsegg one. Who would be looking at the McLaren Senna when there was this kind of divine car here? Sun Yuantao had just arrived and hadn't been able to show off for a few minutes, but the limelight was instantly stolen by the Koenigsegg one, and his face instantly darkened. When Chu Jiang parked the car and opened the door to get out, Wang Song and Xin Yun couldn't help but stare in awe. Holy shit! I was wondering who it was. It's you, Chu. Seeing it was Chu Jiang, Xin Yun hurried over as well. Not bad, you were able to get your hands on this kind of god car? I just picked it up. Someone contacted me about this car before, but I didn't want it because I thought the price was a bit high. But yesterday I got 200 million from Sun Yuantao, so I went back and ordered the car. Chu Jiang spoke loudly, and Sun Yuantao, who was standing not far away, naturally heard what Chu Jiang said. Originally, he was in a good mood when he was pretending to be cool just now, but after being outshined by the Koenigsegg one, he was very depressed. Now, when he heard Chu Jiang say that he had actually paid for the car, his entire mood instantly soured. Chu Jiang's words were truly cutting. The reason Chu Jiang said that was because he had just seen Sun Yuantao and wanted to make him feel sick. After all, anyone with a brain knows that with this kind of top-level supercar, you can't just hand over the money and pick it up immediately. Sun Yuantao is not stupid, he was just angered by Chu Jiang's words. Now the focus of the entire crowd was on Chu Jiang's Koenigsegg one, and everyone who had just been flattering him was now like a weather vane, flocking to Chu Jiang's side. Sun Yuantao had originally come here to show off, but now, well, all the limelight had been stolen from him. To be fair, the McLaren Senna was also quite good, but that depended on how it was compared to other cars. In front of the Koenigsegg one, the Senna was just a younger brother. Sun Yuantao's face was dark and he drove away directly. If he stayed here any longer, he would only be asking for humiliation. That son of a bitch Sun Yuantao really knows his own worth, he drove off so quickly. Xin Yun had wanted to mock Sun Yuantao a few words to his face, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he had already run away. Brother Chu, it's great. In our country, this is the only one of its kind. It's so damn cool. Xinbin circled the Koenigsegg one twice, and also put his hand on Chu Jiang's shoulder and said with envy. Xinbin was not saying that he couldn't afford this car. After all, no matter how expensive it was only 130 million. He could recharge hundreds of millions of dollars just playing a game, so he didn't really care about this little bit of money. However, after all, this is the world's top supercar with only 6 limited worldwide, and it's not available even if you have the money. It is true that Xin Yun is a top second-generation rich kid in China, but if you really put it in a global context, there are plenty of people who are better than him, and he simply doesn't rank. It is one thing for Chu Jiang to be able to afford to buy a car. It is another thing for him to be able to buy a car. After all, 130 million yuan, many of the second-generation rich kids here can afford this money. But do they have the qualifications to buy it? To be honest, the answer is really no. Without a strong background, don't even think about it. Who exactly is Chu Jiang? To be honest, Xin Yun and Wang Song don't really know. They've only known each other for 2 or 3 days. The first time they met was in a bar, and Chu Jiang celebrated Xin Yun's birthday by throwing away a fortune. The second time was yesterday, and Chu Jiang's ability to win at gambling directly helped them teach Sun Yuantao a lesson. The third time was now. Xin Yun and Wang Song were also a little confused. To be honest, they felt that Chu Jiang was very mysterious. To be able to buy such a high-end car, What kind of background does one need? Luckily, I happened to come across one, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to buy it. Chu Jiang said with a smile, there's also a Lamborghini poison, I bought that as well. Chu Jiang casually mentioned it, but it shocked Wang Song and Qin Yun. Brother Chu, what did you say? You also bought a Lamborghini poison? Wang Song and Qin Yun were shocked by Chu Jiang's words. They would not have reacted like this if Chu Jiang had not shocked them so much. One Koenigsegg one is fine, but there is also a Lamborghini poison? This kind of top-level supercar, owning one can brag about it for years, let alone the fact that Chu Jiang has two. Compared to the Koenigsegg one, the Lamborghini poison is even more well-known. Although there are only 14 poison models in the world, the demand from wealthy car enthusiasts is so high that the car is even more popular than the Koenigsegg one. Chu Jiang said that he was lucky, but Qin Yun and the others naturally didn't believe him. It's not a matter of luck. After all, if a car like this ever appeared on the market, it would be snapped up by wealthy car enthusiasts with wads of cash in no time. Anyway, the Koenigsegg one is certainly quite eye-catching, and even though everyone there is a rich second generation, they all gathered around to take pictures at this time. Not to mention these second-generation rich kids, even Qin Yun and Wang Song secretly took out their phones and took a few pictures. There are only 6 of these top supercars in the world, and you saw one and didn't take a picture? Not only do you have to take a picture, you have to post it on your Moments. Wang Song posted it to his Moments feed right away. I came to the SSCC offline exchange meeting tonight, and I never expected Chu Xiao to give everyone such a big surprise. According to Chu Xiao, he has an even more awesome car. Guess what it is? Wang Song rarely posts to his Moments feed, and of course he almost never posts anything like this to brag about his wealth. After all, there aren't really many people in his circle that he envies. But today, he made an exception for Chu Jiang. Not only did he post a circle of friends showing off his wealth, but between the lines, one could actually feel a sour taste. Holy shit! Chu is awesome. I missed out on something tonight, what a loss. Zhou Yang was the first to like Wang Song's circle of friends. He had something to do tonight and didn't come, and now that he saw Chu Jiang's Koenigsegg one, he also regretted it quite a bit. This is a top-notch car. Even if you can't test drive it, it's not a problem to sit in it and feel it, right? He met Chu Jiang at Yongfu Palace yesterday, and he felt that Chu Jiang was extraordinary at the time. Now it seems that he feels that his judgment was really good and that he really knows people. However, there are so many people in Wang Song's circle of friends, and not many of them know Chu Jiang. So when most people see Wang Song's circle of friends post, they have a question in their minds. Who is the Chu Xiao that Song Xiao mentioned? The circle is nothing but so big, and Chu Jiang suddenly popped up, so it's normal that people don't know who he is. But from now on, Chu Jiang can be considered to have officially entered this circle. After all, a man who can make Wang Song jealous is not someone who can be easily defined in terms of status. The offline exchange meetings of the Supercar Club are usually just a bunch of rich second-generation drivers showing off their cars, which isn't really interesting. But today is a bit different, as there is a charity auction on the agenda. Rich people don't lack money, they lack fame. For these rich people, doing charity is definitely something they enjoy doing. Whether they do it sincerely or not, after all, they are rich and they really donate, and what they donate is real money. Compared to some charitable organizations that embezzle public funds and things like Miss Bao, they are definitely not a problem here. After all, everyone who can become a member of the Shanghai Supercar Club is a rich second generation, and compared to money, they value the reputation that charity can bring them more. If someone really embezzles charity funds, then they really can't expect to hang around in this circle. Chu Jiang arrived in his Koenigsegg one, and for a while, he was the talk of the town. Although Chu Jiang doesn't like to be the center of attention, after all, when you're famous, there's a lot of trouble. But his goal was to meet more second-generation rich people, because when he arrived in his Koenigsegg one, quite a few people gathered around to get to know Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang also refused none of them, as long as they weren't hostile. He basically talked to everyone in a friendly manner. Chu Xiao is awesome. There are only 6 Koenigsegg 1 cars in the world, and there wasn't even one in our country before. Mr. Chu, I'm getting married soon. Can you let me borrow the car to be the lead car? Mr. Chu, I'm from Sichuan province. If you have time to come to Sichuan province, please remember to find me. Mr. Chu. Chu Jiang is considered relatively young here, and he has a good temper. As long as they are not those people who seem domineering, Chu Jiang has also added them to WeChat. In a short time, Chu Jiang has added dozens of people to WeChat alone. As for the floating transparent light balls, there were even more than he could count. Naturally, Chu Jiang could not waste any time, and picked them all up one by one and stored them in his system space. Ding, you have picked up 10 million in cash. Ding, you have picked up 20 million in cash. Ding, you have picked up the entire 99th floor of the office building in the center of Shanghai. Ding, you have picked up God-level car skills. There were so many rewards that Chu Jiang didn't have the time to carefully check how many he had picked up. But the system's voice kept playing in his head, so he knew that there was cash, a luxury car, and a mansion. What made Chu Jiang's eyes light up when he heard it was the entire 99th floor of the office building in the center of the demon capital and the God-level driving skills. He definitely knew about the office building in the center of the demon capital. It was the tallest building in the demon capital, next to the Oriental Pearl Tower, and it was considered a landmark of the demon capital. Located in the most prosperous Dongpu district of the Demon City, the Demon City Center building is also the most expensive office building in the entire Demon City, and even the entire country of China. Many well-known domestic and foreign companies choose to set up offices here, and the rent is almost 20 yuan per square meter per day. The area of the 99th floor picked up by Chu Jiang is 5,000 square meters, which means that if Chu Jiang doesn't use it himself and rents it out, at this price, the daily rent will be 100,000 yuan. 3 million yuan a month. That's 36 million yuan a year. If it were bought, the average price per square meter would be 300,000 yuan, and with 5,000 square meters, the selling price would definitely be over 1.5 billion yuan. 1.5 billion yuan. In an average small city, you could build an office building directly. Chu Jiang didn't expect that he would be so lucky as to pick up an entire floor of the Shanghai Tower. And it's such a high floor, the 99th floor. He doesn't have a company under his belt yet, but he has already asked Xin Xingwei to get started. Since he is starting a company, he definitely needs an office building as an office. Chu Jiang also thought directly that he would not let other people reap the benefits. If such a good location is rented to others, it might as well be used by himself. Of course, he might lose 30 to 40 million in rent, but for Chu Jiang, he really doesn't mind. Just from the rewards he picked up just now, there are more than 10 billion in cash alone, not to mention the countless luxury cars and mansions. For Chu Jiang, 30 to 40 million in rent is really dispensable. Since his own company also needs office space to operate, it will definitely be reserved for himself. In addition to the reward of the office building in the center of the magic city that made Chu Jiang excited, there is also the skill of God-level car skills. He has picked up more than 200 rewards in total, but there are only 2 skill rewards so far. The first is the golden pupils coveted by all men. The second is this God-level driving skill. Although Chu Jiang's driving skills are okay, he didn't drive much before, and his driving can only be described as just so-so. God-level driving skills. A skill comparable to a car god. Extract the God-level driving skill. Chu Jiang thought, and he felt that his mind suddenly had a lot more driving skills. The feeling was very subtle, and could only be understood, but not described. At 9 p.m., almost everyone had arrived, and the host announced that the charity auction would officially begin that night. This was Chu Jiang's first auction, and he was still very involved. The first auction item was a Tang Dynasty machete, with a starting price of 1 million and a minimum bid of 100,000. Chu Jiang was the first to bid, directly shouting a price of 1 million. When the crowd saw that Chu Jiang had placed the bid, those who had originally had thoughts about the Tang Dynasty machetes simply gave up. First, Chu Jiang is a newcomer, so he must be given face as a newcomer. Second, the collection value of this Tang Dynasty knife is there for all to see, and it is worth a maximum of 1.5 to 2 million. Third, although they are not familiar with Chu Jiang, everyone here today knows that Chu Jiang is definitely not short of money. After all, he has even bought the Koenigsegg One, a multi-million-dollar supercar, and he doesn't care about a few million. As a result, Chu Jiang managed to directly take down the first auction item for 1 million yuan. Subsequently, Chu Jiang also bid 5 million yuan for a Zhang Daqian painting and 10 million yuan for 5 bottles of shipwrecked wine. After the charity auction, Xin Hui and Wang Song, who were sitting next to Chu Jiang, didn't spend a single penny, but Chu Jiang spent 30 to 40 million yuan instead. Of course, Chu Jiang didn't really like these collectibles. The main reason was that it was a charity auction, and he spent a little money as a way to give back to society. After all, the proceeds from tonight's auction will be injected into the charity foundation of the Supercar Club, and then used to contribute to education in the western region of the motherland. You have to know that the reason Chu Jiang was able to bind the pickup system was also triggered by his donation on Waterdrop Fund. Xu Jiang's guiding principle since childhood has been to help the world when you're rich, and to help yourself when you're poor. When he was poor, he helped others when he could. Now that he's rich, Xu Jiang feels that he should do more within his means. The entire charity auction lasted over an hour, during which a total of 28 collectibles were auctioned, with Xu Jiang alone taking down 8 collectibles. Thank you to all the guests who have come today. Next, it's time for the free dance party. The host was also very understanding and directly announced the end of the show. Ha! What's this free dance party? Xu Jiang saw that the mood of the rich second generation around him was a little high, and he also looked at Wang Song and Qin Yun with some confusion. Have you heard of the Haitian Shangyan? I've heard of it. Xu Jiang didn't say anything. It's similar to that, but the quality of the girls is even higher, from celebrities to supermodels. Hey, what's the point of talking about it? You'll see for yourself in a moment. Qin Yun laughed, his face unconsciously showing some ripples of excitement. Xu Jiang had guessed something when he heard Qin Yun say Haitian Shangyan just now, and now seeing his expression of springtime excitement, how could he not understand? Ah, this. Xu Jiang's mouth corners rose, and he couldn't help but tease, Brother Song, Brother Qin, I have been partying every night these past 2 days. As a poor kid, I'm going to lose my nutrition soon. Stop being so poor. Brother Chu, you're still a poor kid. If you're poor, we'll have to go begging for alms. Wang Song couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 16. 30 million is nothing, you are worth that much. In the circle of the top second generation rich in the Magic City, Xu Jiang really got to see how high the quality of the girls is today. However, Wang Song didn't seem to be in the mood, and these fair-skinned models with beautiful faces and long legs really weren't Wang Song's type. Brother Song, you don't seem to be in the mood. Brother Song likes internet celebrity faces, these people are not Brother Song's type. Wang Song didn't say anything, but Qin Yun jumped in to answer. GNMD. Wang Song scolded with a smile, but Qin Yun didn't care. Everyone around understood, and they all smiled knowingly. Xu Jiang wasn't really in a good mood either. He had 20 or 30 beautiful young women with fair skin and long legs in maid outfits in his villa. Although it's said that home flowers don't compare to wildflowers, Xu Jiang wasn't the type of man to indulge in wine and women. As for the others, they were like wolves, pouncing on those women. The party was held at the Tianji Villa Hotel tonight, and there were almost 70 or 80 second-generation rich people there. However, there were more than 200 girls. For a while, the entire garden of the Tianji Villa Hotel became a large-scale selection site for these second-generation rich people. Not to mention that these second-generation rich people are horny. In fact, these girls are even hornier than they are. After all, they are all second-generation rich people, so what kind of women do they usually want? On the contrary, for those women, if they can seize the opportunity tonight, they might just fly straight to the top and become phoenixes. Although the probability is low, it's not impossible. Especially in recent years, many ordinary girls who are young and beautiful have successfully risen to the top, which has also given these Cinderellas great confidence. Mu Yunxi is a young celebrity who has just entered the entertainment industry. She is somewhat well known and has a good reputation among the public. But after all, because she has no background, she can't get any good resources, so she is just kind of mediocre. She is relatively hardworking and has no intention of finding a rich second generation as a patron. The main reason she is here today is that she was sent here by her company. She has been with her company for 1 year. When she was young and naive, she signed a contract with the company that if she could not bring in 5 million in revenue for the company in 1 year, she would have to accept the company's various business arrangements. Otherwise, the liquidated damages would be as high as 20 million. When she first entered the entertainment industry, she thought it was not simple to earn 5 million a year. But after being in the entertainment industry for half a year, she realized how difficult it was for a small celebrity with no status or background to earn 5 million a year. She couldn't make the 5 million, let alone the 20 million in liquidated damages, so she had no choice but to obediently follow the company's arrangements and come here to participate in commercial activities. But to be honest, Mu Yunxi didn't expect that today's event would be more than just a simple commercial activity. If she had known in advance that today's event was actually a show where the rich kids choose their concubines, she would have never come. Instead of courting those rich second-generation kids like those other girls, she sat on a chair nearby, head down, playing with her phone. Her company just told her to come, they didn't say anything about her having to flirt with these rich second-generation kids. Brother Chu, since you're here, don't be so uptight. Wang Song looked at Chu Jiang and said with interest, Brother Chu, the one sitting over there looks pretty good, do you want to give it a try? Wang Song glanced at Mu Yunqi and then said to Chu Jiang, "Brother Song, if you like, you can go." Chu Jiang gave Wang Song a cold stare and said, "That's not my type. I've got a date, I'll be leaving soon." As soon as Wang Song finished speaking, his phone rang. He answered it and chatted for a while. He also grabbed his jacket and said a few words to Chu Jiang before hurrying off. Chu Jiang heard one sentence, "Baby, wait for me, I'll be there soon." Before, someone said that Wang Song was a dog licker, and Chu Jiang didn't believe it, thinking that how could the top second-generation rich guy in the country be a dog licker? But now, he kind of believes it. Once Wang Song left, Chu Jiang was sitting here alone, and he was a bit bored. He glanced at Mu Yunqi, and then got up and walked over to her. "Are you Mu Yunqi?" Chu Jiang had seen Mu Yunqi in a TV series before, but she was the maid by the female lead at the time. The reason Chu Jiang had an impression of Mu Yunqi was because the maid played by Mu Yunqi was actually even more beautiful than the young lady played by the female lead. The key was the acting skills. Even an amateur like Chu Jiang could tell that Mu Yunqi's maid was much smoother than the female lead. Speaking of the actress who played the female lead, it seems that she is in one drama after another, and if it weren't for her ex-husband being a big shot in the domestic entertainment industry, no one would have asked her to be the female lead. However, after the divorce news broke a year ago, she now has much fewer resources in the entertainment industry than before. Back to Mu Yunqi, Chu Jiang even went out of his way to look her up at the time. When Chu Jiang talked about this TV series with a friend, he also mentioned Mu Yunqi, saying that in a few years she would have the potential to become a top star in the entertainment industry. However, Mu Yunqi has disappointed Chu Jiang. Not only has she not become popular, but basically she can't be seen doing anything new. Mu Yunqi couldn't help but freeze when she heard Chu Jiang call out her name. She looked up at Chu Jiang with some confusion. All the people here today were second-generation rich kids, and yet someone knew her, an unremarkable little celebrity. "Hello, I'm Mu Yunqi." Mu Yunqi quickly stood up and said with a smile as she looked at Chu Jiang. Although she didn't go out of her way to please those second-generation rich kids, she didn't dare offend them either. Although she didn't know Chu Jiang either, no one here was an ordinary person. "Don't be nervous, sit down and talk. I've seen the TV series you acted in before, so I have a bit of an impression of you." Chu Jiang sat down next to Mu Yunqi and looked at her, smiling and saying, "I think your acting skills are quite good. If you work hard, you might become a popular female artist in the future." "Thank you, I'm flattered." Mu Yunqi felt a little embarrassed when she heard Chu Jiang praise her like that. "But what's wrong with you lately? It seems like there aren't any new works being released." "Alas, the entertainment industry is difficult. I don't have much status or background, so I can't get any resources." Mu Yunqi is still very simple-minded. She saw that Chu Jiang didn't mean any harm, and she sighed and said, "So, is that why you've come here to find a patron?" Chu Jiang looked at Mu Yunqi and asked in return. "It was mainly arranged by the company, and I didn't know what the specific activity was beforehand. The company just told me that it was a business activity, and I had previously signed a VAM contract with the company." Mu Yunqi also pursed her lips in frustration when she heard Chu Jiang say this and explained a little. "If I knew it was going to be like this, I would never have come, even if you killed me." Mu Yunqi let out a bitter laugh, sigh, "Maybe I really don't fit in the entertainment industry." "In that case, your company's boss is really overbearing." Mu Yunqi said this, and Chu Jiang understood. He said directly with resentment, "What kind of future can there be in such a company? It's too pitiful. If I were you, I would terminate the contract with them." Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Mu Yunqi couldn't help but bitterly laugh. "The liquidated damages for terminating the contract are 30 million. I'm a newcomer in the entertainment industry. Where would I get the money to terminate the contract?" 30 million in liquidated damages? Your company signed such a high liquidated damages with a newcomer? Chu Jiang was also puzzled. "Our Jigu Media Company is one of the top 3 entertainment agencies in the country, and we have promoted at least more than 100 entertainment stars. As long as you are selected by Jigu Media, the initial liquidated damages will be so high. We want to become famous, and Jigu wants to retain people, each taking what they need." Seeing Chu Jiang a little confused, Mu Yunqi explained the situation to Chu Jiang. "I see." Chu Jiang thoughtfully said, "Your potential is quite good, why doesn't your company promote you? No backing, right? People with high looks and good acting skills are never in short supply. In this entertainment industry, without status or background, you can't get good resources. Mu Yunqi shook her head helplessly. Why am I telling you, a rich second generation, so much? Alas! How do you know I'm a rich second generation? Isn't it obvious? Who here today isn't a rich second generation? Mu Yunqi looked around and said. Ha, that's right. Chu Jiang didn't say anything. Although he is not a rich second generation, being able to appear here at least proves that he is not an ordinary person. Dance with me? Chu Jiang stood up and extended his hand in front of Mu Yunqi, asking in a gentlemanly manner. Mu Yunqi looked up at Chu Jiang and then placed her hand on his. She didn't dislike Chu Jiang, and she was bored staying here alone anyway, so since he had issued an invitation, she accepted. Embracing Mu Yunqi's soft waist, Chu Jiang leaned close to her ear and whispered, I'm not very good at it, you won't mind, will you? Mu Yunqi is still very sensitive. She has rarely been so intimate with a man. Being embraced by Chu Jiang, who was leaning so close, Mu Yunqi subconsciously blushed. Just follow my rhythm. Mu Yunqi pursed her lips, her shy appearance looking somewhat mouth-watering. After one dance, Mu Yunqi said she wasn't dancing anymore, and walked back to the table in the corner and sat down. Chu Jiang also followed and came over. I think you're very good. Chu Jiang stared at Mu Yunqi, who blushed as she was stared at, and subconsciously pouted her red lips and said, I also think I'm very good. How about this, I'll be your backing. Chu Jiang continued to stare at Mu Yunqi and said. You? Is that okay? Mu Yunqi's tone was somewhat skeptical. She didn't know Chu Jiang, and she thought that even if he was a rich second generation, he couldn't necessarily help her, as she could see that he was young. You can't tell a man no, you have to try it to find out if it works for you. Chu Jiang leaned over to Mu Yunqi, his mouth curling up slightly, and said softly. Mu Yunqi's face flushed to her ears when she heard Chu Jiang say that. She is not a little girl anymore, so how could she not understand that Chu Jiang was flirting with her? Men's mouths are deceitful. I have seen through you men. You are simply greedy for our women's bodies. Mu Yunqi bit her lips and looked up at Chu Jiang and said. Let's do this. I have been looking for something to do recently, and I haven't decided what to do before, but now I think it would be pretty good to work for an entertainment media company. Chu Jiang laughed. He did not refute what Mu Yunqi had just said, but he also ignored it. He looked at Mu Yunqi and said, I will help you terminate your contract with Jade company, and at the same time sign you to my new company. With your abilities, as long as you have the resources, it is only a matter of time before you become famous. Chu Jiang still had great faith in his own judgment. Since Jade Media was letting go of this potential stock, he would take it. Don't look at Mu Yunqi's termination fee of 30 million, if she can become a first-tier star, she will earn that back in less than half a year. And everyone recognizes that the domestic entertainment industry makes money. After all, there are 1.4 billion people in China, and the market is huge. And as China's economy grows, people's wallets are getting fatter and fatter, and the pursuit of entertainment is essential. The entertainment industry, how much potential does it have in the future? That is obvious to anyone with eyes. Chu Jiang is rich now, and he is not afraid to spend money even if it comes easily. If others can do the entertainment industry, why can't he? While others are afraid of losing money, he is not. Although domestic entertainment and media companies are relatively fixed now, and there are only a few that have the strength, if someone can throw money at it without regard for the cost, it is still very easy to occupy a place in the domestic entertainment circle. Of course, Chu Jiang did not decide to throw money into the entertainment industry just to make Mu Yunqi famous. He has his own reasons for wanting to enter the entertainment industry. If he can become a giant in the Chinese entertainment industry, the money will come quickly. No one can ever have too much money, and naturally Chu Jiang is no exception. Of course, the reason for wanting to focus on Mu Yunqi is because she is also very good and definitely has potential. But that's 30 million yuan. Mu Yunqi was stunned when she heard Chu Jiang say that he could help her terminate her contract, and she looked at him in surprise. She knew that Chu Jiang was a second-generation rich kid, but she wasn't sure about his strength. 30 million was a lot of money, whether you were an ordinary person or a second-generation rich kid. It's only 30 million, and you're worth it. Chu Jiang said casually. Since Jade Media is not promoting you, a potential stock, then I have no reason not to. You're not teasing me, are you? Mu Yunqi was still very wary. She couldn't just believe Chu Jiang's casual words. Do you think I'm joking with you? Chu Jiang stared at Mu Yunqi and asked in return. But why? You and I just met. So what's the problem? 30 million is just that, is it much? Mu Yunqi was stunned when she heard Chu Jiang ask. Yes. 30 million, is that a lot? For a newcomer like her in the entertainment industry, 30 million is naturally out of reach. But for these second-generation rich kids who never lack money, 30 million is not a small sum, but is it a lot? Don't think too much, I'm not that boring as to joke with you about 30 million. Chu Jiang said with a laugh. Besides, I originally looked at the entertainment industry, and I took you because I have a good view of your future. I believe in my own judgment. Just as Mu Yunqi was still pondering whether or not to believe Chu Jiang, Qin Yun came over with two very revealingly dressed girls in his arms. Chu, I have things to do, so I'll be going. Qin Yun came over, greeted Chu Jiang, and then led the two girls away. As he walked away, he couldn't help but glance at Mu Yunqi. Brother Chu, you're in luck. I didn't realize it before, but there are actually such treasure girls here? Qin Yun muttered softly, but then he didn't want to think about it anymore, and he directly left this place, embracing the two beautiful women beside him. Although Mu Yunqi was not very familiar with these rich second generations, Qin Yun was after all a top domestic rich second generation, and he had also been active on the internet before. Although his popularity was not as good as Wang Song's, his reputation as the Shanghai emperor was not in vain. Are you familiar with him? Mu Yunqi looked at the back of Qin Yun and then at Chu Jiang, and couldn't help but ask. Let's say I'm familiar with him? Chu Jiang didn't say anything, although he had only just met Qin Yun and Wang Song 3 days ago, he was relatively familiar with them in this circle. No wonder you don't care about money. You must be quite close to Qin Yun and Wang Song, and you should also be one of the top second-generation rich kids in the country, right? Mu Yunqi said with a hint of envy. Reincarnation is a technical job. Who doesn't want to be born with a silver spoon in their mouth? I am rich, but to be precise, I am not really a second-generation rich kid. Chu Jian laughed and stared at Mu Yunqi. If you're not a second-generation rich kid, are you one of the first generation? Mu Yunqi asked in return, looking at Chu Jiang, who even looked younger than herself. How could someone be so young and so rich, and be a founding generation? Facing Mu Yunqi's doubts, Chu Jian didn't say anything more. He understood the truth that too much talking will lead to mistakes. Moreover, he couldn't tell Mu Yunqi that he was so rich because he was bound to the system, could he? Chapter 17, The Quite Capable Xin Xingwei. To say that Chu Jiang didn't have other thoughts about Mu Yunqi, that couldn't be said to be the case. After all, there were so many people with potential, and Chu Jiang had singled out Mu Yunqi. Although it was a coincidence, how could it be possible that he didn't have any selfish motives when he offered 30 million to help Mu Yunqi terminate her contract? I'll walk you back. With Qin Xian and Wang Song both gone, there was no point for Chu Jiang to stay here any longer. Mu Yunqi had long wanted to leave, and when she heard Chu Jiang say that he would drive her back, she quickly nodded, okay. This is your car? Mu Yunqi was shocked again when she saw the Koenigsegg one. Just now, when she came over, she heard the women talking about the Koenigsegg one in the background. After all, the purpose of these people coming here today was also very simple, just to accompany these rich second generation. Because Chu Jiang suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision in the Koenigsegg one, those peripheral women had more or less heard about it from the people behind them. Anyone who can afford a supercar worth more than 100 million is definitely a top young rich man. Those women were chatting excitedly just now, and the content of their conversation was nothing more than if they could get a hold of this person, then they would really be able to marry into a wealthy family. At that time, when Mu Yunqi heard them say this, she couldn't help but sneer a little. But she really didn't expect that she would accidentally hook up with Chu Jiang. Well, it can't be said to be hooking up, but at least they got to know each other. Do you also know this car? Hearing Mu Yunqi ask, Chu Jiang asked with a slight smile. No, but I just heard them say that there is a protagonist tonight, and the car he drives is the Koenigsegg one, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. They also said that they are going to get you tonight. Mu Yunqi looked at Chu Jiang and said with a smile. Having escaped from that environment, Mu Yunqi felt much more relaxed. To be honest, with your personality, you really aren't suited to the entertainment industry. Sitting in the car, Chu Jiang looked at Mu Yunqi and said. It goes without saying how chaotic the entertainment industry is. To thrive in the entertainment industry, one does not have to go along with the corrupt, but at the very least, one cannot be untainted by the filth, right? Someone like Mu Yunqi, without any background or connections, cannot survive in the big cesspool that is the entertainment industry, and cannot stand the chaos of the industry, so it is simply impossible for her to become famous. Of course, if she had a patron, that would be a different story. If someone is backing you up and throwing money at you to get resources, even if you're a pig, you'll be popular for a while, right? Of course, Mu Yunqi's personal strength is still quite good. If Jade Media was willing to pay Mu Yunqi to pave the way, with Mu Yunqi's looks and strength, she might not be able to occupy a place in the entertainment industry. It's a little late today, tomorrow morning. I just added you on WeChat. I'll contact you tomorrow morning. You can tell your agent first, so that your company is prepared and doesn't waste my time. Chu Jiang drove while also giving Mu Yunqi some instructions. Oh. Mu Yunqi nodded and let out a small oh. After a few seconds, she also looked at Chu Jiang's profile and said, let's wait until tomorrow when you come over to talk about it. I'm just a nobody at Jige, and they'd be happy to see me leave. Mu Yunqi naturally had her own concerns. If she said anything now, where would she find Chu Jiang tomorrow if he didn't contact her? Although it was unlikely that Chu Jiang was playing a joke on her, she still had to be careful with this kind of thing. Chu Jiang paused for a moment when he heard Mu Yunqi say this, and then he also smiled and said, that's fine. How could he not know what Mu Yunqi was worried about? Put yourself in her shoes. If she were Mu Yunqi, she also wouldn't be able to trust others so easily. Chu Jiang naturally didn't care too much about it. If you want others to trust you, you can't just rely on empty talk, you have to come up with some real substance. There's no rush, anyway. Mu Yunqi is not from Shanghai, and she rents a place in the city. Although she is in the entertainment industry, she is actually a nobody. Her salary is at most 400,000 to 500,000 yuan a year. She doesn't rent a particularly nice apartment, just an average one. I didn't realize that you, a celebrity in the entertainment industry, lived here. Xu Xiao, don't belittle me. Mu Yunqi now knew Chu Jiang's name, and she also gave him a cold stare. I only make 20 or 30,000 a month, and the cost of living in the Magic City is so high. I have to spend money on grooming myself, so where would I have the money to live in a nice house? That's true. Chu Jiang nodded and said, when you come to my side, if you can become a domestic first-tier star, I'll give you a house. When she heard Chu Jiang say this, Mu Yunqi couldn't help but light up. But then the light in her eyes dimmed again. It's not that easy to become a first-tier star. Although she thinks she is quite capable, to become a first-tier star, in addition to ability, you also need to have good enough luck. It's not enough to have people rooting for you, you have to at least be popular with the public. What? No confidence? It's true that I'm a little, not confident. Mu Yunqi pursed her lips and whispered. I have a lot of confidence in you. Don't think so much. I have a lot of money. As long as you are willing to work hard, I can spend money until you are everywhere. Huh? Mu Yunqi couldn't quite understand what Chu Jiang was saying and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Look at this magic city. On the streets and alleys, there are advertisements with celebrity endorsements everywhere. If they were all replaced with yours, wouldn't that mean you can be seen everywhere? Chu Jiang explained with a laugh. Ah? How much would that cost? Mu Yunqi was also shocked by Chu Jiang's words. How much it costs is my business, you don't need to worry about it. Chu Jiang stared at Mu Yunqi and said, I've already spent 30 million in contract termination fees. If I don't make you famous and use you as my money-making machine, then I'll be losing a lot of money, won't I? A second ago, Mu Yunqi was quite moved. The next second, when she heard Chu Jiang say that, she couldn't help but grunt in her heart. Sure enough, the capital all wants you to become a money-making machine. But no matter what, if Chu Jiang was really willing to terminate her contract and spend money on her, she would still be very moved. This was definitely an opportunity that she could not afford to miss. I won't walk you up, so take care. Chu Jiang opened the car window and gave Mu Yunqi a brief explanation before stepping on the accelerator and leaving. It was already past 10 o'clock at night when he returned to his villa. Xin Xingwei couldn't help but freeze for a moment when she saw that Chu Jiang had actually returned. Young master, you've returned. What are you talking about? I can't stay out all night every day, can I? Chu Jiang said with a smile. Sitting on the sofa, the beautiful maid in a maid's uniform quickly served Chu Jiang with freshly brewed tea and freshly cut fruit. Feeling the meticulous service, Chu Jiang's mood was also quite pleasant. By the way, Xingwei, I'm going to invest in an entertainment media company, so you make a plan. Huh? Xin Xingwei was slightly taken aback when she heard Chu Jiang say this, but then she immediately said, yes, master, I understand. As a personal butler, you must have the mindset of a personal butler. This is the new realization that Xin Xingwei has gained from her work in the past 2 days. So, master, do I need to continue thinking of other entrepreneurial projects? After all, Chu Jiang had told her in the afternoon to think of a few more suitable entrepreneurial projects, and now Chu Jiang suddenly said he wanted to set up an entertainment media company, so naturally Xin Xingwei had to ask for clarification. The two don't conflict. As long as the project is good and can make money, it doesn't matter if you invest a few $100 million. Xin Xingwei finally saw what it meant to be rich and arrogant. But she also understood what Chu Jiang meant. Okay, young master, I understand. Well, go to bed early. Chu Jiang glanced at Xin Xingwei and said nonchalantly. But Xin Xingwei didn't really go to bed. She just stood not far away. Chu Jiang had not even gone to bed yet, and she, as the housekeeper, had gone to bed. What kind of appearance was that? Chu Jiang was quite comfortable, leaning back on the sofa, his feet directly on the coffee table, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. After drinking some tea and eating some fruit, sleepiness set in, and Chu Jiang also stood up and stretched. Going to bed. It was only a little after 11 p.m. now, and it was really quite good for a young person to be able to go to bed at this hour. Chu Jiang no longer has any pressure in life. As long as he doesn't go out partying, he still wants to go to bed early. Not to mention that staying up late for a long time will damage the liver and kidneys. He doesn't want to be rich but have a weak body. What's the use of having money if there's nowhere to spend it? He's still so young now, and he has at least 60 or 70 years ahead of him. He wants to enjoy life as much as possible. But before going to bed, Chu Jiang also sorted through the rewards in the system space. Needless to say, there were cash rewards. He had picked up over 10 billion in cash just tonight at the exchange meeting. There were also quite a few luxury cars and mansions. He had already withdrawn more than 50 luxury cars, and had already taken all the luxury cars in the system space. Now, however, there were 50 more luxury cars in the system space. As for mansions, there were 3 more large floor-to-ceiling apartments in Thompson Riviera, as well as 4 school district buildings with 400 to 500 school district apartments. Chu Jiang was numb at the sight of such rewards. There were just too many of them, and he simply couldn't muster any interest. However, the entire 99th floor of the office building in the center of the Magic City was a pretty good reward. As for skill rewards, he had only obtained 2 since binding to the system. One was Golden Pupil, and the other was God-level car skills. He also immediately extracted and learned the skill rewards, after all, they were still rare. After sorting out these rewards, Chu Jiang went to bed with peace of mind. He slept soundly without a dream. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Chu Jiang woke up. When we were at school, everyone had a dream, counting money until your fingers cramp, sleeping until you naturally wake up. But when you become an adult and enter society, and after being beaten up by society, you will understand that the dreams of your school days are so unattainable. But for Chu Jiang now, this is no longer a dream. As long as he wants, his money can really make him count money until his hand cramps. For breakfast, he had carefully cooked crab meat porridge with king crab, and the cost of this meal alone was tens of thousands of yuan. The king crabs were delivered by special plane from abroad and were very fresh, but of course the price was also quite expensive. Since they were specially delivered to the rich in the Magic City, the quality of these king crabs was naturally beyond doubt. At 8,888 yuan per catty, an ordinary person would feel extravagant just by looking at it. The king crab Chu Jiang had for breakfast weighed 3 catties, and just this crab alone cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. However, Chu Jiang didn't say much about it. Spending money can improve your quality of life, and he was just happy about it. If it weren't for Xin Xingwei, he would never have been able to enjoy such imperial-level treatment on his own. It had to be said that Xin Xingwei, as his personal butler, really understood what Chu Jiang was thinking. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Chu Jiang asked with great concern as he drank his crab meat congee and looked at Xin Xingwei. "Not yet." Xin Xingwei had been busy since she got up in the morning, and she had indeed not yet had breakfast. "This won't do. People are made of iron and rice is made of steel. You must eat breakfast." Chu Jiang looked at Xin Xingwei and laughed, his words containing a hint of rebuke. "That, Lin Xiaoyi, go and get butler Shin a bowl of congee." There were too many servants in the family, and Chu Jiang didn't know many of their names. Lin Xiaoyi was one of them, and she happened to be standing next to him, so Chu Jiang looked at her and gave her an order. "Yes, young master." Lin Xiaoyi hurried to the kitchen to get the congee when she heard Chu Jiang's order. Lin Xiaoyi said she didn't envy Xin Xingwei, but that was naturally impossible. But she still had a good sense of her own abilities. For one thing, Xin Xingwei was after all the young master's personal butler, and in the villa, apart from Chu Jiang, she had the most power. For another, Xin Xingwei's abilities were there for all to see. Third, Xin Xingwei was also very attractive, and at least in the whole villa, there was no one who was more beautiful than Xin Xingwei. Of course, the most important thing was that as personal butlers, all of them could feel Chu Zhang's great trust in Xin Xingwei. Xin Xingwei was a bit at a loss. Theoretically, as a butler, even if Chu Zhang trusted her, she was not qualified to eat at the same table as him. Sit down and eat together, Chu Jiang said with a smile as he looked at Xin Xingwei, who suddenly looked a bit nervous. If you get tired, where would I find someone as good as you to replace you? He had to say that it was really not easy to find someone as capable as Xin Xingwei. Chu Jiang never imagined that Xin Xingwei, whom he picked up casually in front of a bar, would turn out to be a doctorate in management from Stanford University. After finishing breakfast, Chu Jiang finally got in touch with Mu Yunxi. As for Mu Yunxi, she didn't get much rest last night. The thought that Chu Jiang would help her terminate her contract with Jade Media today really made her heart flutter a little. Although Jade Media is one of the top 3 entertainment media companies in the entertainment industry, and they have promoted at least 100 artists. But then again, no matter how good Jade Media is, what can it do for her? She has no status or background, and she can't get good resources either. A female artist's prime is her youth, and after this period of time, it will be even more difficult to become famous. She arrived at the company early this morning, and from time to time she glanced at her phone, her heart was anxious. Mu Yunxi, you left early last night? Mu Yunxi frowned when she heard the voice, looked up at the woman speaking, and nodded. Mu Yunxi, I've told you before, if you want to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry, you have to sacrifice a little in some things. Hong Jie looked at Mu Yunxi and said with some frustration. She is Mu Yunxi's agent and usually takes good care of her. But she is just a small agent. Even though she is very optimistic about Mu Yunxi, the company just won't give Mu Yunxi the resources, and she is very helpless. As an agent, she of course knows that if an artist doesn't have some background, it is simply impossible to get good resources. But with Mu Yunxi's personality, to be honest, she really doesn't fit in the entertainment industry. Hongjie, I have something I want to tell you. Mu Yunxi looked at her agent and couldn't help but pursed her lips and said. Ha? What is it? Hong Jie was stunned for a moment, and seeing that Mu Yunxi was preoccupied, she said with some concern. Well, Hong Jie, I want to terminate the contract with the company. Ha? What? Hong Jie thought she had heard it wrong and looked at Mu Yunxi in shock. Mu Yunxi, you're crazy. The contract you signed with the company is for 5 years, and the termination fee is 30 million. How can you have that kind of money to terminate the contract with the company? Hong Jie frowned and stared at Mu Yunxi, saying, Yunxi, I know you are aggrieved, just bear with it a little longer, I will help you get more auditions this year. Before Hong Jie could finish her sentence, Mu Yunxi's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and immediately answered the call. Xu Xiao, I'm at the company right now. Okay, I'll send you the location. After hanging up the phone, Mu Yunxi immediately sent Chu Jiang the company's location. After confirming that Chu Jiang would be coming over soon, Mu Yunxi also looked directly at Hong Jie and said, Hong Jie, I met a rich second generation yesterday. He thinks I'm pretty good, and he's going to make me famous. However, he's going to set up his own media company, so he'll help me out with the 30 million and let me terminate my contract with Jade Media. Hearing Mu Yunxi say this, Hong Jie couldn't help but freeze in shock. She looked at Mu Yunxi for a long time without saying a word. Sigh. Hong Jie sighed. To be honest, she felt sorry that the company didn't value Mu Yunxi. Chapter 18, 99% of the world's problems can be solved with money. Hong Jie still attached great importance to Mu Yunxi. She felt that Mu Yunxi had great potential to become famous. First, Mu Yunxi was fair-skinned and beautiful, and her appearance was naturally needless to say. Even in the entertainment circle full of beautiful women, Mu Yunxi's appearance could beat everyone in her circle. Second, Mu Yunxi's acting skills were very good. Even if they were not comparable to those of the old drama veterans, among newcomers, Mu Yunxi's acting skills could be said to be very good. Third, Mu Yunxi has always had a good reputation among the public. Even if the company has not deliberately promoted her, in the past year or two, Mu Yunxi's followers on Weibo have already exceeded 1 million. She has recommended Mu Yunxi several times before, but the company has ignored her. Alas, it's a pity. Hong Jie sighed. Hong Jie, if possible, I want you to go with me. Mu Yunxi said sincerely as she looked at her agent. Hong Jie is an old agent at Jade Media, but since she is getting a bit older now, the company also has the idea of marginalizing her. Previously, Mu Yunqi had heard Hong Jie mention the idea of leaving Jade Media. Leave with you? Hong Jie couldn't help but feel excited when she heard Mu Yunqi say this. Yunqi, you said you met a rich second generation last night? Who is he? Do I know him? Xu Jiang, does Hong Jie have any impression? Xu Jiang? Never heard of him. Are there any wealthy Chu family members in Shanghai? He seems to know Qin Hui very well, and Hong Jie, his car is a Koenigsegg one. Ha! Hong Jie is after all involved in the entertainment industry, and she is also very familiar with luxury cars. She knows about Koenigsegg, and she also knows about the Koenigsegg one. However, when she heard Mu Yunqi say that Chu Jiang's car was actually a Koenigsegg one, she was still a little shaken. There are only 6 Koenigsegg ones in the world? You didn't mishear, did you? It seems that there is no such car in China? You won't be wrong. Last night when I went over there, I heard a lot of people talking about Mr. Chu. Mu Yunqi briefly told Hongshan about the situation last night, and Hongshan couldn't help but freeze directly. Chu Xiao just called me, he said he'll be here soon. The headquarters of Jade Media is located in the office building of the Shanghai Tower. However, they rent it. The entire 56th floor costs more than 40 million yuan in rent alone per year. After all, Jade Media is one of the top 3 entertainment media companies in the country, with 7 or 8 first-tier stars under its wing alone, not to mention countless second- and third-tier stars. Their net profit last year was 1 billion yuan. It is necessary to spend 40 million yuan to rent a floor in the Shanghai Tower to improve the company's appearance. Chu Jiang was also stunned when he saw the location Mu Yunqi sent to him. The Shanghai Tower. He was originally thinking about finding some time to check out his office building on that floor, and he took advantage of this opportunity to go up and have a look. Xingwei, will you go out with me for a while? Ah, yes. Xingwei didn't ask what they were going out to do, but since Chu Jiang had said it, she couldn't refuse to go. Yesterday, they drove a Koenigsegg one, and today, Chu Jiang wanted to switch to a Lamborghini Aventador. If they were ordinary second-generation rich people, they would probably not drive cars of this caliber on the road. Who would really drive a supercar like this? These are all collector-grade supercars, and the value of playing with them definitely outweighs their practical value. But Chu Jiang really didn't care. After all, the car was picked up, and it came easily, so relatively speaking, it wasn't so cherished. And in Chu Jiang's opinion, cars are meant to be driven, so it would be a real shame not to take such a cool supercar out for a spin. Driving the Lamborghini Poison, he took Xingwei from the side of the Tang Palace and drove towards the center of the city towards the Modi building. Last night I told you I was going to start an entertainment media company, and today I'm going to go sign our first artist. Chu Jiang said to Xingwei. Ha? Who's the first artist? A newcomer who just entered the entertainment industry not long ago, Mu Yunqi. She's a contracted artist with Jade Media. Mu Yunqi? Never heard of her. But I know about Jade Media. Xingwei said after a moment of contemplation, young master, as far as I know, there is something wrong with the contract signed by Jade Media. The minimum liquidated damages in the contract they signed with newcomers starts at 30 million. After Chu Jiang told her about this last night, Xingwei was the first to find out about these domestic entertainment media companies. Since Jade Media is one of the top 3 media companies in the country, Xingwei naturally wanted to learn more about it. It has to be said that Xingwei's abilities are really strong. Yes, 30 million in liquidated damages. Chu Jiang said with a laugh, but Mu Yunqi's potential is really good. What she lacks is an opportunity. Jade Media didn't value her. Haha, to be honest, I got a bargain. Xingwei couldn't help but frown when she heard Chu Jiang say that. Why did it feel like something was wrong? He wanted a newcomer to the entertainment industry from Jade Media for 30 million in liquidated damages, and the young master actually felt like he got a bargain? Is this Mu Yunqi really that promising? Xingwei couldn't help but mutter to herself. If she can make him a star, the 30 million won't be a waste. After all, even if he can't become a top star, if he can become a second-tier star, the 30 million in liquidated damages won't be a problem at all. It is almost a household name that domestic entertainment stars make a lot of money. If they are domestic first-tier stars, the various types of income they receive add up to at least 200 million to 300 million a year. Second-tier stars may not earn as much as first-tier stars, but they are estimated to earn tens of millions a year. If they are lucky, it is not difficult to earn hundreds of millions a year. But it's actually not that simple to become a second-tier or even a first-tier star. However, if Chu Jiang is willing to spend money and resources on her at any cost, it won't be difficult for her to become a second-tier star. As for whether she can become a first-tier star, that really requires some strength. Oh yeah, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. I have an entire floor of office space in the central building in the center of Shanghai, the 99th floor, which can be used as the office building for our media company. Chu Jiang casually said as he drove. She had been wondering whether Mu Yunqi had the strength to become a first-tier star, and suddenly heard Chu Jiang say that he owned an entire floor of office space in the Shanghai Tower. Even though she knew that Chu Jiang was very wealthy, she was shocked once again. That was the Shanghai Tower, the most luxurious office building in the entire city. It was located in the Dongpu New District, next to the Oriental Pearl Tower. Xin Xingwei didn't need to guess how expensive the rent was for an office there. But what did Chu Jiang just say? He has an entire floor of office space? And it's on the 99th floor. The headquarters of their company, Jade Media, is in the Magic City Center building. It's just right, let's finalize the termination of Mu Yunqi's contract first, and then we'll go to the 99th floor for a look around. Chu Jiang spoke casually, but Xin Xingwei was a little dazed as she listened. She felt that Chu Jiang was like an iceberg with only the tip showing, and you can only see a little bit of it forever, but what you can't see is that you would never have imagined how exaggerated it is. But that's the office building in the heart of the city. A whole floor has an area of at least 4,000 to 5,000 square meters. At 300,000 yuan per square meter, it would cost at least 1.5 to 1.6 billion yuan to buy it, right? Young master, I want to know, how much real estate do you actually have? I can take care of it all for you. Xin Xingwei is now helping Chu Jiang take care of his properties, and Chu Jiang has also promised to give her an additional 10% of the rent as a reward. She looked at Chu Jiang as he said this, and there was a hint of teasing in her tone. However, when Chu Jiang heard her say this, he frowned. If you put it that way, I really think of it. I still have 4 school district buildings on the side of Yujing Xuefu, which is almost 400 to 500 school district apartments. I will give you all the property ownership certificates later, and you can take care of them all at once. It's still the old rule, you get 10% of the rent. Xin Xingwei actually just said it casually. Who would have thought that Chu Jiang would just say 4 school district buildings and 400 to 500 school district apartments? She was dumbfounded. Xin Xingwei was completely dumbfounded. Sigh. She let out a gasp of cold air. Indeed, the more she got to know Chu Jiang, the more she felt that she had no idea of his true strength. Young master, I'm impressed. Xin Xingwei didn't dare speak carelessly anymore. Those were 400 to 500 school district apartments. For the average person, being able to buy a school district apartment with a mortgage in the Magic City is already pretty amazing. But compared to Chu Jiang, well, there's no comparison at all, because Chu Jiang's houses are all calculated on a per-building basis. A Lamborghini Veneno driving down the road is definitely going to be more eye-catching than a Koenigsegg one. The main reason is that Koenigsegg ones are so rare that, apart from those supercar enthusiasts who can recognize them, most ordinary people have no idea what a Koenigsegg is. But the Lamborghini Veneno is different. Most people can recognize the Lamborghini logo, and at least 1/3 of them will immediately recognize it as the Lamborghini Aventador. Holy shit! Slow down, let me take a picture first. Lamborghini Aventador? Holy shit! Is this car really in the Magic City? Am I seeing things? This supercar is so cool. Honey, when your engineering payment arrives, let's buy one of these supercars. What? Are you high? With our 2 to 3 million construction funds, we can't even buy a wheel for it. No way, is it that expensive? Yes. This is the Lamborghini Poison. Yes. Do you know how much this car costs? Let me put it this way, there are only 14 Lamborghini Venenos in the world. The black market once speculated that the price of a Lamborghini Veneno could reach 120 million yuan. But unfortunately, these top-level supercars are priced out of the market. None of the owners are ordinary people, they are all top-level tycoons and magnates. Even if an ordinary person has a lot of money, they cannot buy one. Shit, yesterday I saw a Koenigsegg one, and today I saw a Lamborghini Veneno. There are really a lot of rich people in Shanghai. Driving a top-of-the-line supercar like this on the road, the rate of return is something you don't even have to guess. Anyway, all along the way, whether they knew it was a Lamborghini poison or not, basically everyone would take a second look. The Tan Palace is in the western suburbs of the Demon City, and even if the road conditions are good and there is no traffic, it will take more than half an hour to drive to the Dongpu New District. By the time they parked the car on this side of the Chu River and walked over to the Demon City Center building, it was almost 10:30. Mu Yunxi was also impatient. However, even more impatient than Mu Yunxi was her agent, Hong Shang. Just now, when Mu Yunxi said she wanted her to go with her, she was also tempted. First, she is optimistic about Mu Yunxi. She feels that as long as Mu Yunxi can get good resources, her future will definitely be limitless, and it is not impossible for her to become a domestic first-tier star. Second, the person who is attracted to Mu Yunxi is definitely, in her opinion, a super wealthy top second generation. After all, in her opinion, Xu Jiang had only just met Mu Yunxi for 1 day, but he was willing to spend 30 million to help Mu Yunxi terminate her contract with Jade. What does this show? It shows that the person who likes Mu Yunxi is definitely rich. In the entertainment industry, as long as you have money and are willing to spend it, there is basically no problem. As the saying goes, money can solve 99% of the world's problems, and for the remaining 1%, it takes double the money to solve it. In other words, money is basically omnipotent. 30 million is a lot of money. I'm afraid that among ordinary people like them, they won't be able to earn that much money even if they work hard for a lifetime. But 30 million is really just a drop in the bucket for Chu Jiang, who drives a Koenigsegg 1. Hong Jia has been an agent at Jade Media for nearly 20 years, but not only has the company not given her adequate treatment, it is now preparing to marginalize her. It would probably be good if she could leave Jade with Mu Yunxi. Has he arrived yet? Where is he? He's not going to cancel, is he? Hong Jia was even more anxious than Mu Yunxi, and she asked Mu Yunxi every 10 minutes. Mu Yunxi was anxious too, but she didn't dare ask Xu Jiang, so she could only reassure Hong Jia and tell her not to worry. Fortunately, Xu Jiang wasn't playing with her, and as soon as he arrived at the foot of the Shanghai Tower, he called Mu Yunxi directly. Yunxi, I'm here. Is your company on the 56th floor? Mr. Chu, I'll come down to pick you up. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. After Mu Yunxi hung up the phone, she hurriedly took her agent Hongshan with her and took the elevator downstairs. When Hongshan saw Chu Jiang for the first time, she was stunned. He was so young. He looked to be in his early 20s at most. However, she could clearly sense the extraordinary aura of Chu Jiang. Especially when Xin Xingwei stood next to Chu Jiang with her briefcase, she could instantly feel that Chu Jiang's background was extraordinary. Mu Yunxi also couldn't help but freeze when she saw Xin Xingwei next to Chu Jiang, but soon she straightened up and walked up to Chu Jiang with her chest puffed out. Chu Xiao, this is my agent. I've already told her the situation. I want to take her with me and leave Jade Media. Hello, Mr. Chu. Hong Jia followed Mu Yunxi's footsteps and quickly greeted Chu Jiang. No problem. Does she want a severance package? I'll give it to her. Chu Jiang's wealth and arrogance immediately impressed Hong Jia. She was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and said, Mr. Chu, there is no severance package between me and Jade. I just need to resign. Chu Jiang nodded, his mouth slightly upturned in a soft smile. Yunxi, let me introduce you. This is my personal butler, Xin Xingwei, and in the future, she will also be the president of our Chuman Entertainment Media Company. Xin Xingwei was slightly stunned when she heard Chu Jiang introduce himself like that. She was really busy. She had become the president of an entertainment media company again. But the capable work hard, Xin Xingwei is also non-committal about this. Hello, Miss Mu Yunxi, I heard the young master say that you are very good, and I hope we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Xin Xingwei extended her hand in front of Mu Yunxi and said with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Hello, President Xin, I will have to rely on you for more cultivation in the future. Mu Yunxi shook hands with Xin Xingwei and also said a polite remark. Hong Jia stood on one side and couldn't help but take a closer look at Chu Jiang. So young, but the temperament looks very mature. Young and wealthy, this is almost a character in a novel. Hong Jia's judgment is still very sharp, especially when she saw the Richard Mill on Chu Jiang's wrist at a glance. A watch worth more than 20 million yuan, what is the background of this young Master Chu? Hong Jia couldn't help but mutter in her heart, but she didn't dare to ask. She has dealt with second-generation rich people for many years, and she understands their temperaments very well. Hong Jia and Mu Yunxi led the way in front, and Chu Jiang and Xin Xingwei followed behind them. Our company, Chuman Entertainment Media, also has offices here, but we are on the 99th floor. Chu Jiang laughed and casually said something. However, Mu Yunqi and Hong Jia were stunned. Xu Xiao, you said you rented the 99th floor? That's not cheap rent. I have a friend, they're a multinational company, they rent the 98th floor, the annual rent is 60 million. Hong Jia blurted out a sentence, but before she finished speaking, she realized that she might have said the wrong thing. The fact that Chu Xiao could casually come up with 30 million to help Mu Yunqi terminate the contract shows that he has a lot of money and simply doesn't care. Fortunately, Chu Jiang didn't care either, but instead smiled and said, I've already bought the 99th floor, so there's no need for rent. Sigh. When Hong Jie and Mu Yunqi heard Chu Jiang say this, they both couldn't help but let out a cold breath. Bought it? Originally, their company, Jade Media, was located here, and they more or less knew a little about the office buildings in the Shanghai Tower. How expensive it is here can be seen from the rent. Buying an entire floor of office space would cost at least 1.5 to 1.6 billion yuan, right? Hong Jia knew that Chu Jian was a rich second-generation heir, but she really didn't expect him to be so rich. Don't be so shocked, it's just an office building, not worth much. In the future, I plan to build my own building to be the group headquarters. Chu Jiang laughed, unable to resist, and casually made a Versailles reference. Chapter 19 Yunxi, if you like it, go after it. You have to take hold of your own happiness. Whether Chu Jiang's Versailles was intentional or not, the person really had the strength to do it. Besides, Chu Jiang really wasn't joking. How could a high-class group not have its own group building? Chu Jiang had already conceived the name of his own group last night, and it was called Truman. And according to Chu Jiang's vision, the Truman Group would be a highly integrated group company that would be involved in all walks of life in the future. Such a large group naturally needs its own group building. Chuman Entertainment Media Company is the first project of the Chuman Group, and Chu Jiang still attaches great importance to it. Otherwise, he would not have come personally to help Mu Yunqi terminate the contract, and would have simply handed it over to Shen Xingwei. It is not an exaggeration to describe the domestic economy as taking off in the past decade. People's wallets have grown fatter, and naturally they will spend more on some entertainment projects. Chu Jiang still has a lot of confidence in the entertainment industry. As long as it is done well, it can earn billions of dollars a year. Of course, the initial investment is also quite huge. After all, the huge domestic entertainment industry has basically been set in stone. It is basically impossible to take a bite out of the market from them without spending a lot of money. Chu Jiang has his own plans. No matter what industry it is, it cannot be accomplished overnight. One step at a time, take it slowly, he is in no hurry. For a company, no matter what it does, as long as it can form a closed loop in the industrial chain, it is still very simple to become bigger and stronger. Of course, helping Mu Yunqi terminate her contract with Jade Entertainment Media Company is the first step. When she arrived at the door of Jade Entertainment Media Company, Hong Jie also directly told the company's senior management about Mu Yunqi's intention to terminate her contract with Jade. Fang Yong is the general manager of Jade Entertainment Media Company. When he learned that an unknown little artist under his company actually wanted to terminate the contract with the company, he couldn't help but frown. She can afford to pay 30 million in compensation? Of course, Fang Yong didn't know who Mu Yunqi was. After all, under Jade, there were many first-tier stars alone, not to mention countless second- and third-tier stars. Mu Yunqi? He had never heard of her. How could she possibly afford to pay the sky-high compensation of 30 million? President Fong, it seems that she has met a rich second-generation heir. The money was paid by that second-generation heir. Oh. Fang Yong couldn't help but let out a small exclamation when he heard what his assistant said. Okay, I understand. She's just a small-time artist, so as long as they can come up with the 30 million yuan termination fee, just go through the procedure. Fang Yong didn't really care. Although up until now, no newcomer had ever terminated their contract with Jade Media. After all, Jade's sky-high termination fee was indeed not something an unknown small-time artist could afford. But if someone can really come up with that kind of money, Jade won't hold anyone back in the contract. And it's obvious that this little girl called Mu Yunqi has someone on her side. A rich second generation who can throw away 30 million to help a little artist break their contract can't be ordinary by any stretch of the imagination. Although Jade Entertainment Media is considered a giant in the entertainment industry, it is nothing in the presence of many big shots in the country. It's not worth offending someone over such a trivial matter. Fang Yong has spoken, so the contract termination was done smoothly. After all, Jade Entertainment Media is a giant in the industry, and its legal department is quite complete. Chu Jiang directly transferred 30 million yuan to Jade Entertainment Media's account, and after checking, they quickly signed the contract termination with Mu Yunqi. Please announce on Weibo that Mu Yunqi has terminated the contract. Chu Jiang was right to bring Xin Xingwei along. After all, Xin Xingwei was the one who dealt with Jade on some issues. We have already informed the colleagues in the publicity department. The people from Jade were also conquered by Xin Xingwei's momentum, and their tone of speech was particularly polite. First, Xin Xingwei's momentum was very strong. Second, the people from Jade also knew that she had power and background behind her. Third, the 30 million severance pay was paid without a second thought, so they should show some respect. After Mu Yunqi signed the severance contract, Hong Jie also signed the resignation contract directly. Although Hong Jie was an experienced agent, since she had already been marginalized by the company, the Human Resources Department simply approved her resignation without further thought. The news of Mu Yunqi's severance also spread on the Jigu side as soon as possible. Did you hear? Mu Yunqi has terminated her contract with the company. The termination fee is 30 million yuan, and the contract has already been signed. Who is Mu Yunqi? A newcomer? 30 million yuan termination fee. How can a newbie have so much money? She is indeed a newbie. She has acted in a few TV dramas before, but she was always in supporting roles. I heard that she is hooked up with a rich second generation, and the 30 million yuan termination fee was paid by him. Really? I'm so jealous. I just looked up this Mu Yunqi, and she really is very pretty. No wonder she's got all the rich kids falling over themselves. Alas, she's now a phoenix rising from the ashes, and she's not one of us. After all, it was indeed incredible for a newcomer to get 30 million to terminate her contract with Jade. For a while, all the employees of Jade Media were gossiping about this. On the Chu Jiang side, the four of them had already left Jade Media. How do you feel? Are you very happy? Chu Jiang asked Mu Yunqi with a smile. I am quite happy, but I am also a little disappointed. Mu Yunqi said with a smile, pursing her lips. She was not valued by Jade, and there were few resources available to her, which was equivalent to being shelved. Moreover, due to the previous bet contract, she had to participate in some of the business activities arranged by the company. Now that she has terminated the contract with Jade Entertainment Media Company, she is also relieved. Naturally, she was also disappointed. When she was first signed by Jade, she was full of joy. After all, as long as you are in the entertainment industry, who doesn't know Jade? As a giant in the entertainment industry, Jade Entertainment Media Company has made at least hundreds of people famous. Mu Yunqi felt at the time that she would definitely become famous, but things did not turn out as she hoped. Only when she really entered this circle did she understand one thing: not having status or background is equivalent to having no resources. Without resources, no matter how hard you work, it is useless. Don't be disappointed, because you will soon become the top artist under our Truman Entertainment Media Company. Chu Jiang laughed. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. Mu Yunqi definitely would work hard without Chu Jiang having to say much. Opportunities are hard to come by, and Chu Jiang believes in her so much, she didn't want to disappoint him. Let's go see the headquarters of our Truman Entertainment Media Company. The four of them took the express elevator directly to the 99th floor. Wang Chao, the property manager of the office building in the Shanghai Tower, had been waiting for a long time. Chu Jiang had contacted him when he arrived earlier. Hearing that Chu Jiang, the mysterious buyer, was coming, Wang Chao did not dare to neglect him. Although Chu Jiang was not his boss, he knew that someone who could spend more than 1 billion yuan to buy an entire floor of office space would dare not be treated badly. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Wang Chao, the property manager here. Wang Chao saw Chu Jiang and his entourage approaching, and he hurriedly took 3 steps and turned them into 2, walking up to Chu Jiang. He had a flattering smile on his face, slightly bent over, and looked somewhat servile. Hello. Chu Jiang nodded. I happened to be in the area and thought I'd stop by. I'll need to use this area soon. Yes, Mr. Chu, shall I show you around? Sure. Chu Jiang was naturally here for the first time. After all, this was also a reward he picked up. This entire floor of office buildings is indeed very large, and since it is the 99th floor, the view is even more open. Standing in front of the tempered glass and looking into the distance, you can get a panoramic view of the entire Huangpu River. This feeling is really a bit addictive. Chu Jiang took out a cigarette and lit it, unable to help but mutter. The entire floor of office buildings has been finely decorated, but because no one has ever used it here, there is not even a chair. Xingwei, find a decoration team to arrange this side.
Yes, young master. Xingwei nodded in agreement as she followed Chu Jiang. Well, then, I'll leave the management of Chumen Entertainment to you for now.
Chu Jiang didn't have many people around him that he could use at the moment, and Xingwei was naturally given more work to do because of her abilities.
Yes, please be assured, young master.
Xingwei didn't really mind, as she was already thinking about how to construct the leadership team of Chumen Entertainment.
It's also time for lunch, let's go down and have some food. Chu Jiang looked at the time and it was almost 12 noon.
He found a nice Chinese restaurant nearby and led Mu Yunqi and the others to have a simple meal. Yunqi, take some time off in the next few days. You won't have much time to rest in the future when you get busy. Chu Jiang said with a smile as he looked at Mu Yunqi.
Thank you for your concern, Chu Xiao, but I still think it's better to be busy. It makes me feel more at ease.
Mu Yunqi's words were sincere.
After all, if you want to become famous and make money, how can you not be busy?
Well, the fact that you can think like this shows that I haven't misjudged you. Chu Jiang nodded, and then looked at Xingwei and said, Xingwei, find some time to sign the contract with Yunqi. In addition, our Chumen Entertainment Media Company can sign a few more new people in the early stages to strengthen the team. As for resources and other things, you don't need to worry about it, just leave it to me.
Chu Jiang said with a laugh. Although it was Chu Jiang's first time venturing into the entertainment industry, he didn't know much about it. But what did it matter?
He had money in his hands, and the worst that could happen was that he would invest in a few big names himself.
With money in his hands, Chu Jiang's confidence was just different. As long as the problem could be solved with money, it was not a problem for Chu Jiang.
Yunqi, you can return the rented house. I still have a few large flats at Thompson Riviera, you can live there. After eating and drinking his fill, Chu Jiang suddenly thought of something and looked at Mu Yunqi and said directly.
Mr. Chu,
Mu Yunqi subconsciously wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by Chu Jiang's smile. I'm also thinking about your safety. You are now the chief artist of our Chumen Entertainment Media Company, and in the future, you will at least be a big star in the first tier.
Your personal safety must be guaranteed.
The community where Mu Yunqi rented a room was not that bad, but the various supporting facilities were definitely not good. Of course, as Chu Jiang said, in the future, Mu Yunqi would be the main artist promoted by their company, Chumen Entertainment Media, and naturally they would have to protect her in every way. Hong Jia also froze for a moment. She was sitting next to Mu Yunqi, and when she saw the hesitation on Mu Yunqi's face, she quickly spoke up and agreed for Mu Yunqi.
Then thank you, Mr. Chu.
Chu Jiang glanced at Hong Jia and said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, it's not a big deal. I don't live in the house on the Thompson Riviera either, it would just be wasted there. Mu Yunqi heard that Hong Jia had helped herself agree, so she didn't hesitate anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Chu, I will definitely work hard and I won't let you down.
After dinner, Chu Jiang took Mu Yunqi directly to the Thompson Riviera. He had 7 or 8 large flats here at the Thompson Riviera, and as he said, they were just sitting empty, so they were a waste.
I have one of these flats. The view from here is pretty good, so I'll show you the flat?
Okay.
Mu Yunqi nodded obediently.
She could live here, and that was something she never dared to hope for.
How dare she be picky?
Hong Jia followed her, also impressed by Chu Jiang's wealth.
This is Thompson Riviera.
A large flat costs at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan. An ordinary person could never afford to buy a flat here even if they worked hard all their lives.
But Chu Jiang, it sounded like he had bought several flats here. The point is that even if they bought it, they don't live there. What does this show? It shows that people simply don't look down on this place.
Although Thompson Riviera is already considered a very high-end residential area in Shanghai, it is also true that the real rich people simply don't look down on this place. After all, compared to the real top luxury mansions in the Tan Palace, Thompson Riviera and the like are simply not up to par.
But this is all relative.
After all, Thompson Riviera is considered a luxury home in the whole of Shanghai. Hong Jia looked at Chu Jiang, and her thoughts drifted unconsciously.
Yunqi, this is also considered to be the end of suffering and the beginning of happiness. Meeting someone like Chu Xiao, the future is bright. Hong Jia couldn't help but exclaim in her heart.
She is still very confident in Mu Yunqi's potential. As Mu Yunqi's agent, Hong Jia is definitely the one who knows Mu Yunqi best. If Jade Entertainment had paid more attention to Mu Yunqi, with Mu Yunqi's acting skills, she would have been at least a second or third tier star by now, and she would definitely have no problem making 20 to 30 million yuan a year for the company. In addition, Mu Yunqi has very good rapport with the public, as evidenced by her millions of followers on Weibo. As soon as Mu Yunqi terminated her contract with Jade Entertainment, she posted an explanation on Weibo, which was supported by many fans. That's great, Yunqi finally terminated her contract with that stupid company Jade. I just don't understand what those idiots at Jade Entertainment were thinking, letting such a talented artist as Yunqi go. Just look at the crap they've been pushing over the past 2 years, is there anything watchable? Exactly. Yunqi's decision to terminate her contract with Jade was the right one. I look forward to her new work. Wow. I've been saying it for a long time, Yunqi needs to terminate her contract with those idiots at Jade if she wants to become famous. I have to say, for an insignificant little celebrity like Mu Yunqi, normally, if she really wanted to terminate her contract with the company, no one would pay much attention. But Mu Yunqi is different. She has millions of followers on Weibo, and they are very active. Mu Yunqi terminating her contract was originally a trivial matter, but it was directly pushed by these cute fans to the top 20 trending searches. Chu Jiang arranged Mu Yunqi's affairs here and then left with Xin Xingwei. Once Chu Jiang left, Mu Yunqi and Hong Jie sat on the sofa in a daze. Hong Jie, I feel like I'm dreaming. It's not real. After a long while, Mu Yunqi looked at Hong Jie and said timidly, Yunqi, you've struck it rich. You've met someone like Mr. Chu, so you have to seize the day. Hong Jie looked at Mu Yunqi and said excitedly, and Mr. Chu is really good to you. This penthouse at Thomson Riviera is really luxurious. A house this big is estimated to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Hong Jie got up and took a look around the house. Looking at Mu Yunqi, she said with no small amount of envy, Yunqi, Mr. Chu must have feelings for you. You're single now, so why don't you try being with Mr. Chu? Hong Jie is a veteran, and she understands that a man can't be that nice to a woman for no reason. Chu is rich, but if he doesn't have other thoughts about Mu Yunqi, she definitely won't believe it. Hong Jie, Chu is not that kind of person, Yunqi, then be honest with me, what do you think of Chu? Hong Jie saw the blush of shyness on Mu Yunqi's face, and she also laughed and asked. Oh, Hong Jie, it's time, and you're still flirting. With me. Mu Yunqi was a little embarrassed. Although she didn't say it, the blush on her face was obvious. It's true, Chu Jiang is young, handsome, and rich, and he has a good personality. It's hard not to be moved when faced with a man like Chu Jiang, right? Sigh, Hong Jie, there is a big gap between him and me, and our families are not suitable for each other. Yunqi, it's the age of what, if you like him, you have to go after him, you have to seize your own happiness. As someone who has been there, Hong Shang was also very anxious when she heard Mu Yunqi say this. Chapter 20, Park Guaji? Does he also have an older brother named Park Guachang? After arranging for Mu Yunqi's affairs, Chu Jiang also returned directly to the villa. Xin Xingwei began to get busy. Now, in addition to taking care of Chu Jiang's daily life, she also had to take care of the things that Chu Jiang had asked her to do. If she was on her own, no matter how capable she was, she would be too busy to handle everything. Fortunately, the nannies and maids she hired before were all highly educated college students. After observing them for 2 days, Xin Xingwei also selected 5 of the 30 young and beautiful nannies and maids that she thought were not bad as her assistants. Of course, Chu Jiang had no objection to this. There are enough maids in the villa, and they are usually too busy to use them all. Lin Xiaoyi was very lucky. Because she was hardworking and willing to endure hardship, and because she would promptly communicate with Xin Xingwei if she didn't understand something, she was the first one Xin Xingwei called over to be her assistant. You all have done well over the past 2 days, and I have seen it. When I hired you, I told you that you would not be maids forever. Xin Xingwei directly called Lin Xiaoyi and the others into the meeting room. Young master has set up an entertainment media company, and now the company is short of manpower. I am going to let you go. Lin Xiaoyi and the others hurriedly spoke up when they heard Xin Xingwei say this, whatever Butler Xin commands. In the past 2 days as servants at the villa, they have all come to understand just how much power Xin Xingwei, the personal butler, has. No one wants to be a nanny or servant for the rest of their lives, and although it is still very easy to work as a servant here, there is even the possibility of hooking up with Chu Jiang and rising up to become a phoenix. But they also understand that such opportunities are very difficult to come by. Although Chu Jiang has been quite nice to them, since they arrived at the villa, Chu Jiang has never done anything out of the ordinary to any of them. Moreover, they didn't think their young master would ever look at them. The kind of story where the Prince Charming falls in love with Cinderella only exists in fairy tales, and in reality, it's simply not likely to happen. If they want to get ahead, they have to rely on themselves. Even though they also work for Chu Jiang, Xin Xingwei's status is much higher than theirs. Because Xin Xingwei is not just a vase, her abilities are obvious to all. In that case, let me arrange your work for the near future. Xin Xingwei has always been decisive and efficient, and quickly arranged all the preliminary work. By the way, Xingwei, come here for a moment, I'll give you the other property ownership certificates as well, you can arrange them all. Chu Jiang waited until Xin Xingwei had finished arranging the work, then he got up, stretched, looked at Xin Xingwei and said with a smile. Yes, young master. In the study, Xin Xingwei looked at the mountain of property ownership certificates and no longer felt the shock she had felt the day before. After seeing Chu Jiang's formidable strength, she felt numb. She even had the illusion that it would be abnormal if Chu Jiang didn't produce a few hundred property ownership certificates. She has already started dealing with these properties. Since they are all in school districts and in good locations, she has no worries about renting them out. She has a university classmate who is currently a manager at a real estate agency in the Magic City. She has also made an appointment to hand over the matter to her if it is suitable. After all, Chu Jiang has taken out 700 or 800 properties, so it would definitely be unrealistic for her to handle all of them. Of course, she has also reported to Chu Jiang, and Chu Jiang has no objections, so she just let her handle it herself. After all, for Chu Jiang, these houses are just sitting there, and renting them out will get him some rent back, so he definitely has no objections. Moreover, these 700 or 800 school district houses are all in high-end communities, and the monthly rent starts at 20,000 yuan. Even if there are 800 houses, the rent alone for this month is 16 million yuan. Over the course of a year, that would be almost 200 million yuan. Although he still has to give Xin Xingwei 10% of the rent, compared to the 100 to 200 million yuan he gets in rent each year, what's the problem with giving Xin Xingwei 10 to 20 million yuan as a reward? Xin Xingwei had an appointment with her classmate, so she went straight out the door. Chu Jiang, on the other hand, was very bored. Sitting on the sofa smoking and drinking tea, and then watching short videos on TikTok, although it was very pleasant, he just felt very uninspired. In the past, when he was poor, he often heard the rich say that the life of the rich was boring and tedious. At that time, Chu Jiang felt that they were in Versailles. But now, after actually experiencing this kind of life, he really feels that it is boring and tedious. He feels that he is now uninterested in doing anything. He used to be keen on making money, but now that money is within his reach, it is no longer interesting. Just thinking about hanging out with Wang Song and the others, Xinbin called him first. Brother Chu, do you have time this afternoon? Wanna hang out? Brother Qin, you're right, I'm so bored I want to go to sleep this afternoon. Chu Jiang couldn't help but complain. He was really bored. I knew you were bored. Hee, I won't say much, I'll send you my location. Xinbin is impatient and hangs up the phone. In a short while, Xinbin sends Chu Jiang the location. Chu Jiang checks the location and gets up to go to the underground garage. After an hour-long drive, Chu Jiang finally arrives. This place is almost out of the city, in a remote location, but surrounded by mountains and water. The environment is quite nice. This is a private villa built halfway up a mountainside, which looks magnificent and very impressive. Chu, you finally arrived. Xinbin was very excited to welcome him, but when he saw that Chu Jiang was driving a Lamborghini Huracan, he couldn't help but show his envy. Chu, there was never anyone in the whole of Shanghai that I envied before, not even Brother Song. Wang Song also came over and said with no little envy, Brother Chu, you have the Koenigsegg one and the Lamborghini Poison, which really makes your brothers jealous. It's true that Qin Feng wasn't just pretending to be jealous when he told Wang Song that. It's not that they couldn't afford the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of supercars, it's just that they couldn't buy them. Whether it's the Lamborghini Poison or the Koenigsegg one, without a strong enough background, they simply aren't qualified to own them. If my brothers like them, they can just take them out for a spin for a couple of days. Chu Jiang didn't care. Some things, once you have them, you really don't care about them anymore. Besides, Chu Jiang's garage also has dozens of luxury cars, although they are not as good as these two, but any one of them is worth tens of millions of dollars. Chu, last time you said you always win at gambling. Xin Yun looked at Chu Jiang with an excited expression. Ha? Chu Jiang looked at Xin Yun and couldn't help but look puzzled. I was going to take you to Menao to have some fun for a few days, but I have a lot of things to take care of in the Magic City recently. But even if I can't go to Menao, it's the same here.
Xin Yun turned his head and looked at Tianxue Villa ahead and said with a smile. Chu, whether you can win big today depends on you. Xin Bin loves gambling, and Chu Jiang had heard about it before. It's just that Chu Jiang really didn't expect that there would be such a private casino in the country. But when you think about it, there are so many rich people in the country, and they can't all go to Menao when they want to gamble, right? As for this Tianxue Villa, you can tell from one glance that it has an extraordinary background. Don't worry, Brother Chu, everyone who can come here to play is a big shot with a reputation, and the authorities know about it. Since Wang Song said so, Chu Jiang had nothing to hesitate about. Although Chu Jiang had never gambled before, with his golden pupils, how could he possibly lose? Xin Gu, you don't really think I win every bet, do you? How could that be? I was just trying to get back at that son of a bitch Sun Yuantao that day. Although Chu Jiang would never lose, he definitely couldn't keep winning. Otherwise, anyone with a discerning eye would notice that there was something wrong with Chu Jiang. Brother Chu, I'm not that stupid. If you really win every bet, then you would be the gambling king. Xin Hui also laughed and said, I just thought you were bored at home, so the rest of us came over for a bit of fun since we had nothing to do. The three of them laughed and chatted as they walked into Tianxue Villa. By the way, there's an underground boxing match here tonight, it's very exciting, so I'll take you to see it. When it came to underground boxing matches, Xin Yun and Wang Song's faces both involuntarily showed signs of excitement. Although Chu Jiang had never seen a black boxing match, he had heard of them. The level of blood and violence in a black boxing match is definitely incomparable to a regular match. Men, after all, definitely pay more attention to exciting things. Exchange 30 million chips for me, 10 million per box, in separate packages. Xin Yun is obviously a regular here. He simply handed his bank card to the staff member in the casino and said, exchange 30 million chips for me, 10 million per box, in separate packages. Okay, Mr. Qin, just a moment. The staff member respectfully took the bank card and turned around, running all the way to exchange the chips for Qin Yun. Brother Chu, I'll treat you today. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, we'll split it 50-50. Is that okay? Qin Yun asked, looking at Chu Jiang. Of course there's no problem. What could possibly be a problem for Chu Jiang? He didn't have to pay anyway, and besides, with his golden pupils, he really couldn't lose. The casino wasn't small, and there were a lot of people. Chu Jiang looked around, and he saw many people he had seen before, as well as many he had never seen before. In addition to Chinese people, there were also many foreigners in the casino. Once he got the chips, Qin Sun couldn't wait to sit down at the table and start playing. Chu Jiang was not familiar with the rules of the game, so he sat down next to Qin Hui and watched as he held the chips. Chu, you've never played Baccarat before, have you? No. Chu Jiang didn't hide it, he had never played before. It's okay if you haven't played before, it's easy, you'll get it after watching a few more hands. Qin Hui was a little surprised, but then he laughed and said. But then again, Xin Yun's luck was not very good today. Since he sat down, he had lost 3 games in a row. Damn it, if you bet on the banker, you'll lose, if you bet on the player, you'll win. It's really weird today. Xin Yun said angrily, but there was a little West 8 at the same table, who had won 3 consecutive games. Xin Yun bet on the player and he bet on the banker, and Xin Yun bet on the banker and he bet on the player. It was obvious that he was treating Xin Yun like a beacon. Damn it, Park Gweji, what the hell do you mean? You think of me as a beacon? Qin Hui knew Park Gweji and shouted at him directly with a cold face. However, when Chu Jiang heard Qin Hui shout his name, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Park Gweji? Wait, doesn't he have an older brother named Park Guochang? Chu Jiang couldn't help but think this in his heart. The young man on the other side, Xiaoxiba, obviously knew Qin Yun as well. When he heard what Qin Yun said, he said arrogantly, "Give up, Qin Shao. I'm treating you as the beacon today. What can you do? Give up." Qin Yun couldn't stand the provocation. He had just lost 3 million chips in 3 rounds, and only had 7 million left out of the 10 million chips he had started with. He threw all his chips on the dealer. I bet 7 million. Don't back down if you have the balls. On this kind of table, the limit for a single bet is 1 million. Qin Yun's bet of 7 million was obviously unreasonable. But Qin Yun's meaning was also very clear. He was prepared to bet this round against Xiao Shiba and Park Guoji. Park Guoji was a direct descendant of the Park family, a chaebol on the side of Xiao Shiba. He had been arrogant and overbearing since childhood,
and he didn't care about anyone. Although he knew that Qin Yun was a top second-generation rich kid from Hua country, in terms of family wealth, his family was not necessarily inferior to the Qin family. Only 7 million, I bet you, Mr. Qin, are less unlucky. As he spoke, Park Guoji directly took out 7 million chips and threw them directly on the table. Due to this sudden incident, many people directly gathered around. My goodness, they're playing for such a big amount. It's not like they don't know who they are. One is the domestic young Master Qin, and the other is the son of a chaebol. 7 million is nothing to them. That little brat Seobal is so arrogant. He looks like he really needs a beating. Don't get carried away. That's Seobal's second son, Park Guoji. What? Park Guoji. Although Park Guoji is a little brat, his Chinese is still very good. He also knows what the meaning of his name is in Chinese, and when he heard someone say that, his face immediately turned dark. Chu Jiang used his golden eyes to scan the area and couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, as soon as the cards were revealed, Park Guoyi's hand was a natural 9, and when he saw that he had a natural 9, Park Guoyi, the little Westerner, jumped up in excitement. Xin Xiao, I'm sorry. You've lost another 7 million. Although Qin Bin hadn't opened his cards yet, there was basically no hope for him. The moment he saw that Park Guoyi had a 9, Qin Bin's face turned ashen. 7 million was not a lot, but what he had lost today was face. Xin Ge, let me open for you. Maybe we have a 9 too. Chu Jiang laughed, reached out and slammed the cards onto the table. One was a 5 and one was a 4, which added up to exactly 9. Qin Bin, who had already given up hope, suddenly came to his senses. Holy cow, we've tied. Brother Chu, you're awesome. Qin Bin jumped up and couldn't contain his excitement. Chu Jiang really didn't know how to play cards, but just now, he had picked up the god-level gambling skill and extracted and learned it right away. Just now, he had used his golden pupils to skin Qin Bin's cards, 1 5 and 1 6, which added up to only 1 point. The opposite player had a 9, and Qin Yun's hand was a guaranteed loss. However, at the moment Chu Jiang opened his hand, he directly used the Steal the Sky and replaced the Sun technique, and replaced the 6-point poker card with a 4-point card. A tie? Xiaoxi Bapu Guoji was about to get up and collect his chips, but when he saw that Qin Yun also had a 9, he instantly became dumbfounded. Ha, I can't even lose this, it seems like my luck is changing. Qin Yun was quite excited. He originally thought he was going to lose, but unexpectedly, he had a hand. Brother Chu, you just opened the hand, you choose this hand. Qin Yun looked at Chu Jiang and said excitedly. Chu Jiang also didn't say anything, and directly placed Qin Yun's 7 million chips and the 10 million chips he had in his hand on the player. Wang Song watched from the side, didn't say much, and directly placed the 10 million chips in his hand on the idle player. When Park Guoji saw that Chu Jiang and the others had directly placed 27 million chips, he couldn't help but feel a little timid, frowning and hesitating as to whether or not to go. Chu Jiang also noticed Park Guohui's indecision and couldn't help but smile and say, Park Guohui, right? I heard that your family is the second richest family in the world, but it seems that you don't live up to your reputation. You can't even afford to play 27 million, so what are you trying to act like in our country? Chu Jiang's words successfully angered Park Guohui. So what if it's only 27 million? Fine, I'll play. With that, he directly bet all of his chips on the dealer. As soon as he received his cards, he followed Chu Jiang's example and slammed them down on the table. 1 6, 1 2, and the natural 8. Wow! 8 points, not bad. Now the pressure is on Qin Xiao and the others. Who is that young man next to Qin Xiao? I've never seen him before. It's Chu Xiao. You don't know Chu Xiao, but you should know about that Koenigsegg one, right? It belongs to him. My goodness, I shouldn't have acted on impulse. I'm going to lose big time this time. Those people watching around also couldn't help but sigh when they saw Park Guoji open to 8 points. However, Chu Jiang was not at all panicked. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, saying, I've never lost a bet. I always win. Xinjian was already very nervous, but when he heard Chu Jiang say this in front of so many people again, he somehow felt inexplicably calm. Chu Jiang did not touch the cards. He turned to the young and beautiful dealer in front of him and said, You deal. Deal a 9. This is yours. As Chu Jiang spoke, he casually took a 1 million chip and waved it in front of the dealer's face. When the dealer heard Chu Jiang say this, she was so excited that her hands trembled involuntarily. The first card to be turned over was a community card, and those around them could not help but sigh. But the next second, everyone froze. Because the second poker card was a shocking 9. Chu Jiang was very calm, but Qin Jin directly jumped up and used both hands to scoop up all the chips on the table in front of him. Chu Jiang casually threw the 1 million chip in front of the dealer. Good play, this one is yours. At this second, everyone present, except for those people like Park Guoji, felt that Chu Jiang was really cool. Chapter 21, a 20,000 word chapter, must read, with 3 important plot points. If it wasn't for Chu Jiang making the dealer open the cards, Park Guohui would have thought that Chu Jiang was cheating. Chu Jiang's luck was really unbeatable, as he had opened a 9 twice in a row. Park Guohui was sensible and got up and left directly. He had lost 27 million, and although he could afford to lose given his wealth, his sense of reason told him that he couldn't play anymore. Xinbin didn't even have time to go up and mock him a little, and Park Guoji fled with his tail between his legs. A little loser is a little loser, he's lost so little and already has no guts. Xinbin laughed mockingly as he stacked his chips. He had won 27 million in one hand, and in a good mood, he stopped playing directly. He transferred 6 million to Chu Jiang and Wang Song each, and he still won 11 million himself. 1 million of it was rewarded to the dealer by Chu Jiang. The point is that this money was won from Xiao Shiba and Pu Guoji, and that feeling was really great. Brother Qin, why did you transfer 6 million to me? Shouldn't it be 5 million? Chu Jiang also froze for a moment when he saw the text message prompt that 6 million had been deposited into the bank, and he asked Qin Yun casually. Winning Xiao Shiba's money, happy. Qin Yun laughed, you agree, don't you? Brother Qin, then I'll take the money. Chu Jiang didn't really care about this unexpected income of 6 million. To him, it was better to meet a few rich second generations and casually pick up a few rewards. But since this money was won from that Xiao Shiba, Pu Guoji, it was a different story. Xinbin was not playing anymore, and Chu Jiang and Wang Song did not have a gambling addiction. The 3 of them came out of the casino and also ordered their most expensive afternoon tea set in the garden here. They drank tea and chatted, and before they knew it, it was dark. As night fell, Tianshui Villa became even more lively. Today's black boxing match was between Chen Chen, the underground boxing champion of the Demon City, and Du Mintai, the underground boxing champion of the Western 8 countries. Brother Chu, this Chen Chen is awesome. He has won 18 consecutive fights. If he wins this fight, he will break the record for the underground boxing arena in the Demon City. Chu Jiang and the others have already entered the boxing arena. Looking around, they see that the seats are all full. Wang Song knows that this is Chu Jiang's first time watching this kind of event, so he introduces it to Chu Jiang directly. So he's pretty awesome. Chu Jiang is also impressed. 18 consecutive wins is indeed an awesome record. However, Chen Chen's opponent is the underground boxing champion of the 8 countries of West Xia, Du Mintai. This guy is also ruthless. I heard that he is a mercenary who has annihilated several small countries in Africa and has a heavy murderous aura. Xin Yun frowned and couldn't help but worry. In this black boxing competition today, there is no winner or loser, only life and death. Chu Jiang was also shocked when he heard Xin Yun say this. There is no winner or loser, only life and death? Yes. Xin Yun nodded. Do you know how much the prize money is for each of them to win this fight? 1 million? Chu Jiang had never been in a black boxing match, but he had some knowledge of formal competitions. He didn't dare guess less, but obviously, Chu Jiang still guessed less. Chu, you guessed too high. 10 million? Chu Jiang frowned, thinking to himself that 10 million is pretty close. 50 million. Xin Yun's mouth curled up slightly, and he said softly with a smile, 50 million in prize money. That much? I just looked, and the amount of bets placed outside has already exceeded 3 billion. The two are about the same strength, and the odds are 1 to 1. With such high odds, it is destined that neither side will let up, nor admit defeat. If they want to leave here alive, there is only one way, and that is to beat the other person to death with their fists on the stage. Xin Yun said this, and Chu Jiang was able to understand. Isn't this a bit too cruel? The weak are prey to the strong, that's just the way the world is. And before they fight, they sign a contract that says if they die in the ring, their families will be taken care of for the rest of their lives. Wang Song explained with a smile, besides, it's their choice, no one is forcing them to fight this illegal boxing match. That's true, that's true. Chu Jiang nodded, not disagreeing with Wang Song. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Many people at the scene were shouting Chen Chen's name. After all, they were in the Magic City, and many of those present were domestic tycoons. They weren't supporting Chen Chen, they were just doing it because Chen Chen had helped them make a lot of money with his previous 18 consecutive wins. Chen Chen was indeed very strong. Although he wasn't tall, he was full of muscles, and his bare upper body was covered in scars, but that also meant his impressive track record. Chu Jiang was sitting in the front row of VIP seats, and when Chen Chen walked past him, Chu Jiang shouted a cheer at him. Chen Chen glanced back at Chu Jiang and grinned. Ha! Chu Jiang looked at the transparent ball hovering in front of him, which was exactly what Chen Chen had left behind when he walked by just now. Ding, you have picked up the martial arts' unrivaled skill. When Chu Jiang heard the system's prompt, he couldn't help but be startled, and then he was secretly pleased. I've picked up another skill bonus. And martial arts unrivaled, that sounds awesome. Without thinking, Chu Jiang directly extracted and learned the skill. In an instant, Chu Jiang's mind was filled with a lot more content about martial arts, and he felt that his physical strength had also undergone a great change. Chu Jiang's body was originally very strong, and after extracting and learning the martial arts' peerless skill, he felt as if his body had completed a transformation. When Chen Chen boarded the ring, the champion of the Xiaoxi 8 countries, Du Mintai, also followed and entered the boxing ring. Most of the people there were Chinese, so it was naturally impossible for him to cheer for the Little West 8. However, Park Guoji was dancing around, giving Chu Jiang a vicious glare before shouting in Chinese, Du Mintai, hit me hard and kill this Chinese pig. Park Guoji was arrogant, but he seemed to have forgotten that he was currently in China. His words had directly angered many people there. But after all, he is the direct descendant of the Park family, the second largest financial group in Xiaoxi Baigua, and ordinary people really can't afford to provoke him. Chu Jiang didn't want to provoke Park Guoji again. After all, it's better to avoid trouble than to cause it. He is still young and inexperienced, and if he really provokes the second largest financial group in Xiaoxi Baigua, it will be a bit of a problem for him. But just now, Park Guoji's words directly made Chu Jiang unhappy, and he stood up directly and walked towards Park Guoji. Although Qin Yun and Wang Song were also very unhappy with what Park Guoji had just said, they had more concerns and did not dare to act rashly. But Chu Jiang did not have as many concerns as they did. In the territory of the Chinese nation, even the gods and demons have to be banned, so why does a little Sisi like you dare to be so arrogant? If it is said that the Chinese people hate the Japanese people who are living a good life because of national hatred and family hatred, then they really hate the little Sisi from the bottom of their hearts. Chu, don't get carried away. Xinjun saw Chu Jiang walking straight towards Park Guoji, and he hurriedly followed. But he was obviously too late. Chu Jiang walked up to Park Guoji and, without saying a word, punched him directly in the face. Chu Jiang's punch was fast and fierce. The bodyguards around Park Guoji did not react at all. By the time they reacted, Park Guoji was knocked to the ground, and several of his teeth were knocked out by the punch. The bodyguards around Park Guoji quickly surrounded Chu Jiang when they saw this, but the next second Chu Jiang struck, and in 3 quick movements he knocked all of Park Guoji's bodyguards to the ground. This is China, not some place where you little Westerners can behave like animals. Chu Jiang walked directly up to Park Guoji, grabbed her by the hair, and slammed her head twice onto the ground. Next time I hear you speak disrespectfully, it won't be as simple as just hammering you. After saying this, Chu Jiang directly kicked Park Guoji hard in the stomach. Immediately, Park Guoji's whole body curled up and she instantly started to wail like a ghost. Chu Jiang suddenly lost his temper and gave Park Guoji a direct fat beating. No one present expected Chu Jiang to be so fierce, but seeing the little West 8 Park Guoji being beaten, all the Chinese people present became excited. Good punch, little Western bitch deserves it. Damn, that was exciting. I'm all hot and bothered just watching. Punching up the little Western bitch, isn't that better than boxing? Let the little Western bitch talk shit. Chu Xiao is right, in the Chinese territory, demons are forbidden, you little Western bitch, how dare you be arrogant? This place was originally an underground boxing ring, a place full of bloody violence. The main event in the ring had not yet begun, but Chu Jiang had already beaten Park Guoji to a pulp. Park Guoji, who had been beaten, did not dare to resist. After all, this was not their country, Xiaoxiba, and even if he wanted to take revenge on Chu Jiang, he would have to be able to do so. The bodyguards around him were all retired special forces soldiers from their country, Xiaoxiba, so who would have thought that Chu Jiang would have wasted no effort at all in disabling all of his bodyguards? Guoji Park endured the pain and escaped. When she saw Xiaoxiba flee in defeat, the scene erupted in loud applause. Qin Bin and Wang Song were both stunned by Chu Jiang's skills. Holy shit! Brother Chu, I didn't realize you were such a fighter. The bodyguards around Guoji Park are no ordinary men. They are said to be retired Special Forces soldiers from Xiaoxiba, who can hold their own against 10 people. But why do I feel like they couldn't even last a single move against you? Holy shit! Brother Chu, that punch of yours was really awesome, wasn't it? Xin Yun and Wang Song really didn't expect Chu Jiang to be so powerful, and they were dumbfounded. Beating up a few Westerners is no big deal. Chu Jiang spoke a little too loudly, which made Du Mintai, who was already standing on the ring, very dissatisfied. He had already set his sights on Chu Jiang when Chu Jiang had just beaten up Park Guowei. Now he heard Chu Jiang say that beating up a few punks was no big deal. He was furious. Du Mintai understood Chinese, and he heard the contempt in Chu Jiang's words. Hey, you, dare you come up and fight me? Du Mintai pointed a finger at Chu Jiang and declared war on him in his broken Chinese. Hearing Du Mintai declare war on him, Chu Jiang was also taken aback, frowning. Fight you? I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. Du Mintai is very strong, but that's about it. Forget it, they're right. Chinese people are cowards who bully the weak. Du Mintai cursed, his voice not small, obviously meaning to deliberately provoke Chu Jiang. Chu, don't take him seriously, he's just a nobody, don't get worked up. Wang Song was also afraid that something would happen to Chu Jiang. After all, Du Mintai was not the same as Park Guoji's bodyguards. This guy was a real tough guy. But as soon as Wang Song finished speaking, Chu Jiang directly jumped up and jumped onto the ring. If he wanted to die, naturally Chu Jiang would not stop him. What's more, he had never liked these little punks anyway. Shen Chen was also dumbfounded. He walked over to Chu Jiang and said, "He's very good, you're no match for him, forget it, I'll fight him." They were both Chinese, so Chen Chen naturally took Chu Jiang's side. Moreover, Du Mintai was indeed very good, and Chen Chen could feel the murderous aura emanating from him. He had closed his eyes and rested while Chu Jiang was teaching Park Guoji and the others a lesson, and hadn't seen Chu Jiang's moves. But he felt that even if Chu Jiang was very powerful, he would definitely not be Du Mintai's opponent. You go down first. Chu Jiang laughed, looking at Chen Chen and saying, since he wants to die, how could I possibly stop him? Chen Chen was also directly stunned when he heard Chu Jiang say this. He thought to himself, why doesn't this rich second generation listen to reason? Do these rich second generations really think that they can be invincible after learning a little bit of kung fu? But at this time, Chen Chen didn't say much. He glanced at Chu Jiang and then jumped straight off the ring. However, he just stood there, and if Du Mintai was going to kill him, he would say anything to stop him. But the next second, Chen Chen directly went dumb. The 1.8-meter tall Du Mintai was actually knocked flying by Chu Jiang's punch. Baji bang? Chen Chen immediately recognized that Chu Jiang had used the Baji collapse technique in his punch, and that it was of a high level, higher than his own. No wonder he dared to get up on stage. I was wrong. Chen Chen muttered to himself, and as he looked at Du Mintai, who had been knocked to the ground by a single punch, his whole body became hot with excitement. All his internal organs have been shattered, and he's a master? Chen Chen had studied martial arts with his grandfather since childhood, and was especially good at Baji Quan. It was rumored that a master at the level of a grandmaster could split mountains and rocks with a single punch, and the power was unimaginable. He suddenly thought of a line from a movie he had seen before, this punch, 20 years of power, who can block it? Obviously, Du Mintai didn't block it. Chu Jiang also didn't expect the power of Baji Quan to be so great. He charged up a punch and blasted it out, and it actually directly blasted Du Mintai flying. Moreover, this punch directly shattered Du Mintai's internal organs, causing Du Mintai to faint directly. Originally, everyone present was still expecting an epic battle, but who would have thought that it only took less than a second from beginning to end? They didn't even get a good look at what Chu Jiang did. Anyway, Du Mintai just flew a long way, and then crashed heavily onto the ring. Then, Du Mintai, this fierce little Shibai 8, lay motionless on the ring. Hiss. So strong. Chen Chen couldn't help but let out a gasp of cold air from the bottom of his heart. As for the others, they were all dumbfounded. Holy cow? No way? It's over? Didn't they say that this Du Mintai was a mercenary and extremely fierce? How come he couldn't even take a single punch? Holy cow! Is he really that weak? I feel like I could take him on too. Is this for real? What just happened? I didn't see it clearly. There was an uproar in the audience. Chen Chen, on the other hand, stood respectfully beneath the ring, bowing towards Chu Jiang, Sr. Ha! I didn't realize that you were a kung fu master. I'm sorry for my rudeness just now, please forgive me. Chen Shen bowed his head, showing great respect for Chu Jiang. As the saying goes, the wise are our teachers. Although Chu Jiang looks very young, he is a master, and there is no shame in Chen Shen calling him senior. In fact, Chu Jiang didn't expect the power of his punch to be so strong. This person. Senior, don't worry, he has signed a life and death statement. It is his honor to die at the hands of a senior. Chen Shen looked at Chu Jiang and couldn't help but envy him. Senior, this punch of yours, the Ba Ji Bang, can split mountains and rocks. He is immortal, no matter how powerful he is, he can't withstand this punch of yours. His internal organs are all broken, he simply can't survive. When he heard Chen Shen say this, Chu Jiang couldn't help but frown. He really didn't expect that he could kill Du Mintai with just one punch. Even though Chu Jiang had a high psychological quality, when he saw Du Mintai lying motionless on the ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. Jumping off the ring, Chu Jiang calmed down a bit. Damn it! Brother Chu, you're too awesome. That was Du Mintai. He wasn't killed by your punch, was he? Is this the king of mercenaries? Xin Bin and Wang Tsong surrounded Chu Jiang, each one saying something, their tone full of admiration. Du Mintai fell to the ground and died, and without an opponent, Chen Shen, of course, could not continue the dark boxing match. Senior, thank you for your help. To be honest, if Chu Jiang had not suddenly intervened and dealt with Du Mintai, Chen Shen felt that the person who would die on the ring today might be him. He could clearly feel just now how powerful Du Mintai was. If he really had fought Du Mintai, he estimated that there was an 80% probability that he would have been hammered to death by Du Mintai. He just never expected that Chu Jiang, who looked like a rich second generation, was actually a master-level strongman. Just thinking about what he had just said about Chu Jiang not being a match for Du Mintai, Chen Shen hated himself and wanted to slap himself in the face. Not to mention a nobody like Du Mintai, even if 10 of them were tied together, they would not be enough for the Grandmaster to fight. Due to the sudden change of events, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Where was the mercenary king? Where was the most fierce person in the country? How could he not even withstand one punch? Shit, this is it. I wasted 3 million on him. Fuck, give me a refund. 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 No one at the scene cared about the life or death of Du Mintai, the little Westerner. They were all yelling for a refund. If Chen Shen had killed Du Mintai with one punch, they would have accepted it. The point is, it was Chu Jiang who did it. The crowd was enraged, and the underground boxing ring owner had to rush out and issue a statement. Everyone, calm down. The money will definitely be refunded to everyone. Even if they wanted not to return the money, they couldn't. As for causing trouble for Chu Jiang? Don't be ridiculous, they're not stupid. Du Mintai provoked Chu Jiang himself, and he got beaten to death, so how can he blame anyone else? And to go looking for trouble with Chu Jiang, the up-and-coming top young rich guy in Shanghai, over a dead nobody like Xiao Ba, isn't that just plain stupid? And Chu Jiang killed a ruthless man like Du Mintai with one punch. If they want to cause trouble for Chu Jiang, they have to be strong enough to do so. Brother Chu, I didn't realize you were hiding so deep. What was that punch you just threw? It was so powerful. Xin Yun was very excited. He always liked excitement, and he wanted to learn a punch like that, which could knock a strong man flying, like that. Chu Jiang laughed, clenched his fist, and punched out in front of Qin Yun's eyes. It was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom. This punch, 20 years of effort, can split mountains and rocks, who can stop it? Chu Jiang's mouth curled up slightly, looking very excited. After leaving Tianshui Villa, Wang Song also came up to Chu Jiang and said, Brother Chu, we're in trouble now. You beat Park Guoji, and the Park family will definitely not let it go. Although I know that Chu Jiang is very strong, as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. And if the Park family really wants to take revenge on Chu Jiang, they will definitely hire professional killers. At that time, the enemy will be in the dark and I will be in the light, so I will have to be on guard. Brother Song, don't worry, I will be careful. Chu Jiang of course knew the consequences of his violent beating of Park Guoji today, but if he could do it again, Chu Jiang would definitely not hesitate to beat him again. Well, but fortunately you are in the country, and they should not take any rash actions. This is true. China has always been known as the grave of mercenaries. No matter what level of mercenary it is, as long as they dare to enter Chinese territory with guns, they will definitely not make it back alive. Chu Jiang actually did not worry too much.
After all, this is China. As long as he does not leave the country now, what can those little CC do to him even if they are very powerful? After leaving the villa, Chu Jiang did not go with Wang Song and the others. He was feeling very mixed emotions. The images of the bloody and violent underground boxing ring kept circling in his mind. He was a little excited, but more so depressed. The main reason was that he had just killed Du Mintai with one punch. Although it was a little West ape that sought death, it was still a living human life. Chu Jiang felt that he wanted to urgently release the suppressed emotions in his heart. As he drove past the 9th People's Hospital in the Demon City, he suddenly thought of Li Zihui. The super cool Lamborghini Poison was parked in front of the hospital, and Chu Jiang sat in the car and lit a cigarette. After taking a deep drag, Chu Jiang also directly dialed Li Zihui's phone. Where? Li Zihui had been taking care of her mother in the hospital for the past 2 days, and she looked very tired, but at the same time, the sad expression on her face dissipated, replaced by joy. The medical expenses have been settled, and a suitable kidney donor has been found, so all that is left is to undergo the surgery. However, she has been feeling a little uneasy these past 2 days, because Chu Jiang has not contacted her since giving her the 2 million. How should I put it? Li Zihui is currently feeling a very complex set of emotions. On the one hand, she hopes that Chu Jiang will contact her. On the other hand, she is afraid that Chu Jiang will contact her. A young, handsome, rich second generation, there is no way that any woman, let alone her, could resist him, right? Especially after that night, Li Zihui can be said to have given her heart and soul to Chu Jiang. But she also understands that a rich second generation like Chu Jiang, how could he possibly sincerely like a Cinderella like her? Today, Li Zihui's cousin is also visiting her aunt from her hometown. The family is also reminiscing in the hospital room, having a good time together. Just then, Li Zihui's phone suddenly rang. Li Zihui's phone was charging on the bedside table, and her cousin Zhou Baiting happened to be standing next to the bedside table, so she picked up the phone and glanced at it. Sister, your phone, the note says Chu Xiao. When Li Zihui heard the words Chu Xiao, her face instantly became a little unsettled. Well, Baiting, you take care of things here, I'll go out and answer the phone. With that, Li Zihui also took the phone and walked towards the outside of the ward. Zhou Baiting looked at her cousin's hurried appearance and couldn't help but frown. She muttered, "What's wrong with my cousin, so strange?" Li Zihui quickly answered the phone as soon as she left the ward. "Where are you?" The calm but depressed voice of Chu Jiang came over the phone. "I'm at the hospital." Li Zihui pursed her lips and said softly, "I'm at the hospital entrance. I'll wait for you for 10 minutes. Chu Jiang hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking, not giving Li Zihui the chance to refuse. Of course, Li Zihui did not dare to refuse Chu Jiang. She clasped her hands together, lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then turned around and returned to the ward. "Mom, my friend needs to talk to me about something, so I'm going out for a bit," Li Zihui told her mother, then looked at Zhou Baiting and said, "Baiting, look after things here for me. When I have some free time in a few days, I'll take you to Disneyland." Li Zihui gave a brief explanation and, not wanting to waste any time, hurriedly left the ward. From the inpatient building, Li Zihui jogged all the way to the hospital entrance. She looked at the time and realized that 8 minutes had passed. After catching her breath, she looked around, but she didn't see Chu Jiang's Lamborghini. However, she did see the even cooler Lamborghini Poison. She froze for a moment. Although she was not familiar with cars, she remembered that Chu Jiang had last driven a purple car, while this supercar was black. Chu Jiang also saw Li Zihui over here. He directly pressed the horn, and Li Zihui subconsciously walked over to Chu Jiang's side. Chu Jiang rolled down the window and said to Li Zihui, "Get in." Li Zihui didn't dare disobey Chu Jiang's wishes, and timidly sat in the car. Chu Jiang didn't say much, and directly hit the gas, turning the car around. There was a 5-star hotel next to it, and Chu Jiang drove the car to the hotel. Li Zihui was young, but she was a college student and an adult. It was late at night, and she was alone with a man. How could she not understand what Chu Jiang meant by taking her to the hotel? Getting out of the car, Chu Jiang put his arm around Li Zihui's waist and walked straight into the hotel. Last time at Yangfu Palace, Chu Jiang had drunk too much and didn't remember anything afterwards. This time, Chu Jiang truly felt the excitement of a man and woman. After the stormy sex, the depression in Chu Jiang's heart had finally been vented. Sitting on the bed, he lit a cigarette and looked at Li Zihui, who was limp on the bed. Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. "How is Auntie's illness?"
Chu Jiang had not really communicated with Li Zihue before, and it was only now, after he had vented the depression in his heart, that he had returned to normal. To be honest, he didn't know what had come over him. Looking at Li Zihue, who was limp on the bed, he also felt a sudden wave of guilt. Li Zihue could feel that there was something wrong with Chu Jiang today, and she did not resist, being very obedient. When Chu Jiang asked about her mother's condition, Li Zihue rolled over with difficulty and said, "My mother will have surgery in a couple of days. A suitable kidney source has been matched." Li Zihue's voice was a little hoarse, but it sounded a little seductive. "Well, do you have enough money?" Chu Jiang nodded and asked, looking at Li Zihue. "Yes. The surgery will cost about 500,000 yuan. The 2 million you gave me, Mr. Chu, is more than enough." Li Zihue nodded and said obediently, "Okay, I'll go and see you after the operation." Chu Jiang's mouth curled up slightly and he chuckled softly, "Did I hurt you just now?" "It's okay." Li Zihue's face instantly flushed with embarrassment when she heard Chu Jiang say this. Last time, Chu Jiang had been drunk, and the room was pitch black, so she couldn't see anything. Just now, Chu Jiang was indeed very sober, and the lights in the room were all on. "This is for you." Chu Jiang got up and took out a Patek Philippe lady's watch from his clothes. He had just extracted it directly from the system space. "You have fair skin, so it suits you." Without further ado, Chu Jiang took Li Zihue's hand and put the Patek Philippe on her right wrist. Li Zihue was just an ordinary girl from a normal family, so naturally she didn't know Patek Philippe, but she wasn't stupid either, and she could tell that this watch was worth a lot of money. "Chu Xiao, I." Li Zihue instinctively wanted to refuse, but Chu Jiang put his arms around her and whispered in her ear, "As my woman, you have to learn to enjoy these luxuries." Li Zihue couldn't help but tremble slightly, and her body became hot unconsciously. For a moment, Chu Jiang also felt the changes in Li Zihue's body. Smelling her light and attractive body odor, how could the young and strong Chu Jiang resist? After another round of sex, it was already late at night. When he woke up the next morning, Li Zihue was lying on his chest, sound asleep. When Chu Jiang moved, he woke her up. "I'll take you to the hospital in a bit." Chu Jiang put his arm around Li Zihue and gave her a soft kiss on the eye. Li Zihue pursed her lips and nodded lightly. She hadn't returned home all night, and even though she had said goodbye to her mother when she left last night, she still had to hurry back to avoid worrying her family. "If you don't have enough money, just let me know. When you get better, let me take care of you here in Shanghai. I still have a few properties in the Thompson Riviera, and you can move there directly." Chu Jiang stroked Li Zihue's hair tenderly as he said this. "Mr. Chu, this. The house is just sitting there empty, no one is living there, it's just sitting there, it's a waste." Chu Jiang could tell that Li Zihue wanted to refuse, so he quickly said, "Okay, listen, be good." Li Zihue's greatest virtue was that she was obedient and well-behaved, so when Chu Jiang said that, she pursed her lips and nodded. After leaving the hotel, Chu Jiang drove Li Zihue to the hospital. When Li Zihue got out of the car, she couldn't help but feel her heart pounding when she looked at Chu Jiang's handsome profile. She got up and took advantage of the fact that Chu Jiang wasn't paying attention to give him a secret kiss on the cheek. Chu Jiang's mouth curled up into a slight smile. "Hurry back, don't let Auntie worry about you." "Okay." She opened the car door and got out of the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Poison. She could feel the envious stares from the people around her. Instead of walking directly towards the hospital building, she watched Chu Jiang drive away. When Chu Jiang drove away, Li Zihue finally came back to her senses, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. She had never thought that she would one day become a phoenix in a phoenix's nest, even if she was now Chu Jiang's woman. After all, she was just a girl from an ordinary family, and she and Chu Jiang were from different backgrounds. She didn't feel that she would become the one standing by Chu Jiang's side. But then again, she knows what she has to do. She is willing to become Chu Jiang's woman, even if it cannot be exposed. Naturally, women like strong men. There is no doubt that Chu Jiang is strong. Generally speaking, girls at her age basically yearn for a fairy tale-like love. Li Zihue also yearned for it before, but in the face of reality, she knows what is right. Becoming Chu Jiang's woman can at least guarantee a life of luxury. After meeting a man like Chu Jiang, there are really not many men in the world who can enter her eyes. Standing in front of the hospital, Li Zihue couldn't help but daydream. "Cousin?" Suddenly a voice called out, and it was also what made Li Zihue snap out of it. She turned around and saw her cousin Zhou biting just in time. They looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Cousin, it really is you. Joe Biting's face was full of curiosity. Just now, the scene of Li Zihue getting off the Chu Jiang car was just seen by Joe Biting, who came out to buy breakfast. She thought she was hallucinating, but she didn't expect it to really be her cousin. Although Joe Biting doesn't really know much about cars, she knows that the car just now was a supercar and very expensive. Thinking about how Li Zihue had left the hospital in a hurry after receiving a phone call last night, and now she was getting out of an expensive sports car, Joe Biting was now full of curiosity. Don't talk nonsense. Li Zihue was also taken aback and quickly pulled Joe Biting over to her side and said something. Cousin, don't worry, You still don't know, my mouth is tightly shut. Joe Biting smiled. Cousin, is that my brother-in-law? Hearing Joe Biting say this, Li Zihue also hurriedly said, Don't talk nonsense, he's just a friend of mine. A friend? Joe Biting looked at Li Zihue, whose face was red, and smiled. Cousin, don't lie to me, I still know you, right? When you lie, your face turns red. Look at you, you're flushed, just like you're drunk. It really is a friend. Li Zihue whispered, Biting, you must never tell anyone about this, and pretend you didn't see anything just now. Li Zihue was afraid that some problems on her side would affect Chu Jiang, and she was also very careful. Unless Chu Jiang came over himself to personally indicate his relationship with her, otherwise Li Zihue would never tell anyone about her relationship with Chu Jiang. Ha? Okay, but, sister, you are a pretty rich friend, aren't you? Joe Biting rolled her eyes twice, took Li Zihue's arm, and said intimately, Why don't you introduce him to me as a boyfriend? When she heard Joe Biting say this, Li Zihue couldn't help but give her a white look. What are you talking about? You're not even an adult yet. I'm almost there, I'll be an adult in 2 months. Joe Biting's personality is a little more lively and cheerful than Li Zihue's. They are similar in age and have grown up together since childhood, and their relationship is also very special. Joe Biting knew only too well whether Li Zihue was lying or not. Cousin, there's something wrong with her. Joe Biting couldn't help but murmur to herself. But seeing Li Zihue say it so solemnly, she also understood what she should do. Chu Jiang drove directly back to Tangong Villa. When he saw Chu Jiang return, the nannies and servants in maid outfits also hurriedly came forward to serve. Serving tea and pouring water are the most basic services. Xinxingwei knew that Chu Jiang was back and hurriedly walked over to him. Young master, you're back. Chu Jiang sat on the sofa and nodded when he took a sip of tea. Young master, I met with my classmate yesterday, and she said there's no problem on her end, all the school district housing has been posted on the rental housing website. Okay, I'll leave this to you, I'm relieved. Chu Jiang laughed, he still recognized Xinxingwei's abilities. By the way, I have also registered the Chumen Entertainment Media Company, and we have also signed a contract with Muyangxi. Xinxingwei briefly reported on her work situation, and Chu Jiang also stretched. Try to sign a few more artists with good potential. By the way, you should also pay attention to the big labels on the market. If there are any good ones, we must get them. Chu Jiang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and added, Money is not a problem. Good. With Chu Jiang's words that money is not a problem, Xinxingwei can boldly do things without any worries. After all, as long as there is money, it can be used to establish an entertainment media company that can rank among the top 3. I want something spicy for lunch, so prepare Sichuan and Hunan dishes. Chu Jiang crossed his legs and said with a smile while brushing his mobile phone. Yes, young master, I'll go give the order. Xinxingwei nodded and went off to attend to other matters. Chu Jiang was bored again. After playing a few games, winning one game and losing the other, he didn't feel like it anymore. Bored, Chu Jiang sat on the sofa and read a novel. Since binding to the system, Chu Jiang really hasn't read much fiction in the past 2 days. Ha! Found another new novel by a godly hero? Chu Jiang had previously downloaded a tomato reader, which had a lot of the divine hero literature he liked to read. Since Chu Jiang's reading preference was urban divine hero literature, the system also pushed all kinds of divine hero literature to him. Ha! It's a pickup system? Chu Jiang was stunned. He didn't expect someone to actually write a novel that bound a pickup system and became an urban divine hero. The writing is good, and the plot is also very rich. It's a good divine hero novel. Not to mention the fact that the protagonist of this book is bound to a pickup system, Chu Jiang can't be stingy with rewards. In the past, when Chu Jiang read novels, he would occasionally reward his favorite novels. He himself has tried writing novels before, and to be honest, anyone with a skill set would not write a novel. Not to mention the fierce competition, many people write novels just for the love of it. It's a luxury to become a god with one book. Usually, when you've written 100 or 200,000 words, there are only a few dozen readers. You toil for 10,000 words a day, but when you look at the royalties, you only get $2 or $3, which is not enough to buy a meat bun. In order to give the author the motivation to continue writing, Chu Yue used to give free gifts when reading, and occasionally reward 10 or 8 yuan. Of course, now that Chu Yue is rich, he naturally doesn't care about this money. He read the book to the latest chapter in one go, and for a while, he was a little disappointed. This book is well written. Chu Yue felt a little empathy, and just happened to see the author begging for rewards at the end of the chapter, saying something like if he got a gift of 100 yuan today, he would add an extra chapter. Looks like you have a lot of saved manuscripts in your hands. Chu Yue likes this arrogant author, so he directly charged 100,000 yuan to the tomato app. The most expensive gift reward on this app is only 99 yuan? Then when will I be able to reward 100,000 yuan? Chu Yue couldn't understand. But he still gave the book 100 Great God certifications. 100 of them only cost 9,900 yuan, less than 10,000 yuan. After rewarding the gift, Chu Yue also left a comment at the end of the chapter, 100 Great God certifications sent, author update quickly. In fact, Chu Yue didn't really expect the author to really add another 100 chapters. After all, even if there were 2,000 words per chapter, 100 chapters would still be 200,000 words. Even if the author had saved the manuscript, there was a high probability that it would not be as many as 100 chapters. In one of the apartment buildings in Huaguowu City, a dirty, haggard man stared at his author's dashboard and froze. He is the author of the new book by Xin Haowen. He has not left the house for a month in order to write this new book. What can I say, he has always been a mediocre writer, and his monthly writing fee is only a little over 2,000 yuan at most. But he just won't give up. He has decided to write another book for the love of writing. If he fails again, he will go scavenging. In a month's time, he has saved almost 200 chapters, with more than 400,000 words. Today is his debut day, and the results seem to be okay. Looking at the data in the background, he let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to turn off the computer and take a good rest, he refreshed the background data, and then he went completely dumb. Just now, a fan of Truman, the young man, had given him multiple Great God certifications in one go. One Great God certification is 99 yuan. He counted carefully from top to bottom, and there were exactly 100 Great God certifications. He has been writing on Tomato for almost a year, and this is the first time he has received gifts of Great God certifications, and there are even 100 at a time. Holy shit! Have you met a rich book fan? His heart was racing, and he almost fainted from excitement. 100 Great God certifications is 9,900 yuan. Almost 10,000 yuan. He quickly took a screenshot of the background here, and then ran to show off in their author group as soon as possible. He threw a screenshot of the reward and instantly blew up the entire author group. Holy cow! The Great God is awesome. Which book is this? So awesome? All of it is certified by the Great God? What's going on? I'm seeing double. How many Great God certifications are there? I'm jealous. What's going on? Is there really a fan of the tomatoes so awesome? He didn't say much in the group, but instead, he started adding more chapters directly. With 100 great author certifications, he directly added 100 chapters. Although he had long ago uploaded them to the draft box in the author assistant, it took him more than an hour just to publish the 100 chapters. At the end, he also sent a single chapter to thank Chu Yue for the reward. Chu Yue had just finished lunch. The lunch was cooked by the Sichuan chef and Hunan chef together. It had to be said that the chefs were extraordinary, and the food was much tastier than what those chefs outside cooked. After eating and drinking, Chu Yue was going to take a nap, but as soon as he lay down on the bed, the novel prompt updated. 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 50 chapters, 100 chapters. 100 chapters in total. Chu Yue was stunned when he saw that the author had actually updated 100 chapters. Holy shit, there really is that much saved draft. Chu Yue hadn't read the content yet, but he saw that the author of the novel had actually uploaded 100 chapters of the novel. Without saying a word, he directly rewarded another 100 Great God certifications. Moreover, he flipped directly to the last chapter and saw that it was a thank you for opening a single chapter for himself, and he also directly left a comment. Awesome, awesome, I'll give you another 100 Great God certifications as a reward, come on, I'm rooting for you. Chu Jiang never imagined that a casual encouraging remark from him would prompt an update frenzy, but that's a story for later. After reading some more of the novel, Chu Jiang went to bed. When he woke up, it was already dark. He was bored anyway, so he might as well sleep a little longer. After waking up, Chu Jiang came out of the bedroom, sat on the sofa, drank some tea, smoked a cigarette, and then continued reading the novel. I have to say, this godly literary work is definitely the best godly literary work he has read recently. The writing is seasoned and the rhythm is tight, it really seems to be particularly refreshing. Without further ado, Chu Jiang rewarded another 100 godly certifications. It was a refreshing read, keep up the good work. For Chu Jiang, rewarding 300 godly certifications is only worth 30,000 yuan. But for the author, who is unkempt and pale in the middle of an apartment building, 30,000 yuan is a huge sum of money. I will definitely work hard. I will never let you down. He is now full of fighting spirit, and as soon as he turns on the computer, he starts typing furiously. He still has 100 chapters of saved manuscripts, but he did not continue to add more chapters later. After all, uploading 200 chapters at once, 400,000 words, will still have an impact on the subsequent performance of his book. But he decided to start today, updating at least 10 chapters a day, and typing at least 20,000 words. He is now working full-time, and 20,000 words is just 10 hours work for him. As long as he doesn't get distracted, he can still manage it. It was already past 10 p.m. when Chu Jiang finished reading the 100 chapters of the novel that he had added. Since he had taken a long afternoon nap, he was now full of energy and not sleepy at all. Wanna go for a drive? He looked at the time and saw that it was almost 10 p.m. Forget it, it's rare to have a break. Over the past few days, Chu Jiang's nightlife has been quite colorful. Tonight is rare for not having anything to do, and Chu Jiang is also ready to take a good rest at home. Xin Xingwei is very busy. After all, as Chu Jiang's personal butler, she has to take care of Chu Jiang's daily life, and Chu Jiang has also asked her to do a lot of things these past 2 days. But the capable work more, and Xin Xingwei never complained to Chu Jiang about anything. Watching Xin Xingwei busy back and forth, Chu Jiang couldn't help but grin. I really picked up a capable assistant. To be honest, picking up Xin Xingwei in front of the bar was now really making Chu Jiang laugh. There was nothing to do in the evening, so Chu Jiang lay in bed and played a little TikTok. He had no dreams that night, and he woke up early the next morning. Early to bed and early to rise makes the body strong. Chu Jiang stretched and was full of energy for another day. Today happened to be the weekend, so Chu Jiang sent a WeChat message to his sister, Chu Yue. Are you going to class today? Do you have time in the evening? Chu Jiang hadn't contacted Chu Yue for the past 2 days, because on the one hand, Chu Yue was in class, and on the other hand, he had been really busy these past few days. Today, he finally had some time, and he wanted to take Chu Yue out to relax. It just so happened that there was a Su Song concert that night, and he remembered that his sister was a big fan of Su Songs, so they could go to the concert together. Su Song was once a singer comparable to the superstar Zhou Luanjie in China, and most of his fans were young people. Moreover, Su Song had a very good reputation, and whenever he held a concert, it was basically difficult to get tickets. For ordinary people, it was indeed difficult to get tickets. But for the rich, it was not a problem at all. He already told Wang Tsong about this yesterday, and Wang Tsong didn't say much, just saying that he would take care of it. At this point, Chu Yue is already reading a book in the school library. Chu Yue not only looks beautiful, but she has always studied very hard. She understood one thing from a young age: for ordinary people to turn their lives around, studying hard is definitely the most effective way. Although her brother is rich now, Chu Yue has not lost her heart and is still studying very hard. Of course, her life has definitely been much better in the past 2 days. Chu Jiang transferred her 1 million yuan, so there is definitely no problem with living expenses. Of course, given Chu Yue's character, even if she has money, she won't spend it recklessly. But to be honest, there is something that has made her want to spend money in the past 2 days. Su Song's concert. As a fan of Su Song, she really wants to go to a concert. But she couldn't get tickets from damai.com, and scalp tickets are really expensive. Even for tickets in the back, they cost 2,000 yuan each from scalpers. It's too expensive. Even though she really wants to go to the concert, she can't bear to spend that much money. Seeing that her brother had sent her a message, Chu Yue hurriedly sent a message back. Today is Saturday, I'm not working. You have time tonight, brother, what's up? You study so hard every day, so I want to take you out to relax. By the way, you like Su Song songs, and he's having a concert at the Olympic Sports Center tonight. I'll take you there. When Chu Yue saw the message from her brother, she couldn't help smiling. Brother, did you get tickets to Su Song's concert? No, but I'll find a way. Just tell me, do you want to go to the concert? Chu Jiang sent Chu Yue a voice message. Chu Yue hurriedly replied after listening to what Chu Jiang said, of course I want to. Brother, do you really have a way? Yes. By the way, I said I would treat your 3 roommates to dinner last time, but I've been busy the past couple of days and haven't had the chance. That's good, I'll take them with us tonight. After we watch the concert, I'll treat you all to a big meal and improve the food. Chu Yue gets along very well with her roommates, and they have taken good care of her before. It's a good opportunity for Chu Jiang to thank them properly. Okay, I'll let them know. Chu Yue said without thinking twice when she heard what Chu Jiang said, and she directly sent a message in the dormitory group chat. Do you all have time tonight? My brother is taking us to Su Song's concert and treating us to a big meal. As soon as Chu Yue's message was sent to the dormitory group chat, Chu Yue's 3 roommates replied. Holy shit! Holy shit! One person replied with a wakuo, meaning damn, and they were really shocked. That goes without saying, it's Su Song's concert. I couldn't even get his tickets before. Yeah, what's going on? Your brother got so many tickets to Su Song's concert? Oh, I've arranged to go out shopping with my boyfriend tonight, but since it's Ye's brother treating, I'll naturally go. I'll just have to let my boyfriend down. Chu Yue's roommates immediately became excited. They were all fans of Su Song, and how could they refuse the opportunity to go to a concert live? After getting her roommate's reply, Chu Yue immediately told Chu Jiang, brother, all 3 of my roommates have time, brother, do you really have that many tickets? After all, tickets for Su Song's concerts have always been hard to come by. Even if her brother has money now, he may not be able to get that many concert tickets, right? She didn't know what Chu Jiang's situation was like, and if she knew that Chu Jiang was now best friends with Wang Song and Qin Yun, she wouldn't have thought that way. Well, tickets are not a problem. I'll pick you up at the entrance to your school around 5 p.m. Great. Chu Yue was also very excited. After all, she had liked Su Song's songs since she was a child and had always wanted to go to a Su Song concert. But reality was cruel, and she never managed to get tickets. As for scalp tickets, they were simply not within the realm of her considerations. After all, the cheapest scalp ticket cost more than 2,000 yuan, and her living expenses for the previous year had only been 5,000 yuan, which was more than she could afford. When she got up in the morning, she was still considering whether to spend the money on a scalp ticket, but in the end, reason prevailed over desire, and she decided to spend the whole day in the library reading. But now, Chu Jiang had told her that he would take her to see Su Song's concert live that night, and naturally, she was quite excited. Even an academic can't read when she wants to. Chu Yue was so happy to be able to see Su Song in concert that she couldn't read at all. Wang Song did not disappoint Chu Jiang and got her 10 VIP tickets for the inner circle. You have to know that the price of a VIP ticket for the inner circle is 8,800 yuan even on the official website. As for scalpers, they are even being sold for 30,000 yuan each, and there is still no buyer, so they are simply impossible to buy. Brother Song, thanks. Chu Jiang took the concert tickets from Wang Song and said with a smile, Brother Song, how much do I transfer to you? Chu, you're wrong. We're buddies, what's the point of talking about money? Wang Song said seriously, besides, I didn't pay for the tickets. It wouldn't be right for me to ask you for money. Chu Jiang was also taken aback when he heard Wang Song say that he didn't pay for the tickets, and he nodded. Su Song is from Dai Hai Music Company, and I'm friends with Bai Feng, the young master of Dai Hai Music Company. It's not a big deal to ask him for a few concert tickets. Hearing Wang Song say that, Chu Jiang understood. This is the advantage of having a wide network of contacts. Chu Jiang couldn't help but murmur to himself. Okay, Songa, when you have time, ask your friend to come out, I'll host, and we'll all have dinner together. That's great. As soon as the kid heard it was you, Chu, who asked, he said he could only arrange 5 tickets for me, but as soon as he heard it was you, he gave me 10. Wang Song laughed, that kid happens to be in the Magic City. How about this, tonight, after the concert, let's have dinner together. Tonight? I promised to take my sister and her roommate out to dinner. What's the problem? Bring them all. It's a good idea to have him bring Su Song along. Is that appropriate? What's not to like about it? Then it's settled, I'll let Bai Fong know. That's fine. Chu Jiang saw Wang Song in such a hurry and also smiled and responded. If Yu knew that after the concert that night, she could still sit down to dinner with Su Song, I'm afraid she would be even more excited, wouldn't she? Although Chu Jiang is not a fan, he also knows what it feels like to be able to have dinner with his favorite singers and stars. That, Yu, there's been a change of plans. Chu Jiang returned to the villa and also sent a message to Chu Yue. What? Brother, don't scare me like that. What's wrong? Chu Yue's first reaction when she saw Chu Jiang say that there had been a change of plan was that something had gone wrong, and she assumed that her brother had not managed to get concert tickets. No, I did say before that I would treat you to dinner. And then, I've recently made a few friends, so why don't I take you there tonight? Is that okay? Your friends won't mind? Chu Yue was relieved to hear that it wasn't about concert tickets. As for dinner, it could be any time. If you don't mind, that's fine. Yes, we don't mind. We'll just eat and be happy. During the day, Chu Jiang didn't have much to do at home, so he just drank tea, smoked cigarettes, and read novels. It's true that the author of the novel about the godly hero that Chu Jiang had rewarded yesterday was like on a roll, updating 20 chapters in one go today. Chu Jiang saw that the novel had been updated, so he spent more than 10 minutes reading the updated novel even though he had nothing to do. Awesome! Chu Jiang said after reading the latest novel, and he really enjoyed reading it. First, this novel is about a godly hero's online writings, which are mindless and exciting. Second, the author's writing skills are very good, and the pace is very fast, so it seems like you can't stop reading. Chu Jiang, who really enjoyed reading it, casually rewarded the author with another 100 Great God certifications. It was a great read, and here's 100 Great God certifications for you, keep up the good work. 100 Great God certifications is only worth 10,000 yuan, which is just a drop in the bucket for Chu Jiang. At the same time, in an apartment building in Wuxi, the author of this book took the rare opportunity to spruce himself up a bit. The royalties for yesterday's work came out, and just the royalties for the rewards, after splitting them with the platform, came to 21,000 yuan. The income from reading also came to 1,800 yuan. Yesterday alone, his income from royalties broke the record, reaching more than 20,000 yuan. For a famous author, this amount of royalties may not be much. But he is just a nobody. He was very excited and took a screenshot of the royalties and posted it on his Moments. Instantly, his Moments exploded. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Jiang arrived at the entrance of Shanghai University in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. A car like a Rolls-Royce is definitely more comfortable to ride in. Luckily, Xin Xingwei had considered this point beforehand and had even helped Chu Jiang recruit 3 experienced chauffeurs, which came in handy at this moment. The Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in front of the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology and instantly attracted the attention of many people. My goodness, a Rolls-Royce. There are so many rich people in Shanghai. The other day it was a Lamborghini, and now it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. When will I become rich too? I'm so jealous. I guess it's here to pick up girls from our school again. Alas, the world is going downhill. Many people were talking about it in private, and their words were tinged with sourness. After all, who doesn't want to become rich? After all, who doesn't want to drive a Ferrari with one hand? After all, who doesn't want to pick up girls in front of the school in a Rolls-Royce? Chu Yue walked out of school with her 3 roommates. It has to be said that when Chu Yue appeared, the attention of many boys focused on her. First, Chu Yue's appearance is needless to say, and she is known as the pure goddess for no reason. Second, since the previous incident, now no one at the entire Shanghai University doesn't know that Chu Yue has a brother who drives a Lamborghini. Originally, she was thought to be a civilian school beauty, but now, she is a rich and beautiful woman. Now the most talked about topic in all the boys' dormitories at Shanghai University is how to win the favor of goddess Chu Yue. In the past, whoever could win Chu Yue would at most be able to take home the beauty. Now it's different. In addition to taking home the beauty, you have to work at least 30 years less. Chu Yue and her entourage of 4 walked out of the school, and Su Jing took Chu Yue's arm. Yeah, call your brother and ask him if he's arrived yet. While they were talking, Chu Yue was about to call Chu Jiang when she saw him get out of the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yeah, over here. Brother! Chu Yue had learned her lesson this time. From more than 10 meters away, she shouted back at Chu Jiang. Chu Yue and the Rolls-Royce Phantom were the focus of attention, but now, the 2 focal points had overlapped. Yeah, your brother's car is a Rolls-Royce, right? I recognize the little golden man on the front of the Rolls-Royce. Wow, yeah, your brother is really rich. Yeah, I don't believe you're not a second-generation rich kid anymore. Your brother has a Lamborghini and a Rolls-Royce. Yeah, I really envy you, your brother is really awesome. Chu Yue's roommate naturally envies Chu Yue. After all, it is really happy to have such an amazing brother who also spoils you. I really am not a rich kid. Chu Yue gave her roommate a blank look, but in fact she was also very depressed. Chu Jiang is in what situation now, and he is not very clear about it either. She only knows that her brother won 300 million yuan by buying a lottery ticket. But come to think of it, if there is 300 million yuan, it doesn't matter if you buy 2 or 3 luxury cars, right? The driver here also hurriedly got out of the car, opened the back seat door, and stood respectfully next to it. After the 4 girls, Chu Yue and the others, got into the car, the driver closed the door and drove away from the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology. Brother, where did you get this car? Chu Yue was a little confused, too, and she sent a message with her head down. I bought it. Chu Jiang couldn't help but smile when he saw his little sister secretly sending him a message. Brother, don't spend money recklessly. Chu Yue frowned and also sent a message to Chu Jiang. She was not sure about Chu Jiang's current situation, and she felt that she needed to remind her brother that after all, they only had 300 million, and they really could not be so extravagant. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chu Jiang understood what Chu Yue meant, and he also laughed and said, by the way, we're in luck today, they're front row VLP tickets. Chu Jiang directly changed the subject and took 5 tickets. Wang Song gave him 10 tickets, and he handed 5 to Xin Xingwei and kept 5 for himself. Wow! Brother Chu, are those infield VLP tickets? Su Jing also looked at Chu Jiang excitedly and asked. Yes, infield VLP tickets. That's great. The price of infield VLP tickets on the official website is almost 10,000 yuan, and the scalpers, I looked at it before, the lowest is 35,000 yuan each. Chu Yue took the tickets from Chu Jiang's hands and looked at her brother in amazement. Brother, how did you get so many VIP tickets? Chu Yue also found it incredible. A month ago when the tickets were released on Damai.com, tens of thousands of tickets were sold out in less than a second. Since Chu Jiang didn't get the tickets from the official website, how did he get so many VIP tickets? You know, I've made some new friends recently, and I invited them to dinner tonight, and they gave them to me. Chu Jiang said casually. Chu Jiang said it casually, but Chu Yue and her roommate were both dumbfounded. Someone else gave them to him? You have to understand, these are VLP tickets for the inner field. And it's Su Song's concert. If you sell these tickets, they'll go for 30,000 yuan each, no problem. Brother, this friend you know is really rich. These 5 tickets are worth at least 150,000 yuan. Chu Yue couldn't help but exclaim. The young master of Dai Hai Music Company can't be poor. Chu Jiang couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He didn't say anything for the time being about having dinner with Su Song that night. He wanted to surprise Chu Yue and the others. The concert started at 8 p.m., and it was only 6 p.m. now. The Shanghai Olympic Sports Center was already jam-packed. Su Song is one of the few singers in China who is dedicated to music. Although he is usually very low-key, many people even think that he is a has-been singer. But whenever he has a concert, his tickets are almost always sold out in an instant. Today, there are only young people here, and a large proportion of them actually didn't manage to get tickets. But they have been waiting here for half a day just to catch a glimpse of Su Song. Chu Jiang and the others drove here, so it was even more congested. Luckily we came early, otherwise I don't know how long we would have been stuck. Chu Jiang looked ahead and saw at least a few hundred cars, and he couldn't help but sigh. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. This model is really nice. Don't be envious, driving a luxury car is no big deal. You're still stuck in traffic like the rest of us. There was a Jetta next to Chu Jiang and their party. The man driving the car also retorted when he heard his woman's envious words. However, the next second, when they arrived at the Olympic Sports Center parking lot together, Chu Jiang and their party were directed by the staff to drive directly onto the VLP channel. Ah, being rich is awesome. Alas! The man driving the Jetta said this, but in his heart, he also thought with a sour feeling, damn, the rich really have it good. Chu Jiang, on the other hand, also experienced firsthand the joy of being rich. Except for a little traffic jam at the beginning outside the Olympic Sports Center, once they entered the center, there were staff members to direct the traffic. The VLP channel is great, absolutely unobstructed. Not only was the traffic unobstructed, but entering the venue was also unobstructed. Staff members guided the way the whole way, and this kind of happiness can only be felt by the rich. Wow, this is so cool. Staff members guided the way the whole way, this treatment, so cool. Yeah, next time your brother wants to take you out to play, you can't abandon us. The 4 girls from Chu Yue's dormitory were walking together, their faces full of excitement. After all, they are just ordinary college students. If Chu Jiang wasn't with them, how could they experience such attentive service? Chu Jiang was fine with it. He had recently frequented high-end social venues, whether it was the Yangfu Palace or the Tianshui Villa. The service there really made you feel that the happiness of the rich is truly not something ordinary people can enjoy. There were only 200 VIP seats in the inner field, and Chu Jiang and their location was the inner field of the inner field, because it was less than 3 meters from the stage. Such a close location is definitely the best place to watch the entire concert live and experience it. It's really great to be able to watch the concert from this location. It's so close, I should be able to see clearly in a while, right? It's not even 7 o'clock yet, and the concert venue is already full. That's right, our squirrel has always been very popular. Chu Yue and the other 3 girls in her dormitory were also sitting together, excitedly taking photos of the concert scene with their phones. Su Jing even posted a microblog directly. Su Song's national concert tour in Shanghai, thanks to my roommate, I came with her brother. Su Jing uploaded 9 photos of the concert scene in a row, then paired them with this text and posted a microblog directly. After all, it was Su Song's concert day, and as long as you at Su Song's Shanghai concert, even a passerby's microblog will have a considerable amount of traffic. For a while, Su Jing's microblog exploded. Judging from the photos the blogger took, these must be VIP tickets for the inner circle. I'm jealous. Why don't I have a roommate who's so rich? I've been beating up my roommate for 3 days and 3 nights, but he still won't admit that he's a rich kid. What should I do? Wow, I'm jealous. This is a really awesome seat, isn't it? Judging from the looks of it, this ticket alone must have cost at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Don't argue with me, because I'm a scalper. Chapter 22. Yeah, your brother actually knows Song Shao. Chu Jiang. This location for the concert is indeed very expensive. Of course, generally speaking, this kind of location is not even sold, it is used by the company's internal leaders to give to people. If it weren't for Chu Jiang, Su Jing, and the others might never have the experience of sitting in the VIP seats in the inner field and watching a concert. After all, even if they become rich in the future, they cannot just buy such a location with money. At 8 o'clock, the concert started on time. The atmosphere immediately ignited. As one of the most low-key singers in China, Su Song has a large number of avid fans. Chu Jiang is also young, and he often listened to Su Song's songs when he was at school. It has to be said that the feeling of watching a concert now is indeed different. Even Chu Yue, who is usually very quiet, became extremely excited. Seeing his sister so relaxed today, Chu Jiang was also very happy. Due to the family's previous financial situation, my younger sister had to be much more composed and sensible than other girls from a young age. It's not that this is a bad thing, it's just that compared to her peers, she seemed to lack a bit of vitality. Now, seeing that my younger sister can also scream and shout like a normal person at a concert and cheer for her favorite singer, Chu Jiang is very happy from the bottom of his heart. Of course, there will be something even happier later. As a surprise, of course, it has to be said at the most appropriate time. That's what I call a surprise. Su Song's concert was a huge one, with 50,000 seats in the venue, and it was completely full. Let's just say that there aren't many Chinese pop groups that have this kind of strength. What's more, there were at least tens of thousands of fans outside the venue who didn't get tickets. The concert was originally scheduled to last 150 minutes, 2.5 hours, but because the fans were so enthusiastic, and Su Song also spoils his fans too much, he added half an hour after the last song was sung. Now the fans are even more convinced that it was worth the price of the ticket. The concert started at 8 p.m. and didn't end until 11 p.m. When it was finally over, Chu Yue and the others remembered that there was a curfew at the girls' dormitory at 11 p.m. Oh no, brother, we're in trouble. Chu Yue frowned and looked at Chu Jiang. What's wrong? Brother, there's a curfew at our dormitory at 11 p.m. It's already past 11 p.m., and we won't be able to go back tonight. Chu Yue said with a frown. Huh? We're going to dinner later. How about this, you can all stay at my place tonight, and I'll drive you back to school tomorrow. Chu Jiang thought it was a big deal and was startled. Brother Chu, is it appropriate for us to go to your house? Su Jing looked at Chu Jiang and also pursed her lips and said. It's fine, I have a lot of rooms at home, there's enough space for everyone to sleep. Chu Jiang didn't care. After all, there were 12 guest rooms in his villa alone, so there was enough room for the two of them to share a room, let alone for each of them to have their own room. Don't worry. The five of them came out of the venue. As they passed by the bathroom, Chu Jiang ran in and had a smoke. Chu Jiang had a serious smoking habit, and the 3-hour concert had really worn him out. After coming out of the bathroom, Chu Jiang looked around and saw Chu Yue and the others waiting for him by the side, so he walked over towards them. But subconsciously, he also glanced behind Chu Yue. It was a good thing he didn't look, or else he would have noticed something. Less than 5 meters away from Chu Yue and the others, there was a man wearing a cap and holding a single-lens reflex camera, sneakingly staring at Chu Yue. Chu Jiang frowned, and when he came over, he also walked straight towards the man without making a sound. The man in the cap was focused entirely on Chu Yue, but he didn't notice Chu Jiang walking towards him at all. Chu Jiang walked over to his side and grabbed the man by the collar. The man was startled by Chu Jiang and instantly became a little flustered. Who are you? Let go of me. The man was startled, but instead he yelled at Chu Jiang. If this were an ordinary person, he would have been fooled, but Chu Jiang is a ruthless person who could kill the boxing champion Du Mintai with one punch. Just because you shout doesn't mean you're right. Chu Jiang whispered and scolded the man, tell me, who are you? What is your purpose for secretly photographing my sister? Chu Jiang is not an unreasonable person, but he followed Chu Yue. No matter what the purpose was, Chu Jiang could not just ignore it. Chu Jiang grabbed the man by the collar with one hand, and with the other hand, he directly took the SLR camera from him. When the man saw that his camera was taken away by Chu Jiang, he also wriggled his body trying to break free from Chu Jiang's grip. But no matter how he struggled, he could not break free under Chu Jiang's control, even though he was physically fit. Seeing that he could not break free from Chu Jiang, he shouted at the top of his lungs, help! Someone is robbing me! Chu Jiang didn't expect this man to be such a scoundrel, but dealing with scoundrels, Chu Jiang was not without a way. He punched the man directly in the stomach, and instantly the man stopped shouting and his whole body went limp. Chu Jiang then directly let go of him. Being punched by himself, although not with much force, an ordinary person would basically lose the ability to move. The man who was released by Chu Jiang immediately collapsed to the ground, his whole body arched up, and he howled in pain in an instant. Shut up! Do you believe I will beat you up again? Chu Jiang looked at him and snorted, and upon hearing Chu Jiang say this, the man instantly calmed down. Due to the sudden situation here, Chu Yue and the others also hurriedly ran over, all standing carefully behind Chu Jiang. Due to the man shouting just now, it also attracted a lot of passers-by to gather around. The onlookers did not know the truth, and seeing Chu Jiang so fierce, they accused him one after another. How could you hit someone? What's wrong with you? Can't you talk things over? That's right, brother, don't be afraid. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, I'm recording this for you. Brother, can't you talk things over? This is a society ruled by law, you hit him, you have to bear legal responsibility. Chu Jiang was too lazy to bother with these people and directly started going through the man's camera. Sure enough, he was following Chu Yue. There were more than 30 photos alone, taken in different locations and positions. Looking at these photos, Chu Jiang looked directly at the man with a stern face and said, how do you explain these? Say, what do you mean by stalking my sister? Chu Jiang's voice was not loud, but the onlookers present all heard it. Now, everyone who had just accused Chu Jiang of assault was silent. Well, it turned out that the person who was beaten was a stalker. Then everything is fine. Good job. Misunderstanding. I didn't know she was your sister. The man in the cap was also embarrassed. You mean, if she wasn't my sister, you would have been able to stalk and take pictures of the young girl? Chu Jiang was almost amused by him. What kind of thinking is this? No, that's not what I meant. Seeing Chu Jiang's clenched fist, he was really scared. He still hadn't recovered from the punch Chu Jiang had just given him. So what did you mean? Chu Jiang had the upper hand here. Even if he beat him up, it would be fine when it came to the police station. Well, I'm actually a talent scout. I saw your sister just now and was instantly amazed. It so happens that I'm selecting amateur actors for a film crew, so... While talking, the man also quickly took out his business card. The business card had his name on it, and his name was Lu Minghui. The business card also had his company, Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company. To put it another way, Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company is also one of the three major entertainment media companies in the entertainment industry, and it is much stronger than Jade Entertainment Media Company. Moreover, in the past 2 years, Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company has been very efficient at training new talent, and in recent years, 1/3 of the artists who have exploded in the entertainment industry have been trained by them. Of course, one reason is that Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company is strong, has many resources, and has a clear attitude towards training new talent. The second reason is that they have the largest number of scouts in the family. Speaking of scouts, their job is to discover ordinary people with potential in real life to become stars. Are you really a scout? After learning that he did not mean any harm to his sister, Chu Jiang also eased up and asked. I really am a scout. If you don't believe me, you can call our company and ask. Lu Minghui also gave a bitter smile. It was my fault. I should have explained my intentions beforehand. After he finished speaking, he quickly took out another business card and handed it to Chu Yue. This lady, I think the temperament you have is very suitable for the female lead in our new drama. By the way, our new drama is directed by Zhang Mao. If you are willing, with your qualifications, I think in a few years, you will become an overnight sensation and a much talked about female star in China. Lu Minghui is not only a talent scout, but also a particularly discerning one. Several of the female artists he discovered have now become second or third-rate actresses. Chu Yue is the best amateur he has ever seen, and he believes in his own judgment. If Chu Yue is willing, he really thinks that in a few years, no, in less than a year, Chu Yue will definitely become an overnight sensation. However, Chu Yue did not take his business card, and she frowned, turning down Lu Minghui flatly. No thanks. Chu Yue did not hesitate for a second, which surprised Lu Minghui. Because when he had scouted female artistes before, he had used the same line, and basically no girl could resist the temptation of becoming a national superstar. Even those who had rejected him had not been as decisive as Chu Yue. Lu Minghui suddenly thought that Chu Yue might be too young to understand what it meant to become a national superstar. He quickly explained, we are Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company, one of the top 3 entertainment media companies in the country. If you can become a first-tier female artist, your future prospects will be bright. Not to mention, the salary for a new drama starts at least 10 million. Lu Minghui, who said these words, was relieved. He felt that Chu Yue would definitely be tempted to take his business card when she heard that the salary for a new drama starts at least 10 million. But he was wrong. Chu Yue didn't feel any excitement at all at what he had said. I told you, I don't know how to make movies, and I don't want to be a celebrity. Chu Yue's personality really wasn't suitable for filming and being a celebrity. Moreover, she was a top student at Shanghai University, and her future prospects were unlimited. Becoming an entertainment celebrity was not in her life plan. Huh? Lu Minghui was dumbfounded. He was a little confused. But the next second, Chu Jian laughed and said, I respect my sister's wishes. Since she doesn't want to be a star, then she won't be. As for you, I'll confiscate this SLR camera of yours, and I'll give it back to you after I delete all the photos in it. Hearing Chu Jiang say this, Lu Minghui also let out a bitter laugh. Sir, I still think you should consider this carefully. This is a rare opportunity. The director of this new drama is Zhang Mao, who is a famous director in our country. And director Zhang Mao especially likes to use newcomers. Your sister has such great talent. As long as I take you there, director Zhang will definitely be satisfied. I say, you, why can't you understand what people are saying? Chu Jiang was also amused by him, and said with a smile, didn't you hear what my sister said? Really, do you really think everyone wants to be a star? Chu Jiang's hostility towards Lu Minghui eased after he was sure that he was really a talent scout. He looked at him and laughed. Besides, if my sister wants to be a star, she doesn't need your Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company to promote her. I run an entertainment media company myself, so I can promote her myself. Chu Jiang casually said something that not only stunned Lu Minghui, but also Chu Yue. When did he, my brother, start an entertainment media company? Chu Yue couldn't help but think this in her heart. Lu Minghui was still a little disheartened. He felt that this was Chu Jiang's way of rejecting him. Sir, our Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company is really very capable. Do you want to reconsider? Before he could finish his sentence, the next second, he froze. Because he saw Wang Song, Qin Yun, and Bai Feng walking towards them. Wang Song and Qin Yun are the top domestic second-generation rich, so of course he knew them. Bai Fong is the young master of Dai Hai Music Company, and he is a scout, so of course he knows Bai Fong. Brother Chu, we've been waiting for you, we're starving. Qin Yun walked over to Chu Jiang and laughed. The crowd had dispersed, but as soon as Qin Yun and Wang Song arrived, a lot of people gathered again. Holy shit, is that Wang Song with Qin Yun? Oh my god, I ran into Principal Wang here. What's going on? Principal Wang and Qin Hui are here to watch the concert too? Hey! Who's that young man Qin Hui is saying hello to? He's so handsome. He really is handsome. It looks like he's also a rich kid, doesn't he? Qin Hui and Wang Song's arrival, and especially Qin Hui and Chu Zhang's enthusiastic greetings, were something that Chu Yue and her friends had not expected. Chu Yue's roommates were so stunned that they gently pulled Chu Yue by the hand and said, Yeah, you're kidding, your brother actually knows Wang Song and Qin Yin? And you said you weren't a rich kid? I really am not. I don't know either. How does my brother know Wang Song and the others? Chu Yue whispered, full of questions. As for Lu Minghui, he was dumbfounded. He felt that his actions and words just now were like those of a fool. How could someone know Wang Song and Qin Yun, and their relationship seemed to be very familiar? No wonder I just said that the salary starts at 10 million, and people are unruffled. It turns out that the clown is me. Lu Minghui was very disappointed. Looking at the backs of Chu Jiang and the others as they left, he also looked very despondent. P.S. This chapter is a 5,000-word chapter. I hope to ask for some free gifts. Really, I'm going to starve to death. Sigh. Let's make a plan for an extra chapter. As long as the number of requests for an update exceeds 1,000, an extra chapter will be added. If the number of people who send free gifts every day exceeds 200, an extra chapter will also be added. Chapter 23 Ding. You have picked up a stock market card. Can Lu Minghui not feel despondent? He finally found an amateur with great potential, but it turns out that the person is a second-generation rich kid. He himself finds it funny to think that he was just talking to someone about a 10 million yuan salary. Someone who is friends with Wang Song and Qin Shen can't be lacking 10 million yuan? Not to mention 10 million yuan, even if they can earn a few 100 million yuan a year, to someone like a top second-generation rich kid, what is that? What's more, when he thinks of Chu Zhang's earlier comment that he also owns an entertainment media company, he can't help but let out a bitter smile. Chu Yue and her 3 roommates followed Chu Jiang and the others obediently. The 4 young girls were all confused now. Chu Yue was actually confused too. She felt like she was dreaming. How did her brother know top domestic second-generation rich kids like Wang Song and Qin Yun? Didn't he say he won the lottery jackpot? Even if he won 300 million, that's not enough to know Wang Song and the others, is it? Although 300 million is an astronomical sum in the eyes of ordinary people, in the eyes of those real second-generation rich, 300 million is really not much. Although she was full of doubts, at this time, she didn't ask anything or say anything. Chu Yue was still very sensible. She was afraid that she would harm her brother if she spoke carelessly. Chu Yue didn't say anything, so her 3 roommates would definitely not say anything more. However, they now completely believe that Chu Yue is actually a super rich beautiful woman. After all, her brother Chu Jiang is very familiar with top second-generation rich people like Wang Song and Qin Yun. After leaving the Olympic Sports Center, Chu Jiang also went to the parking lot. We'll have dinner later, and there's a little surprise. Sitting in the car, Chu Jiang casually said something, intentionally or unintentionally. Hearing Chu Jiang say surprise, Chu Yue also froze for a moment, thinking, don't be scared, brother, you really left me completely confused today. On the contrary, Chu Yue's 3 roommates were very excited and full of anticipation. After all, they felt like they had discovered something extraordinary. Brother Chu, what's the surprise? Su Jing had the best relationship with Chu Yue. She had sat next to Chu Jiang during the concert, and after the concert she had excitedly hugged him several times. I won't tell you yet. You'll find out when we get to the hotel. Chu Jiang's mouth curled up slightly, and he chuckled softly. Chu Jiang didn't say anything, but it made the hearts of the young girls tickle. After all, the fact that Chu Jiang knew Wang Song and Qin Yi was shocking enough, and then he said there was a surprise? What could the surprise be? Although it was Chu Jiang who invited everyone to dinner, Wang Song helped book the restaurant. Hong Yuxuan is a top private kitchen restaurant in the city. It is called a private kitchen restaurant because Hong Yuxian is not open to the public. They only serve the rich people in the city, and they are the kind of rich people with at least 1 billion yuan in assets. Because those with less than a billion yuan in assets are simply too embarrassed to come here and spend money. Hong Yuxian is located in a villa worth 1 billion yuan, and only one table of guests will be served here every day. No matter when you come, you will experience the supreme level of service. Of course, the cost here is not low either. A casual meal here will cost at least several 100,000 yuan. Of course, for the rich, a few 100,000 yuan is nothing. Since Chu Jiang was treating, he naturally didn't want to lose face. He asked Wang Song to find a high-end private kitchen restaurant, and Wang Song immediately thought of Hong Yuxuan. However, he also told Chu Jiang directly that Hong Yuxuan would definitely meet the requirements, but the cost there was a bit expensive. Wang Song put it very tactfully at the time, but Chu Jiang didn't care at all when he heard it. A little expensive? How expensive can it be? Since Wang Song thought it was a good place, Chu Jiang was directly interested, and he decided right then and there to treat everyone to dinner at Hong Yuxuan. Chu Jiang didn't care about spending a little extra, so Wang Song, who was just tagging along for the meal, didn't care at all. He knew the owner of Hong Yuxuan and made a phone call to book the dinner for tonight. Chu Jiang was shocked when he saw the private dining room at Hong Yuxian, not to mention Chu Yue and the other students who were still in the ivory tower. If they hadn't come out with Chu Jiang, they would never have the chance to eat here in their entire lives. Such a luxurious villa is actually being used as a restaurant? This must be one of those legendary private kitchens that only serve the rich, right? I'm glad I didn't go out with my boyfriend, or I would have lost out big time. Chu Yu's 3 roommates also looked like they had never seen the world. Not to mention them, even Chu Jian was very interested in this Hong Yuxuan private kitchen restaurant that even Wang Song had praised. When Chu Jiang and the others arrived here, so did Wang Song and the others. At the same time, Su Song also rushed over with his agent. In fact, Su Song rarely attends private banquets, but this time was different. This time, it was Bai Fong, the young boss of Dai Hai Music, who told him. He can refuse other people's face, but if he really refuses the face of his own young boss, I'm afraid he will be made to wear uncomfortable shoes in the future. Of course, Bai Fong told him directly that the sister of a buddy of his is his fan, and they are all here tonight. The host is treating us to dinner. It's just a dinner, so he simply agreed. But when he arrived at Hong Yuxuan, he was also confused. To be honest, he has basically eaten at all the high-end restaurants in Shanghai, but this was his first time at a place as high-end as Hong Yuxuan. The young master's friend is no ordinary person. He actually invited a dinner at Hong Yuxuan. Su Song didn't know about Hong Yuxuan because he didn't pay attention to it, but Hong Yuxuan's reputation was still very loud in the entertainment industry. Su Song's manager, Chi, also reminded Su Song not to provoke anyone when they had dinner. Su Song gave a wry smile and nodded. I know the ways of the world, if I didn't, I wouldn't be here tonight. When Su Song got out of the car, Chu Jian was the first to notice him. Instead, Chu Yue and the others were all focused on the villa in front of them. Ahem, the surprise I was talking about is here. Chu Jiang coughed lightly and then smiled. Chu Yue was the first to react. When she turned around and saw Su Song, she was stunned. Next came Chu Yue's 3 roommates. Yeah, what's wrong with you? I'm going. Wow. Su Song? I'm not seeing things, it really is Su Song. Ah. Suddenly meeting their idol up close like this, Chu Yue and the other girls were overjoyed. However, they soon acted more reserved. The main reason was that, on this occasion, it would definitely be inappropriate for them to go over and ask for autographs or a photo. The main reason was that they could not let Chu Jiang down, could they? In fact, Su Song was still very cautious. Not to mention that he was a top singer with tens of millions of fans. In front of these real big shots, he was just a singer. Chu Xiao, we just met. Bai Fong walked over to Chu Jiang and held out his hand. Chu Jiang looked at Bai Fong and shook his hand. I have to thank you, Bai, too. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get tickets to the concert. Having more friends means more opportunities. What's more, while shaking Bai Fong's hand, Chu Jiang had inadvertently picked up 5 transparent, suspended balls from Bai Fong's side. Ding, you have picked up 100 million yuan in cash. Ding, you have picked up a yacht. Ding, you have picked up a Patek Philippe watch. Ding, you have picked up 2 large floor-level apartments from Thomson Riviera. Ding, you have picked up a stock market trading card. With 5 consecutive system prompts, it goes without saying that there was cash, luxury cars, luxury homes, and famous watches. He had picked up at least 10 large floor-level apartments from Thomson Riviera alone. But there were 2 more special rewards among the 5.
A yacht was relatively conventional, after all, it was a luxury product, and it was also the first time it had appeared. And then there was the stock market card. Not only was it the first time it had appeared, but just by hearing the name, you knew it was no ordinary card. Chu Jiang was stunned, and he also directly inquired about the specifics of this stock market card. It can accurately display the stock market for the next week, helping you become a stock god-like existence? Chu Jiang muttered to himself, although the introduction to the stock market card was just one sentence, but Chu Jiang was not stupid, and he instantly understood the value of this stock market card. Damn, this is really a good thing. If I make good use of it, in a week's time, it can at least make my assets multiply tenfold? Chu Jiang couldn't help but think so. Chu Jiang currently has more than 1 billion yuan in cash alone, which seems like a lot, but compared to the truly wealthy, it is still slightly insufficient. For example, Xin Bin, who previously bragged online about his bank account balance of 9.9 billion. As for Wang Song, there's no need to say more. Yida Group alone collects 80 billion in rent every year from Yida Shopping Mall. Although Yida Group has been in some crisis in the past 2 years, with the iron-fisted methods of Wang Song's old man, it is still able to support the building. Moreover, Wang Song is an only child and the sole heir to Yida Group, with a net worth of at least hundreds of billions. As for Chu Jiang, if you count his fixed assets, he can barely be ranked among the top second-generation rich, but he is still slightly inferior compared to Wang Song and the others. Who would not like having a lot of money? With this stock market card, even if it can only predict the stock market for the next week, that is enough. Chu Jiang is still very satisfied with picking up 5 rewards from Bai Fong at once. The group entered the villa under the guidance of the waiter. Although this is a private kitchen restaurant, to be honest, it is like a small museum. The villa is filled with all kinds of antiques, each of which is worth a lot of money. There is no doubt that these collections are all genuine. To be honest, Chu Jiang had to admire the wealth of the owner of Hong Yushuan after seeing it. Not to mention anything else, just the single-family villa of Hong Yushuan, which was built in the 1920s, is worth at least 1 billion. And the sheer number of collections in this villa is also breathtaking. Chu, are you shocked? Wang Song couldn't help but smile as he saw Chu Jiang silently admiring the collections. The owner of Hong Yushuan is a friend of mine. He recently bought 2 oil mines in South Africa. He is in South Africa, otherwise I can introduce you to him. Chu Jiang nodded when he heard Wang Song say this. Okay, I can get to know him if I have the chance in the future. He naturally welcomes Wang Song's offer to introduce him to people. First, by getting to know these people, he can reap a lot of rewards. Second, as the saying goes, many friends, many roads. In fact, Chu Jiang couldn't help but sigh that rich people are not as friendless as ordinary people think. On the contrary, rich people have a lot of friends. Moreover, most of the time, rich people help each other. This is also Chu Jiang's feeling after getting in touch with Wang Song and Qin Yun these few days. The private room was very large, at least more than 200 square meters. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat, Chu Jiang said casually with a smile as he looked at Chu Yue and the others. As for Wang Song and the others, they opened a deck of playing cards. While waiting for the food to be ordered, the 4 of them sat down to play a game of poker. We're family, so let's not play for big stakes. The ante is 1,000, and the cards are doubled. The upper limit for a hand is 10,000, and the upper limit for looking at the cards is 20,000. Wang Song spoke up, and the 3 of them naturally had no objections. Chu Jiang was having a good run, winning 3 hands in a row, winning almost 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Mr. Bai, you must believe in Chu's ability to win at gambling now. Yesterday at Tianshui Villa, we won 27 million yuan from Xiao Shiba Pugui Ji in one hand, that was really cool. Xin Yun laughed, although he had just lost more than 30,000 yuan, that wasn't even enough for a breakfast, so naturally he didn't care. Just good luck, just good luck. Chu Jiang was being humble, and he laughed. Bai Xiao, why are you frowning when you've only lost 10,000? It's not that bad, Wang Song said, amused, as he saw Bai Fong's worried expression. Brother Song is joking, I don't care about this amount of money. Hey, it's mainly because of the US stock market. Bai Fong said with a bitter smile, last month, I followed a friend to the US stock market for a spin and invested 200 million rice gold. At first it was good, I was able to make a profit of 1 to 2 million miles gene every day. But since the day before yesterday, I have lost all my capital and interest. Now there is only 60 million left in my account. It is no wonder that Bai Fong is not in a good mood.
In just 2 days, not counting the previous profits, he has directly lost 140 million miles gene, even though it was only the principal he invested. He naturally doesn't care about 10,000 to 20,000 Huguo Bai, but 140 million miles gene, converted to Huguo Bai, is 880 million. And he secretly took this money from the company's public accounts. If this is discovered, he will be stripped of his skin even if he doesn't die. Shit. You played that big? 200 million miles gene? Even Wang Tsong and Xin Yun couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they heard what Bifeng said. It was quite stable before. The day before yesterday, I don't know how, I was trapped directly. Alas, if this trend continues, I don't think we can even save the remaining 60 million meters of gold. Bifeng's spirits were even more dispirited when he talked about this. Bai Xiao, forgive me for being blunt, but you may have been tricked by your friend. When Chu Jiang heard what Bifeng said, he also felt that this matter was not that simple. Chu Jiang casually said this, and Bifeng said with a mouthful, no way, but in fact, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, damn it, I'm not really being tricked, am I? P.S. I'm a slow writer with a weak hand. I'm at work during the day, so I only have time to code words at night. Then there's one more chapter after midnight today. I'm not working tomorrow, so I'll try to write 3 more chapters. Here are the rules for today's extra chapter. Within 24 hours, 100 gift rewards, 1 more chapter. 35-star book reviews, 1 more chapter. Currently 22 book reviews, within 24 hours, 52 5-star book reviews, 1 more chapter. Chapter 24, actually, it's not impossible to save you. Whether or not he really has been tricked, Bifeng knows for sure. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels that he has been tricked. He is really annoyed. The friend who took him to speculate in the stock market was a female classmate from university. To be honest, they hadn't been in touch for many years. But 2 months ago, Bifeng unexpectedly ran into his female classmate at a private gathering. His female university classmate was Yi Qianru, who, according to her, currently worked as a trader at a securities company on Wall Street in the United States. She had returned to China this time to invite some domestic clients to make money in the US stock market. Yi Qianru was charming and sweet-talking, and coupled with her promise of a minimum of 15% profit per year, Bifeng foolishly invested 1 million rice gold with her. That night, Bifeng and Yi Qianru played poker in a hotel all night, and then just 2 days passed. Yi Qianru told him that the first 2 days of his 1 million mi gene had made a fortune, earning more than 500,000 miles gene in 2 days. And she directly transferred 1.5 million miles gene to Bifeng. Although 500,000 miles gene is also more than 3 million Chinese yuan, for a top second-generation rich guy like Bifeng, he couldn't care less. But you have to know that he only invested 1 million mi gene, and in just 2 days he made 500,000 miles gene. What's the difference from picking money up in a sack? It was just too good to be true. After playing poker with Yi Qianru that day, Bifeng didn't think twice and directly invested another 5 million miles gene with interest to Yi Qianru. This time, after almost a week, Yi Qianru came back with more money. This time, the 5 million miles gene had directly turned into 8 million miles gene. That was a direct profit of 3 million miles gene. Converted into Chinese currency, that would be 18 to 19 million yuan. Even if Bifeng is a top domestic second-generation rich, he would not think 18 million is a small sum. And with 3 million earned in just 1 week, along with the 500,000 earned previously, that's more than 20 million Chinese yuan. People are all greedy and never satisfied. At this point, Bifeng had gradually lost his way. He knew that the stock market was risky and that one needed to be cautious when entering the market. But at the same time, earning 3 million in 1 week had also directly changed some of his perceptions. After another game of poker with Yi Qianru, he directly used his identity as the young master of Dai Hai Music Company to transfer 200 million rice gold from the company account to Yi Qianru's account. After the previous 2 experiments, he was convinced of Yi Qianru's strength. He didn't expect too much. He was satisfied with investing 200 million rice gold and making tens of millions of rice gold in a few days or weeks. In the beginning, the profits were quite good for a few weeks, and every day was a profitable day. But just the day before, Yi Qianru told him that all the money was locked up, and now the account balance was only 60 million miles gene. Now, Bifeng was dumbfounded. 200 million miles gene is now only 60 million miles gene? If his old man knew about this, he would beat him to death. He had originally planned to withdraw the funds in the next few days. After all, he had already made a profit of 20 to 30 million meters of gold, which was enough for him to squander for a while. But who knew that Yi Qianru's news would hit him like a bolt from the blue? A loss of 140 million meters of gold, such a huge hole, even he could not solve it at all. He didn't suspect that Yi Qianru would set him up, but Chu Zhang's reminder made him realize it straight away. It's possible that I really have been set up. Bai Feng got straight up, lost in thought about the mahjong game, and called Yi Qianru directly. However, the phone number that was still reachable yesterday had now become a disconnected number. If he still didn't know what that meant, then he was really stupid. Stupidity opens the door to stupidity, and he was at the bottom of the ladder. Fuck. Bai Feng let out a curse word with a dark face. Bai Feng's mentality really collapsed. How could he not see through such a simple scam? What's the situation now? Qin also looked at Bai Feng and asked in a daze. The number has become a disconnected number. Bai Feng said, and the others present also understood why he had just let out a curse word. 200 million meters of gold. Bai Feng was very distressed. He had been cheated out of 200 million meters of gold just by playing poker a few times with a stupid woman. If this got out, the rich second generation in the circles of the demon capital would make fun of him for a whole year. Of course, the even worse situation now is that the 200 million meters of gold he has embezzled are funds from the company account. If this is discovered, even if he is the only son of his old man, I'm afraid he will have his legs broken. Although he is considered one of the top second generation rich in the country, and usually gets whatever he wants, that's still 200 million rice gold. He can still think of ways to get his hands on 100 million or 200 million Chinese yuan. But with 200 million rice gold, he really doesn't have a clue what to do. Brother Tsong, save me. Bai Feng and Wang Tsong were very close, and he also looked at Wang Tsong with a wry smile and said, Don't look at me, I'm fucking poorer than you. You don't know the situation in our family yet? Even if Wang Tsong wanted to help him, he was powerless. Brother Qin, save me. Bai Feng looked at Qin Yun again and said, 200 million meters of gold. Do you think I would have that much money? Qin Yun might have that much money, but to be honest, there was absolutely no way he would lend it to Bai Feng to fill the hole. Not to mention whether Bai Feng could repay it. The point is that Qin Yun and Bai Feng's relationship is really not good enough for him to lend him 200 million meters of gold. In other words, even if Qin Yun had the money, he would not lend it. After all, 200 million meters of gold is indeed too much. After Bai Feng was rejected by King Qin Hui and Wang Song in succession, the only person left in the crowd who was capable of helping him was Chu Jiang. However, he had just met Chu Jiang and their relationship could only be described as nodding acquaintances. He looked at Chu Jiang, hesitating to speak, and simply didn't know how to start. Actually, it's not impossible to save you. Bai Feng never said anything to Chu Jiang, but Chu Jiang naturally understood what he was thinking when he saw his troubled expression. Since you're embarrassed to say it, I'll just tell you directly. Upon hearing Chu Jiang say this, Bai Feng, who had already given up hope, instantly widened his eyes and looked at Chu Jiang. He didn't expect Chu Jiang, whom he had just met, to be so righteous. That was a hole of 200 million meters of gold. To Chu Jiang, he was actually just a stranger. Chu Jiang wouldn't help him, and he couldn't blame Chu Jiang for anything. Mr. Chu, just tell me what the conditions are. Bai Feng seemed to have grabbed a lifesaver. His attitude towards Chu Jiang was now much more respectful than before. The US stock market is still pretty good. I'm just about to go there for a visit in the next couple of days. How about this, you take another 300 million meters of gold out of your company account, and I'll take you to the US stock market to make this money back. Chu Jiang's mouth curled up slightly, and he laughed. Hearing what Chu Jiang said, Bai Feng was stunned. This guy doesn't think I'm stupid and is trying to scam me, too, right? Bai Feng's face instantly fell. Thinking this in his heart, he also looked at Chu Jiang with a sad face and said, Chu Xiao, at a time like this, please don't tease me. I'm not teasing you, I'm serious. Chu Jiang said with a straight face, but you have to give me half of all your profits, and I promise to make you earn back the 200 million rice gold you don't have. Chu Jiang really wasn't joking with him. After all, he has a stock market card in his hands, which can predict the stock market changes within a week in advance. If Bai Feng really has the courage, he doesn't mind taking him to earn back those 200 million meters of gold. P.S. The new book is starting today, it will never be interrupted. I will not watch dramas, travel, or get sick. I will not play games or spam groups. I will type like crazy, life and death as it is. I am the keyboard in the darkness, the guardian of the Great Wall of Internet literature. Defending against the cold flames, the light at dawn. I dedicate my life and glory to typing. This is true tonight, and every night. Please hurry up and watch a video, ask for a free gift, and beg the book lovers to give a 5-star rating. The rules for adding more chapters are the same as before. Chapter 25, Moving into the Tangong Villa with Chu Yue and the others. Of course, Chu Jiang didn't help him for free. He had to split the profits in half. Now it depends on whether Bai Fong has the guts. After all, if he takes another 300 million rice gold, he will have secretly transferred 500 million rice gold from the company account. 500 million rice gold, converted into Huagua currency, that's 3.1 billion Huagua currency. His family's annual income from Daihai music is only about 10 billion, and 500 million rice gold is definitely not a small amount. But now he still has a choice? Wang Song and Xinyan definitely can't help him, and Chu Jiang, he doesn't know him well. But he thinks that with Chu Jiang's strength, he shouldn't defraud him. He is very panicked now, and with a frown, he asks Chu Jiang, Mr. Chu, can you really make a profit? 80%. Chu Jiang naturally didn't put it beyond the pale. The stock market is unpredictable, and even if the god of stocks came, he couldn't say for sure that he would make a profit in the stock market. 80% is not a low percentage. Bai Fong gritted his teeth and made up his mind, saying, okay, Xu Xiao, I'll trust you for once. He had no other choice. For now, he could only trust Chu Jiang to save him. Xu Xiao, you're so confident that you can make money in the US stock market? Wang Song couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that he has made all this money in the US stock market? Thinking this, he also laughed and said, Brother Chu, I'm a bit short on cash too, but I still have 10 million meters of gold. I'll invest some too, and I'll just do the same as Mr. Bai when it comes to dividends. Xinbin heard Wang Song say this and also chimed in, then I'll invest 10 million meters of gold too. Chu Jiang naturally accepted all comers. With the stock market card in hand, I have the advantage, and the more capital the better. Chu Jiang and the other three were talking about going to the US stock market to make money, and Chu Yue had heard more or less. She wondered when her brother had started trading stocks. In fact, Chu Yue was full of questions. She felt that her brother was hiding a lot of things from her. After all, she couldn't believe that her brother was now friends with top second-generation rich kids like Wang Song and Qin Sun. But there are some things that if you can't figure out, you don't want to think about. After all, as long as life is getting better and better, that's fine. The chef at Hong Yushuan is said to be a descendant of imperial chefs, and the food he makes is indeed delicious. But the cost of living here is really expensive. A meal costs nearly $1 million. If it weren't for Chu Jiang's easy access to money, he would really feel bad spending millions on a meal. During dinner, Su Song also sang a few songs live to entertain the crowd, and the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Chu Yue and her friends were initially reserved, but after the meal, they gathered around Su Song to take photos. It was already past 1 a.m. when they finished eating, and it was already past 2 a.m. when Chu Jiang took Chu Yue and her friends back to the villa. When the driver drove to the Tangong Villa area, Chu Yue and her 3 roommates were all dumbfounded. This is Tangong, the most exclusive residential area in the whole of Shanghai. The price of just one villa is in the hundreds of millions. When they entered the villa, the expressions on their faces were also quite shocked. Everyone had the same thought in their minds, this villa is really big and luxurious. And it's already this late, and there are still no fewer than 10 maids in maid outfits coming over to serve them in the villa. Isn't this just too extravagant? Yeah, it's getting late, so you should all get some rest. Chu Jiang had drunk a lot that night, and now the alcohol was taking effect and sleepiness was setting in. He instructed the maid to arrange for Chu Yue and the others and then went straight to bed in his bedroom. As for Chu Yue and the others, they had all been feeling a little sleepy, but now, being in such a luxurious villa, they were instantly wide awake. There were more than 10 guest rooms in the villa alone, and under the maid's guidance, they each occupied a guest room. A few minutes later, they were chatting in the group of bedrooms. This guest room is so big. And the facilities are really luxurious. The bathtub is huge, the toilet is smart, and the TV is so big. Yeah, I just checked. The average price of a villa in Tangong is 300,000 yuan per square meter. Your brother's villa is this big, so it must be worth at least 7 or 8 billion yuan. Yeah, just admit it. You must be a second-generation rich kid. Yeah, does our brother have a girlfriend yet? Look, can I be your sister-in-law? The little girls were all very excited. After all, they had first followed Chu Jiang to a Su Song concert, and they had even got VIP seats in the front row. They had thought that was the greatest happiness of the day, but who would have thought that after the concert they would be able to sit down at dinner with Su Song? And the other people at the table were Wang Tsong and Qin Yun. Now they were staying in the most luxurious villa in the city, and the feeling of happiness was truly beyond words. But Chu Yue was now completely at a loss. She is now at a loss as to what is going on. She thought her brother had won 300 million in the lottery, but it seems that Chu Jiang is still hiding a lot of things from her. Not to mention how her brother met Wang Tsong and the others, just the Tangong villa is not something that ordinary people can afford. But Chu Yue is also very understanding. Since Chu Jiang didn't tell her, she won't ask. Without a dream that night, Chu Jiang didn't come out of the bedroom until just after 9 the next morning. As for Chu Yue and the others, they were already sitting at the dining table having breakfast. This morning's breakfast was French aspic and Boston lobster stewed millet porridge. The value of this breakfast alone is more than many people can earn in a month. Young master. When Xin Xingwei saw Chu Jiang, she also hurriedly walked over to serve him. Chu Jiang stretched, walked over to the dining table, and soon a maid brought him his breakfast. How was it? Did you sleep well last night? Chu Jiang looked at Chu Yue and the others, his mouth curling up slightly as he smiled softly and said, Brother Chu, it was comfortable, but it'll be hard for us to go back to the dormitory in the future. Su Jing had a good relationship with Chu Jiang, and when she heard him ask her that, she replied. The others didn't say anything, but they nodded. If you're free on weekends in the future, I'll have the driver pick you up and come over for a couple of days. Chu Jiang said with a laugh, I'm sometimes busy and may not be home. When you come, don't be shy. Just tell the maid what you want to eat or drink, and they'll take care of it. Chu Jiang didn't care about the money, so he casually laughed and said. In fact, Su Jing also casually mentioned it, and they were really embarrassed if they were to come every weekend. Of course, if Chu Yue wanted to come to the villa and they came along, that would be a different story. After all, Chu Yue is Chu Jiang's younger sister, and she can at least be considered half the owner of the villa, right? It was Chu Yue who frowned, looking as if she had something on her mind. Chapter 26. Do you have a choice other than trusting Chu Xiao? Chu Yue naturally worried about her brother. After all, this was a big change, and for a while, she couldn't quite accept it. At first, she had doubted Chu Jiang's claim of winning the lottery. After all, how could someone win the lottery so easily? Besides, according to Chu Jiang, he only won 300 million. Forget about the luxury cars, the key is how to explain the Tangong villa. This is an average price of 300,000 yuan per square meter. Such a large villa, it would cost at least 7 to 8 billion. Even if my brother used all the money from the lottery to buy the villa, it wouldn't be enough. She wasn't afraid of anything else, but she was afraid that her brother had done something illegal. Brother, I have something to tell you. Chu Yue saw that Chu Jiang had finished breakfast and also walked over to Chu Jiang, pursing her lips and speaking softly. She looked at Chu Jiang and then at her roommate, meaning that she wanted to have a private chat with Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang knew exactly what Chu Yue was thinking and wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Xingwei, make some tea and bring it to my study. Oh yes, and prepare some fruit and snacks for the 3 young ladies. Yes, young master. Xingwei, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. That, Chu Yue, you come with me for a moment. Chu Jiang's mouth slightly raised, looking at Chu Yue and smiling softly. Chu Yue obediently nodded, and followed Chu Jiang towards the study. The study was very large, and Chu Yue's first impression as she walked in was that it was too big. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Chu Jiang sat in the chair in front of the desk, took out a box of soft cigarettes from his pocket and placed it on the desk. He took out a huazi and lit it, taking a deep drag. Brother, what's going on? Chu Yue asked directly. Recently, I've had some money, so I learned from others and started speculating in the stock market. I happened to hear that the US stock market is profitable, so your brother plunged in. It's true that your brother's talent is comparable to that of a stock god. After a while, the money just kept coming. Of course, Chu Jiang could not possibly tell Chu Yue the truth. It just so happened that he now had a stock market card, which could just as well serve as a stock god. Ah. Brother, you mean, all this money, you made it from the stock market? It's from the US stock market, all the money is from foreigners, it's so cool to make it. Chu Jian laughed, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, your brother hasn't done anything illegal. Besides, even if I were to rob a bank, I wouldn't be able to get this much money. Yeah, do you know how much this villa is worth? How much?
Chu Yue was naturally curious too. She guessed it must be worth at least 700 million yuan. This villa is the largest in the Tangong Villa area. It has a floor area of 3,000 square meters and a market value of 900 million yuan. Ha! When Chu Jiang said that the market value of this villa was 900 million yuan, even Chu Yue, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but gasp in shock. 900 million yuan. For an ordinary person, that is absolutely an astronomical number. So, if your brother really did something against the rules and got this much money, wouldn't he have gone to jail a long time ago? Chu Jiang laughed and said, just focus on your studies. When you graduate from university, you can come and help me. Upon hearing Chu Jiang say this, Chu Yue also nodded firmly. If her brother needed her, her first choice would definitely be to help her own brother. Go out, and later accompany your roommate to the villa area. Okay. Chu Yue replied, and when she turned to leave the study, she happened to run into Xinxingwei, who was carrying a cup of tea. Hello, miss. Xinxingwei naturally knew that Chu Yue was Chu Jiang's younger sister, so it was only right to greet her when they met. Chu Yue also hurriedly replied, hello, butler Shen. Although Chu Yue had only just arrived at the villa, she also knew that Xinxingwei was her brother's personal butler. Moreover, she also knew that Xinxingwei had a doctorate in management from Stanford University. In every way, she held Xinxingwei in high esteem. Xinxingwei entered the study with a cup of tea in her hand. Chu Jiang, leaning back in his chair, was also very contentedly brushing his tick-tock. When he saw Xinxingwei enter, he also smiled at her. Xingwei, go help the young master open an account in the US stock market later. US stocks? Xinxingwei was also taken aback when she heard Chu Jiang say this, and subconsciously asked, young master, are you going to enter the US stock market? Well, the US stock market is a place to make quick money. I'm going to go there and make a few waves, and make some money off the Americans. Chu Jiang casually said this, and his words seemed to be very confident, making Xinxingwei feel that he would definitely make a profit. But after all, she had lived in the United States for several years, and she still had some understanding of the US stock market. How should I put it? The US stock market is not only the stock market of the United States, but also the stock market of the world. The US stock market is huge, and there are indeed many myths of overnight riches in the US stock market. However, due to the US stock market's T+0 trading mechanism and the absence of trading limits, the US stock market is also a place where financial predators from all over the world compete with each other. Of course, the Americans rely on the US stock market to reap the world. There are risks in the stock market, so caution is required. This is no joke. There is a saying in the stock market, 7 losses, 2 draws, and 1 profit. As the saying goes, out of 10 people who speculate in the stock market, 7 lose money, 2 break even, and only 1 makes a profit. Young master, it's not that easy to make money in the US stock market. Xinxingwei couldn't help but think to herself. Seeing Xinxingwei's hesitation, Chu Jiang also smiled and said, the main thing is to have insider information. You just need to take care of the account opening, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Since Chu Jiang had said so, Xinxingwei naturally would not go against his wishes. Yes, young master, I understand. Xinxingwei nodded and agreed. Today is Sunday, while it is Saturday in the United States. The opening time of the US stock market is from Monday to Friday, and there is a 12-hour time difference between the United States and China. It is only Monday morning in the United States when it is 12 noon in China on Monday. It is now winter time in the United States, and the opening time is from 10:30 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, which corresponds to Monday night 10:30 to Tuesday morning 5 in China. In other words, now that Xinxingwei has opened the account, the earliest he can enter the US stock market to trade is tomorrow night 10:30. But Chu Jiang is in no hurry. Chu Jiang is in no hurry, but Bai Feng is definitely in a hurry. After he went back last night, he once again confirmed Chu Jiang's strength with Wang Tsong and Qin Yun. Although Wang Tsong and Qin Yun are not very familiar with Chu Jiang's identity and background, the only thing they are sure of is that Chu Jiang is definitely not as simple as he seems. Bai Xiao, to put it bluntly, apart from believing in Chu Xiao, what else do you have? Qin Yun was also a little unhappy with Bai Feng's questioning of Chu Jiang's strength, and he laughed and said, well, I'm not happy about what you said, but that's the truth. Okay, I understand. Bai Feng gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Qin Yun was right, he had no choice now. Chapter 27, is it Chu Xiao who wants to come over? Bai Feng really has no choice. How could he possibly fill a hole of 200 million meters of gold? For now, he can only trust Chu Jiang. Bai Feng is also impatient.
As soon as he woke up in the morning, he directly contacted Chu Jiang. "Chu Xiao, give me an account, and I'll transfer the money to you." "No rush, the US stock market is still closed, the earliest trading time will be tomorrow night." "It's fine, I've already got the money, I'll transfer it to you now." "Okay, I'll send you the account number via WeChat." Chu Jiang laughed and continued, Let me be clear, the stock market is not a sure win. Although I'm very confident, if you lose money, you can't blame me. It's better to say it up front." Although Chu Jiang definitely won't lose, even though he has the stock market card in his hand, there are still some things that need to be said. Bai Feng naturally understands this, but now Chu Jiang is the only one who can save him. He really has no other choice but to take a gamble. "Don't worry, if I really lose, I'll just admit it. At most, I'll go back and admit my mistake." Although 500 million meters of gold is a lot, he is, after all, an only child. Although his father might beat him half to death, at least he won't really beat him to death. Bai Feng let out a bitter laugh and couldn't help but tease himself. In fact, Mr. Bai, you don't need to be so pessimistic. The US stock market is still very good, and the American dollar is very easy to cut." Chu Jiang's words were like a reassurance to Bai Feng, at least calming his panicked heart instantly. After hanging up with Bai Feng, Chu Jiang sent him his account number via WeChat. Within half an hour, Bai Feng had transferred all the money. He really is the stupid son of a landlord, believing in others so easily. No wonder he was scammed out of so much money. Chu Jiang sighed, thinking to himself that he was lucky not to be a fraudster, otherwise Bai Feng would have lost another 300 million rice gold. But then again, Chu Jiang wasn't helping him for free. If there is a loss, it will naturally be Bai Feng's responsibility. But if there is a profit, he will get half of it. The US stock market operates on a T+0 trading model, and there are no restrictions on the upper or lower limit of trading. As long as he operates properly, it is definitely not a problem to double his capital overnight. Chu Jiang still has some confidence in this. He is not a stock god, but he has a cheat. As long as he uses the stock market card, he can clearly grasp the stock market situation in the coming week. Under these circumstances, it can definitely be described as picking money out of a sack. It was still early, so Chu Jiang didn't really take this matter to heart. Drinking tea, smoking, watching short videos, reading novels, Chu Jiang's life was still very comfortable. At a little after 11, Li Zihue did send him a message. "Mr. Chu, my mother's surgery has just been completed, and it was a success." "Thank you." Seeing that the message was sent by Li Zihue, Chu Jiang also smiled knowingly. "That's good to hear. Are you at the hospital?" "I'm free right now, so I'll go see your aunt in a bit." The inpatient department of the Night People's Hospital in the Magic City. Li Zihue had actually hesitated for a long time before sending Chu Jiang this message. For her, it was Chu Jiang who gave her the money to let her mother have the surgery, so he was her benefactor. Moreover, Chu Jiang had also been really nice to her. Which young girl doesn't have romantic feelings? Facing a young, handsome, wealthy young master like Chu Jiang, Li Zihue naturally could not escape the common fate. But Li Zihue was a good girl, and she never failed to contact Chu Jiang on her own initiative. She was well aware of the gap between herself and Chu Jiang, and she understood that if she wanted to have a place in Chu Jiang's heart, she had to be a good girl and understand what was going on. However, Chu Jiang had also told her before that when her mother had the operation, she should let him know and he would go and visit. This morning, when Li Zihue's mother was wheeled out of the operating room, her heart was finally relieved. But at the same time, she hesitated whether to tell Chu Jiang. After much consideration, Li Zihue decided to tell Chu Jiang. When she saw Chu Jiang's reply, Li Zihue was also stunned for a moment. She originally thought that Chu Jiang's comment about coming to visit her mother was just a casual remark, but she didn't expect that Chu Jiang was serious and that he was going to come over in a little while. In the hospital room, Li Zihue's mother, Zhou Shudong, was lying on the bed, looking much better than before the operation. For such a major operation, Li Zihue's uncle and aunt had also rushed over from their hometown. "Uncle, aunt, my friend is going to come over in a while." Li Zihue looked at her uncle and aunt and greeted them in advance. "Sister, it can't be Mr. Chu, can it?" Zhou Biting heard Li Zihue say that a friend was going to come over in a while, and the first person she thought of was Chu Jiang. "Mr. Chu?" Li Zihue's uncle also froze for a moment and muttered something in his mouth. Li Zihue nodded, but glanced at Zhou Biting, indicating that she should stop talking. Zhou Biting also realized that she had talked too much and directly shut up, turned around and went to take out the trash.
Chu Jiang walked out of the study and said, Yeah, I'm going out for a bit, you guys hang out here for a while. If I'm not back, you can ask Xingwei to take you back to school. Okay, brother, I know. Chu Yue nodded in response when she heard Chu Jiang say this. After giving a few simple instructions, Chu Jiang also drove off in his Lamborghini Poison. When he arrived at the 9th hospital, it was almost 12 noon. Chu Jiang had spent some time in the mall buying some supplements. Two 50-year-old wild ginsengs, one worth 300,000 yuan. In addition to the wild ginseng, there were also 2 boxes of the finest bird's nests, each costing 200,000 yuan. Although the items were not many, they still cost millions. Li Zihui was after all his first woman, and her mother was sick and in the hospital, so it was only reasonable for him to go and visit her. As for the money, Chu Jiang didn't really care. $1 million was nothing to him. Parking the car in the parking space outside the main entrance of the 9th hospital immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, it was a supercar, and it was a Lamborghini, so it was the focus of everyone's attention everywhere. Chu Jiang didn't care about the stares of the people around him, and he walked directly towards the hospital building with the boxes of supplements in his hands. There are still a lot of rich people in big cities. This is a Lamborghini, right? Back home, a Porsche Cayenne can be considered a luxury car. I'm telling you, compared to this car, the Porsche Cayenne is nothing. The person who can drive this car must be a rich second generation. Li Zihui's aunt and uncle had just returned from getting food from outside and happened to see Chu Jiang getting out of the Lamborghini. After Chu Jiang had walked a little further away, Li Zihui's uncle muttered a few words to his wife, mostly full of envy. Even though Uncle Li Zihui is already in his 40s, he can't help but feel a little excited when he sees a luxurious supercar like the Lamborghini. By the way, Hui said her friend was coming, but why hasn't she arrived yet? She's being a bit arrogant. I heard Biting say something about Mr. Chu. And when Hui was talking, she had a strange expression on her face. I don't think her friend is just anyone. Uncle Li Zihui said with a bitter smile, come to think of it, where would a university student like Hui get so much money to pay for her mother's operation? Hui is pretty and a university student at Fudan University, so it's not hard to imagine her finding a rich boyfriend, right? Although Li Zihui only said friend, to people like her uncle and aunt, it sounded like she was saying her boyfriend was coming over. That's why Li Zihui's aunt had a problem with Chu Jiang's lateness. Hui has a hard life. I just hope she doesn't let herself down. Li Zihui's uncle couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. After all, he had watched her grow up since she was little, and as her own uncle, he still doted on his niece. Chapter 28, Is Zihui's boyfriend a rich kid? In fact, more or less, Li Zihui's uncle had guessed something, but at a time like this, how could he possibly say anything about it? And besides, Li Zihui was also an adult, and there were some things he didn't want to ask about anymore. When Chu Jiang reached the bottom of the inpatient building, he remembered that this was the first time he had been here and he had no idea which ward Li Zihui's mother was in. I'm downstairs at the inpatient building. Come down and pick me up. Chu Jiang sent a message directly to Li Zihui. Li Zihui was actually a little nervous when she learned that Chu Jiang was coming over, but it had been an hour and Chu Jiang had not arrived yet, so she checked WeChat from time to time. Li Zihui's mother had already come round, but since it was a general anesthetic, she was still unable to speak much. As Li Zihui's mother, she naturally sensed if her daughter was worried about something. Looking at Li Zihui, she couldn't help but frown. She could feel that her daughter was a little nervous. Just then, Li Zihui's phone vibrated, and she quickly glanced at it. Seeing that it was a message from Chu Jiang, Li Zihui stood up directly from her chair. Bai Ting, I'm going downstairs for a while. You take care of things here, I'll be back in a bit. After giving Zhou Bai Ting some instructions, Li Zihui didn't dare to waste any time and left the ward directly. When she arrived downstairs at the inpatient department, Li Zihui looked around and saw Chu Jiang first. After all, Chu Jiang was 1.85 meters tall, and he did stand out in a crowd. Li Zihui ran all the way to Chu Jiang's side, breathing heavily. She was already a little nervous, and when she ran all the way to Chu Jiang's side, she didn't know what to say. Mr. Chu, Chu Jiang looked at Li Zihui, who was a little pale, and said softly, you must be exhausted after the past 2 days. It's okay, I just didn't get much rest. Li Zihui pursed her lips and said softly. Let's go, take me to the ward. Chu Jiang didn't say anything else, and he smiled with his mouth slightly raised. On the other side, just now, Li Zihui ran all the way to Chu Jiang's side like a young wife, and the scene was just seen clearly by her uncle and aunt, who had just returned. isn't that Zihue? That man, isn't he, the rich second generation who just drove the supercar? Li Zihue's uncle and aunt were stunned. They had just witnessed Chu Jiang getting out of the supercar, and Chu Jiang was so handsome that they couldn't help but stare. They had just been envious of Chu Jiang for being able to drive a top supercar like a Lamborghini at such a young age, but they never imagined that Chu Jiang was the friend Li Zihue was talking about. Shu! Keep your voice down. Uncle Li Zihue also gave his wife a look. Hui is beautiful, so it's only natural that there are a lot of these rich second-generation guys after her. Actually, if Li Zihue really found a rich boyfriend, that would be pretty good. As the saying goes, it's better to marry well than to study well. If she really married into a wealthy family, that would be considered a marriage into a noble family. And if Li Zihue became successful, she wouldn't forget her uncle, would she? You mean, this rich second generation is our Zihue's boyfriend? Li Zihue's aunt said softly after a moment of silence. Most likely. Didn't you see how red in the face Hui was, like she'd been drinking? Uncle Li Zihue said with a chuckle. Besides, if they were just friends, how could someone in his position come to the hospital to visit ordinary people like us? Let's go, let's hurry back. Seeing Chu Jiang and the others get into the elevator, Uncle Li Zihue also pulled his wife into the elevator next to them. After all, he is Li Zihue's real uncle, and it's not too much for him to go over and show some presence. In the hospital room, Chu Jiang saw Li Zihue's mother lying in the hospital bed, as well as Li Zihue's cousin Zhou Biding. Auntie, Zihue told me that you had an operation here. I've been very busy these past few days and haven't had time to come and visit you. Today I've got some free time, and Zihue told me that you've just had an operation. I thought I'd buy you some tonics to help you recover. Chu Jiang was not arrogant at all. While smiling and chatting, he also placed the tonic on the bedside table. Li Zihue's mother could not speak after the surgery, but she also tried her best to smile and nod at Chu Jiang. My mother has just had surgery and cannot speak yet. Li Zihue hurriedly explained, but of course Chu Jiang did not care. It's fine, Auntie, you just had surgery and need to rest more. While Chu Jiang was talking, Li Zihue's aunt and uncle also pushed open the door and walked in. Li Zihue quickly introduced Chu Jiang. This is my uncle, and this is my aunt. Li Zihue's aunt and uncle also looked at Chu Jiang and smiled innocently. To be honest, after learning that Chu Jiang was a second-generation rich, they were a little nervous. Hello uncle, hello aunt, I'm Zihue's friend, I'm free today, so I thought I'd come and see you. Chu Jiang smiled and greeted them both, without putting on airs. To be honest, Chu Jiang is so easygoing that Li Zihue's uncle and aunt were a little surprised. They knew that Chu Jiang was a rich young master, so subconsciously they felt that Chu Jiang would be arrogant and put on airs. After all, in their hometown of the county seat, those with wealthy families are all arrogant and domineering. But here, Chu Jiang is really amiable. As a result, Li Zihue's uncle and aunt had an even better impression of Chu Jiang. It's true that the second generation of wealthy families in big cities are different, they really have high quality. Both of them couldn't help but think this in their hearts. Chu Jiang didn't know that they had thought so much about it. After standing in the ward for a while, Chu Jiang also spoke directly. Auntie, uncle, auntie, I still have something to do in a while, so I'll go first. Chu Jiang had only been here for less than 10 minutes, and when he heard that Chu Jiang was leaving, Li Zihue's uncle and aunt also quickly stood up. Uncle, auntie, you don't have to see me off either. Zihue, you just stay here and take care of auntie. I'll go first. After saying this, Chu Jiang also walked directly out of the ward. To be honest, Chu Jiang didn't really like the environment of the ward, and always felt a bit oppressed. After Chu Jiang left the ward, everyone's attention fell on Li Zihue. That, he and I are just ordinary friends, don't think too much about it. Li Zihue was a bit flustered by their stares, blushing and saying without thinking. Wow! This is the best bird's nest. I've seen this bird's nest online before, it's so expensive. Zhou Biding took special note of the 2 boxes of the best bird's nest when she put the supplements Chu Jiang gave her in the cabinet. The moment she saw the brand, she couldn't help but exclaim. The best bird's nest? How expensive is it? Li Zihue's aunt also came up and asked. She knew that Chu Jiang was a second-generation rich, so she also wanted to see how expensive the supplements he gave her were. If I remember correctly, this box costs this much. Zhou Biding held up 2 fingers. If this is real, this box will cost 200,000 yuan. What? 200,000 yuan? Even though Auntie Li Zihue already knew that Chu Jiang was a rich second generation, she was still shocked. Just some random tonic is this expensive? Right, what was in that box? He seemed to say that there were two 50-year-old wild ginsengs. Auntie Li Zihue asked in a daze. A supreme bird's nest costs 200,000 yuan? What about the 50-year-old wild ginseng? Wouldn't that be even more expensive? Chapter 29, Intervening to Save a Young Boy Who Fell into the Water. When Chu Jiang came out of the ward and walked to the hospital entrance, he also lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. To be honest, he really didn't like the hospital environment, and always felt a bit oppressed. There is a drainage ditch along the outer edge of the Chu Yue Hospital in the Magic City. It is more than 3 meters wide and looks very deep. There is a bridge at the entrance to Chu Yue Hospital, and there are many pedestrians walking back and forth. Just as Chu Jiang reached the bridge with his cigarette in his mouth, he suddenly heard a plop, and then he heard people shouting around him, "Someone help, someone has fallen into the water." Chu Jiang didn't think twice, quickly walked to the edge of the bridge, and saw a young boy struggling in the water. At a time like this, Chu Jiang didn't hesitate. He didn't even have time to spit out the cigarette in his mouth, and jumped straight off the bridge. Chu Jiang was a good swimmer, and it was very simple to save a child in a small ditch like this. It took less than a minute, and Chu Jiang pulled the drowning boy to the shore. In an instant, the area was full of people, and everyone let out a sigh of relief when they saw that the little boy was fine. Chu Jiang held the little boy by one hand, while the little boy held Chu Jiang's arm tightly with one hand, and with the other hand, he was clutching onto his snack. However, Chu Jiang still had a cigarette in his mouth. Although he was soaked to the skin, miraculously, the cigarette in his mouth had not gotten wet. After taking a deep drag, Chu Jiang clamped the cigarette between his fingers with his other hand, and shouted towards the people on the shore, "Can someone lend a hand and catch the child?" As soon as Chu Jiang shouted, the people on the shore instantly reacted, and several of them simultaneously held out their hands to catch the child. Seeing the little boy rescued ashore, Chu Jiang couldn't help but smile knowingly. The crowd on the shore also applauded. Chu Jiang looked young and handsome, and the way he held the cigarette in his mouth was simply awesome at that moment. Chu Jiang was very low-key. After climbing ashore, he didn't linger here for long, but walked directly towards the parking lot. He was soaked to the skin, and he drove straight to the villa in his car. It was only 5 minutes after the incident that the boy's mother arrived. Seeing her son drenched to the skin, and learning from the surrounding onlookers that her son had accidentally fallen into the water, she was relieved that a young man had come to the rescue, as the consequences would have been unimaginable. The young mother was terrified, and tears flowed down her face. She wanted to personally thank the person who had saved her son, so she asked those around her if they had Chu Jiang's contact information. But Chu Jiang didn't say anything after saving the person and just left, so how could those around him have his contact information? However, someone had filmed the scene, and he also stepped forward and said, "I filmed the scene of the young man saving your son just now. I'll send it to you, maybe it will be of some use?" "Yes. Thank you so much." The young mother also repeatedly thanked the enthusiastic crowd around her. When she saw Chu Jiang with a cigarette in his mouth, tugging his son to the shore with one hand, tears flowed unchecked down her face. We must find him and thank him in person. After all, judging from the situation in the video, Chu Jiang must have jumped into the water to save his son right away. Not only was he soaked to the skin, but his phone and wallet were probably also soaked. Although the man did a good deed without leaving his name, you can't just do nothing yourself, and let the good man be disheartened. When Chu Jiang returned to the villa, Xin Xingwei was also dumbfounded when she saw the drenched Chu Jiang. "Young master? Is it raining heavily outside?" Xin Xingwei frowned and asked, but looking at the weather outside, it was clear and cloudless. "I just rescued a young boy who accidentally fell into the water," Chu Jiang said with a wry smile. Chu Yue and the others hurriedly came to greet Chu Jiang when they saw him return. "Brother, what's wrong?" Chu Yue couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw that Chu Jiang was drenched. "Well, I'll go take a shower and change clothes first. It's so uncomfortable." He returned to his bedroom, rushed into the shower, and took off all his clothes. After a brief shower, he came out wearing clean clothes. "I had to go out just now for something, and then I met a young boy who had accidentally fallen into the water. The situation was urgent, and I didn't think much of it, so I just jumped in to save him." Chu Jiang also briefly told Chu Yue what had happened just now. Hearing what Chu Jiang said, Chu Yue finally felt relieved. "You must be hungry. Let's eat first." It was almost 1 o'clock, and they were indeed a little hungry. Naturally, the lunch was also particularly sumptuous.
In addition to Chinese food, there was also Western food, which was pretty nice. Brother, we're going back. After eating, Chu Yue also said something to Chu Jiang. Not going to stay a little longer? Chu Jiang looked at his sister fondly and asked with a smile. It's getting late, and we have class tomorrow. In the evening, we're going to preview the content of tomorrow's class. Chu Yue said with a smile, besides, we've been playing all day. Okay, I'll take you back to school. Chu Jiang had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he could first take Chu Yue and the others back, and then he was going to go find Wang Song and the others for tea and a chat. Naturally, the Rolls-Royce Phantom was the car of choice for the trip, which was not only high-end and luxurious, but also very comfortable. If you want to come over for a weekend, just let me know, and I'll come pick you up if I have time, or I'll send someone to pick you up if I don't. Chu Jiang sat in the passenger seat, turned his head and looked at Chu Yue and the other girls, smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Chu, for your hospitality these past 2 days. We've been so happy. Chu Yue's 3 roommates also hurriedly said thank you to Chu Jiang. What are you thanking me for? I'm happy when you call me brother. My sister is at school, so you should look after each other. Contact me if anything happens. Chu Jiang said with a smile, not caring. Su Jing and the other 2 girls hurriedly nodded in response when they heard Chu Jiang say that. When they arrived at the entrance of the university, Chu Jiang also smiled and said, I won't walk you in then. Yeah, usually just buy whatever you want to eat or wear. If you run out of money, just let me know and I'll transfer some more. Oh, brother, I know. Then we'll go. Chu Yue hurriedly smiled and replied when she heard her brother say that. After watching Chu Yue and the others walk hand in hand into the school, Chu Jiang called Wang Song to contact him. Hey, brother Song, where are you? It's okay, it's just that there's nothing going on. I want to find you for a cup of tea and a chat. Chu Jiang said with a laugh. Chapter 30 Young Master, you're trending on the internet. At this point, Chu Jiang didn't expect Wang Song to really be having tea. There is a Zushanju in Shanghai, a small tea house with a very romantic atmosphere. Chu Jiang drove directly there according to the location Wang Song gave him. The address is very remote, and it takes more than an hour to drive there. However, the environment here is very nice, with mountains and water, fresh air, and beautiful scenery. Zushanju is at the foot of the mountain, and is built in the style of a quaint Sihiyuan. In the end, Chu Jiang didn't believe that Wang Song, a rich second generation, would have the leisure to come here for tea. In his opinion, Wang Song would prefer a bar for late-night revelry. But Wang Song was indeed here drinking tea, and he was alone. Brother Song, what's wrong? Is this emo? Chu Jiang walked over to Wang Song's private room and couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the slightly melancholy look on Wang Song's face. Brother Chu, I'm just getting used to the environment. Come, try their Jingshan Xiaozhong. Everyone who's had it says it's good. Jingshan Xiaozhong is a type of black tea. Chu Jiang had rarely drunk black tea before, but since it was highly recommended by Wang Song, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. This tea is really good. Chu Jiang took a sip of the tea. This tea smells like a natural floral fragrance, but the scent is not too strong. It is delicate on the palate, mellow and refreshing, and very comfortable to drink. Not to mention, the tea Chu Jiang has been drinking recently is all good tea. He really knows whether it tastes good or not just by trying it. What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? Wang Song said with a laugh, there are many tea houses in the devil's capital, but none can compete with this Sushanju. Of course, drinking tea is not the point. The point is to drink tea while listening to music and watching the graceful Yuji. To be honest, it's no wonder that even a rich young master like Wang Song, who hangs out in flower fields all day, is hooked on this place. Chu Jiang also really likes it here, mainly because of the quiet environment, drinking tea, listening to music, and then enjoying an attractive dance. This kind of life, really, who can't be confused if they experience it? Brother Song, I've realized it. No wonder you have to come so far to drink tea alone. Chu Jiang couldn't help but tease, next time you come, remember to bring me. Wang Song smiled without saying a word, but he gave a smile that every man understood. By the way, Brother Chu, is it really that certain to make money in the US stock market? Wang Song looked at Chu Jiang and asked seemingly carelessly but actually deliberately. More or less, the US stock market is not bad. Chu Jiang said with a soft laugh, with a bit of insider information, I should be able to make some money. Hearing Chu Jiang say it was insider information, Wang Song's eyes immediately lit up.
Chu, is it reliable? Of course it's reliable. Even if Bai doesn't invest money this time, I'm prepared to invest 200 million rice gold. There aren't many opportunities to reap the benefits of the Americans, so we should seize them, right? Chu Jiang took a sip of tea and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. I'm relieved to hear that, Chu. How about this? I'll invest 200 million rice gold, trusting you. Wang Song also lit a cigarette and said casually, but don't tell Bai Fong. If he asks, just say that I've invested 10 million rice gold. Wang Song said with a wry smile, actually, I borrowed the money too, as you know. I'm just pretending to be strong, I don't have much money. Brother Song, don't worry, I understand. Chu Jiang said with a laugh, but Brother Song, although our relationship is not bad, we are like brothers and we need to be clear about the accounts. Let's agree first, if there is a loss, it can't be counted on me. If there is a profit, I will take half of the profit. Of course, unpleasant things need to be said up front. Although it is unlikely that Chu Jiang will lose money, the stock market is ever changing, so who can guarantee that they will definitely make a profit? Of course. Wang Song paused for a moment and then laughed, saying, of course. It was already past 8 p.m. when they returned to the villa from Zushanju. As soon as they arrived at the villa, Chu Jiang received a call from Qin Yun. Chu, I heard what Song said. How about this? I agree with Kong. I'll invest 200 million rice gold too. We're making money off the Americans, so 10 million rice gold is a bit embarrassing. Okay, Brother Qin, but let's agree on one thing first, don't blame me if we lose money. Brother Chu, you're belittling me by saying that. It's only 200 million rice gold. It's my own money, so I don't mind if we lose. Unlike Wang Song, Qin Bin really does have money. Although 200 million rice gold is not a small sum, it's not something he would worry about. When Bai Fong asked him for a loan before, he definitely wouldn't lend it to him. That was 200 million meters of gold, and if he really lent it to Bai Fong, it was a question mark as to when Bai Fong would be able to repay him. Of course, investing in Chu Jiang to operate the US stock market was another matter. He believed in Chu Jiang, especially after witnessing Chu Jiang's ability to win every bet. He was even more convinced that Chu Jiang could make money in the US stock market. Of course, Wang Song and Qin Yun were not stupid. They had only known Chu Jiang for a few days, and yet they were so confident in letting him handle such a large sum of money. In fact, they had secretly investigated Chu Jiang long ago. It was not easy to investigate everything, but the properties in Chu Jiang's name could be easily found out. There were 2 villas in Tangong, 2 villas in the eastern suburbs No. 1 residence, and 15 large flats in Thompson Riviera. These luxury properties alone are worth tens of billions of yuan. There are also at least 800 school district properties, all of which are in high-end communities, with a total value of at least tens of billions of yuan. This is only the tip of the iceberg of what they were able to investigate. As for what they were unable to investigate, who knows how much more there is. Chu Jiang's personal strength is here, so naturally they believe that Chu Jiang can take them to the US stock market to make money. Moreover, to be honest, the reason they are willing to believe that Chu Jiang can really make money in the US stock market is because Chu Jiang has shown a lot of confidence, and Chu Jiang has not deliberately asked them to join in. Anyway, what Chu Jiang has shown is that if you are willing to invest some money, then go ahead, and if you are not willing, then don't force it. Furthermore, Chu Jiang wants half of the profits. Don't look at how much Chu Jiang wants, but if Chu Jiang is really capable of making a profit in the US stock market, what can he do by giving him half of the profits? Chu Jiang really doesn't care much about the fact that Qin Feng and Wang Song each invested 200 million meters of gold to enter the market. However, they are willing to believe in themselves, and Chu Jiang is very happy about that. Of course, there is no loss. As long as the stock market is in your hands, and if you operate properly, it will at least triple or quadruple within a week. The US stock market is not just the market of the Americans, but the market of the whole world. It is a market with a market value of at least 30 trillion meters of gold. Chu Jiang now has 300 million meters of gold transferred from Bai Fong in his hands, plus 200 million meters of gold from each of Qin Feng and Wang Song, which means that these 3 people alone have contributed 700 million meters of gold. He himself now has almost 300 million meters of gold in his hands, which means that the funds he can operate amount to 1 billion meters of gold. 1 billion meters of gold is equivalent to about 6.3 billion Huagua currency. It can definitely be considered a huge sum of money. However, in the US stock market, with a total market value of over 30 trillion yuans, Chu Jiang's billion yuans, to be honest, will only make a sound when it is invested, without even splashing any water.
Of course, Chu Jiang cannot invest all of the billion yuans in just one stock, otherwise, even if there is no limit up or down mechanism for US stocks, he might very well crash the entire market if he does so. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Jiang smoked a cigarette while drinking tea and pondering how he should operate tomorrow night. Just then, Xin Xingwei walked over to Chu Jiang and leaned down to whisper in his ear, "Young master, you're trending on the internet." "Ha?" Chu Jiang couldn't help but frown when he heard Xin Xingwei say that. "Tell me, what's going on?"